Chapter 215. Silver Moon Sea. A million bronze men chased after Gu Hai's flying boat with all their might. They didn't stop for a moment and surrounded Gu Hai many times. He only managed to escape from danger a few times. This won't do. If this goes on, the flying boat's energy will be depleted. I will also collapse from exhaustion. The flying boat can't withstand too many violent collisions like this. Gu Hai frowned as he fled. A million fighter jets were chasing after him. If this continued, he would be courting death. Enter the sea? Don't joke. If he entered the sea, his speed wouldn't be as fast as the bronze men. Moreover, Gu Hai realized that this group of bronze men didn't use their eyes to chase after him. They used their senses. They could sense where Gao Chen's soul was. Therefore, it was useless even if he wanted to hide. Set up a defensive array? The array on the island was so strong previously, but it was broken by the bronze men. What kind of defensive array should he use? He couldn't escape. He might be able to break the sea ceiling barrier, but would this group of bronze men give him the time? Sea ceiling barrier? I have an idea. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. What? What idea? You really have an idea? Gao Chen's soul stared at Gu Hai with a look of surprise. Gu Hai replied with a look of disdain. Don't look down on me. I sing quite well. You have an idea? You really have an idea? What can I do to help? Gao Chen's soul asked agitatedly. If you shut up, you will be helping. Gu Hai said coldly. With an idea, Gu Hai no longer avoided the group of bronze men. Similarly, the scene of the countless cultivators on the surrounding islands looking at Gu Hai's fleeing changed. Why is Gu Hai running to a place with many bronze men? Yeah, there aren't any bronze men there. Why isn't he going there? No, look, there are more bronze men around Gu Hai. Yeah, is he courting death? He seems to be gathering bronze men. The scene before them confused countless cultivators. Previously, Gu Hai was fleeing everywhere. Now, he was in one spot, as though he was waiting for the bronze men to gather. More and more bronze men appeared. In the blink of an eye, there were already hundreds of thousands of them. Go. Gu Hai suddenly controlled the flying boat and rushed in the direction with the most bronze men. That scene caused countless cultivators to widen their eyes. Are you crazy? Heavens! You're crazy! Gao Chen's soul cried out in alarm. Was he courting death? Who would rush in like that? More and more bronze men appeared. How were they going to escape? Rumble. As expected, the number of bronze men crashing this time was unprecedented. Previously, he had only bumped into a dozen of them before escaping. However, this time they had collided with 800 of them. A large amount of damage had suddenly appeared on the flying boat's grand formation. Boom. They finally made it out, but more than half of the flying ship's array had been destroyed. The flying boat's speed immediately dropped by a large margin. It's over. What should I do? I'm still very young. I'm only 1 year old. I don't want to die. Gao Chen's soul cried. Shut up. Gu Hai said angrily with a black face. Swoosh. The flying boat fled again. However, after the collision just now, all the bronze men had been circled behind Gu Hai. Previously, there were bronze men all over the sky. Now all the bronze men were following behind Gu Hai, covering the sky and earth. They were as dense as an army formation and chased over in an orderly manner. This is? Countless cultivators were confused. They saw the flying boat charging straight for the sea ceiling barrier. I know. Gu Hai wants to use the bronze men to break the barrier? All the bronze men are crashing into the barrier together? 1,000 bronze men crashing into the barrier, but the barrier only trembled slightly. This time, 1,000,000 bronze men are crashing into the barrier in an orderly manner? Countless cultivators looked at the sky in surprise. As expected, Gu Hai's flying boat was not flying fast. The bronze men had caught up. In front of them was the sea ceiling barrier. Down. Gu Hai roared. The flying boat suddenly turned around and shot toward the sea below. However, the strong inertia still caused the flying boat to brush against the sea ceiling barrier. As for the bronze men, they were too close and did not expect the flying boat to fly down. Instead, they crashed into the sea ceiling barrier. 1,000,000 bronze men crashed into it rapidly. It was like 1,000,000 meteor showers bombarding one point in an instant. Rumble. Kaboom. A super loud sound resounded throughout the entire Silver Moon Sea. The surrounding seawater immediately churned up monstrous waves again. At the point of impact, a hole with a diameter of 3,000 feet appeared. It's broken, it's broken. Look, Gu Hai's flying boat is leaping out. He really broke the sea ceiling barrier? Countless cultivators exclaimed. Gu Hai's flying boat took the lead and shot out. In the blink of an eye, it flew to the horizon. Roar. 1,000,000 bronze men were still chasing relentlessly. As they roared, they chased after Gu Hai's flying boat. Fuck, big brother, you're too fierce. I guessed it long ago. You have unlimited wisdom and will definitely think of a good idea. Fortunately, I'm wise. Gao Chen's soul said excitedly. Phew. Gu Hai also let out a long sigh. What do we do now? It seems like your flying boat speed is not fast enough? They will catch up soon? Gao Chen's soul said with a stare. Enter Silver Moon City. Silver Moon City has a defensive array. Hopefully, it can protect this group of bronze men. Also, the driving spirit stones in the flying boat are almost used up. We need to replenish them quickly. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, You thought of the same thing as me. I thought so too. You are as smart as me. Gao Chen's soul said excitedly. Gu Hai gave him a look of disdain again. In the Silver Moon Sea. On an island, Fairy One looked at the big hole in the sea ceiling barrier with an ugly expression. Humph, what's so great about being a little smart? Big liar. However, just as she finished speaking, Fairy One's expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Whoosh. An extremely thin thread suddenly appeared around Fairy One's body and tied her up. Ka. Suddenly One was tied up by the thin thread and couldn't move. Her body curled up. This is Gao Chen's thread? Old man or master? She tricked us? Fairy One's expression changed. Not only Fairy One, but Sima Changkong's expression also changed. A thin thread appeared on the surface of his body and tied him up. Sir, what's wrong with you? A subordinate exclaimed. Sima Changkong's expression changed. Not good, is it, Yunemo? At the beginning he used Gao Chen's intent to condense the strings to bind our 600 Guqin masters, saying that it was convenient for us to capture Gao Chen's soul. Did he premeditated this? Why would he do this? Sima Changkong's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, is Yunemo going to do something against fate? Elsewhere on an island. Young Master and Enfang Mingho fled to the island in a panic and hid there. During this period, the tsunami in the distance, followed by the millions of bronze people in the sky, made young Master and feel inexplicably frightened. He cursed Gu Hai in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Fang Mingho, wake up. Young Master and looked at Fang Mingho. At this moment, Fang Mingho's body had countless blood blisters. After a while he was already dead. Hiss, dead? Young Master An's scalp went numb. Just as young Master An was afraid, suddenly, a string appeared on the surface of his body and tied him up. What's going on? What's going on? Grandpa, save me. Young Master An suddenly screamed in horror. In an instant, all the Guqin masters invited to the Guqin teaching conference, except for Gu Hai who escaped from the sealed sea enchantment, were tied up in an instant. There seemed to be hundreds of transparent strings connecting all the Guqin masters from Silver Moon Island. Bang! The transparent strings suddenly tightened. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, all the Guqin masters from Silver Moon Island were pulled by the strings and flew toward Silver Moon Island. It was like a fishing line. All the Guqin masters became big fish, pulled by the fishing line and flew toward Silver Moon Island. Many Guqin masters screamed in horror. Silver Moon Island activated the Great Array. Thick fog filled the air, making it impossible to see inside. One by one, the Guqin masters were pulled back to the square where Gao Chen's body was. No, Yunemo, what are you doing? I can't move. Silver Moon Villa, what are you doing? I fell to my death. The Xiozha that were being pulled back all looked angrily at Yunemo. At this moment, Yunemo pressed one hand on Gao Chen's body. Gao Chen stretched out his hand and played the Guqin. Guqin sounds rang out, and a group of Guqin masters were tied up. Cough, cough, cough. Bastard, what are you doing? The old villa master looked at Yunemo in shock and anger as he coughed. At this moment, the old villa master was also tied up by a golden string. A group of Silver Moon Villa disciples stood around him. They all looked determined. Villa master, I can't watch you die, Yunemo said with red eyes. In the Guqin book my ancestor made, there's a heaven-level Guqin soul-changing technique. All the best Guqin masters are here. Use their bodies to change your soul. Once you change your body you can live. Bastard, that's a forbidden technique. Only Master Shou would do that. It's an evil thing. Don't do it. Yunemo, just let me go. Don't make a big mistake. The old villa master cried bitterly. Chapter 216. Silver Moon City. East City Tower. Look. What's that over there? A bronze army? A million-strong army? Are they here to attack the city? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Sounds of panic could be heard in the east of Silver Moon City. Close the city gates. Close the city gates. Activate the city defense array. The soldiers in the east of the city shouted. Boom. The city gates immediately closed. The entire Silver Moon City, be it the city walls or the sky, was suddenly enveloped by the array. Let us in. We haven't entered the city yet. The people outside the city shouted. However, the ferocious army in the distance was charging over, leaving streaks of rainbows in their wake. The soldiers guarding the city were horrified. No matter what the situation was, protecting the city was their top priority. They had to close the city gates first and see what was going on later. That is, Hall Master's white cloud flying ship? Mu Qinfeng, who was on the city tower, said in surprise. Gu Hai was driving the flying ship at the front, while 1,000,000 bronze men chased after him. It looked like Gu Hai was leading an army to attack the city. Is that Master Gu? Someone suddenly recognized him. Quick, open the door. Gu Hai's roar rang out. Gu Hai shouted, and the flying ship suddenly turned to one side. The 1,000,000 bronze men immediately changed their direction and chased after Gu Hai. Not attacking the city? That scared me to death. Are those bronze monsters chasing after Master Gu? How did Master Gu provoke those monsters? The people in the surroundings heaved a sigh of relief. Quick, open the city gates and let Gu Hai in. Mu Qinfeng shouted. That's right. Let Master Gu in. There is an array in the city to stop the bronze monsters. Many people nodded. No. If those bronze monsters enter the city and destroy the city, what should we do? The general guarding the city shouted. Those monsters didn't attack the city just now, but that doesn't mean they won't attack the city later. If I open the city gates, I'll be disregarding the civilians in the city. Another general shook his head. But Gu Hai is very dangerous. Mu Qinfeng glared and shouted. Judging from the speed of that group of monsters, it's obvious that the Yuanying state is powerful. There are millions of them. Once they enter the city, they can raze the entire Silver Moon City to the ground. The surrounding people frowned but no longer spoke up for Gu Hai. Bastard. That's Elite Hall's Water Division Master. Open the city gates. Mu Qinfeng led a group of Elite Hall disciples and rushed to the city gates. Stop them. Stop me? Have you forgotten who helped you regain your 5 senses in the past? If it wasn't for Division Leader Gu, all of you would be blind and deaf. Mu Qinfeng roared. The soldiers who stepped forward to stop them frowned. If anything happens, Class 1 Hall will shoulder it. Open the gates. Mu Qinfeng rushed through the gates. Stop them. Stop them. The general who shouted. Boom. Mu Qinfeng stretched out her hand and swung it. Suddenly, hundreds of vines rushed out of her sleeve and struck the soldiers guarding the gates. A large number of soldiers were sent flying. Open the gates. Mu Qinfeng shouted. Yes. The Elite Hall disciples answered. Rumble. Immediately, the eastern city gates slowly opened. In the distance, Gu Hai was circling the city gates with the bronze men when he suddenly saw the gates open. Enter. Boom. Gu Hai drove the flying ship and rushed into the city gates. Close the gates. Quickly close the gates. Close the gates. The general on the city gate tower shouted in alarm. The bronze men rushed over like a meteor shower. Clang. With a loud sound, the crowd hurriedly closed the gates. Boom. The array enveloped the surroundings once again. Boom. 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 The densely packed bronze men charged over, causing the eastern city gate tower to shake intensely. The meteor shower was extremely dangerous. Division Master Gu, what's going on? Are the Hall Master and the others fine? Mu Qinfeng asked worriedly. Gu Hai looked at Mu Qinfeng. Earlier, he saw Mu Qinfeng arguing with the general on the city gate tower. Furthermore, the ones who opened and closed the gates were Elite Hall disciples. Naturally, Gu Hai guessed that it was Mu Qinfeng who opened the gates. Division Master Mu, many thanks. Gu Hai said gratefully. Although Gu Hai had some opinions about Mu Qinfeng in the past, he was truly grateful for her earlier actions. After all, the flying ship could not last much longer. Where are the Hall Master and the others? Mu Qinfeng asked worriedly. They are fine. Gu Hai said with a smile. Boom. 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 At this moment, 1,000,000 bronze men had gathered around the eastern city gate tower and were attacking it fiercely. The Yuanying state could not break the city gate. However, this was not just one Yuanying state but 1,000,000. 1,000,000 peak stage nascent soul cultivators. Boom. The bronze men worked together and struck the east city tower and the city walls. There were densely packed bronze men in all directions. Under the repeated attacks, the entire Silver Moon City's array shook intensely. Boom, boom, boom. All of Silver Moon City felt as if there was an earthquake. Nearly 100 million residents walked out of their houses in shock and looked towards the east of the city. A massive explosion sounded out, and the formation in the sky trembled intensely as if it would shatter at any moment. What's going on? What happened? Countless citizens asked in horror. This is bad. There are cracks in the eastern city gate tower's array. The city guarding array is about to break. The cracks are getting bigger. What should we do? What are these monsters? Countless soldiers screamed in horror. Gu Hai did not waste time talking nonsense with Mu Qinfeng. Instead, he took out a large number of spirit stones and gave them to Mu Qinfeng. Quick, help me refill the flying ship with spirit stones. Repair the array. Okay. Mu Qinfeng led the crowd to refill the flying ship's array and engine with high-grade spirit stones. Gu Hai brought Gao Qin's soul into a large hall on the flying ship. He forced a drop of blood from his fingertip and infused it into Gao Qin's soul. What are you doing? No, this is a blood contract. I'm doomed. Why did the person who created me plant a blood contract in me? Sir, please don't infuse the blood contract, okay? Gao Qin's soul looked at Gu Hai with anticipation. Do you want me to let you go now? Or do you want me to refine you? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Don't. If you let me go, I'll be doomed. But if you want to refine me, I'll be doomed too. Gao Qin's soul looked at Gu Hai and said pitifully. Gu Hai looked at it coldly. Why don't you infuse the blood with me and follow the contract? Don't erase my thoughts, okay? I like my current self very much. I don't want to become someone else. Gao Qin's soul smiled bitterly. Erase your thoughts and reshape you? If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Gao Qin's soul almost vomited blood. He glared at Gu Hai and said, You didn't know? You said too much. Slap. He slapped himself in the face. Why am I so unlucky? Gao Qin's soul said in despair. All right. Gu Hai smiled faintly. What did you say? Gao Qin's soul suddenly opened his eyes wide and said in surprise. You are you, Gao Qin. Although you are somewhat detestable, you should keep yourself to yourself. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Really? That's great. Gao Qin's soul said excitedly. This time, Gao Qin's soul didn't reject Gu Hai's blood and allowed it to fuse into his glabella. Boom. Outside, the city guarding array roared. Gu Hai grabbed Gao Qin's soul and quickly walked out of the hall. Gu Hai, the East Gate Tower is about to fall. Mu Qinfeng said worriedly. How's the replenishment of the spirit stones? I've replenished them before. It's very easy. It's already done. Mu Qinfeng said. You guys leave quickly. I'll take this group of bronze men and leave this place. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Hong. There was a loud sound and the East Gate Tower exploded. The combat strength of 1 million bronze men was too ferocious. They were indeed war machines. On the battlefield, they were invincible when attacking cities. Rumble. 1 million bronze men chased after Gu Hai's flying ship. However, Gu Hai's flying ship suddenly shot toward the south of the city. As it flew high into the sky, the 1 million bronze men chased closely. Along the way, countless people in the city saw these bronze men, and they were all shocked. Is that Master Gu? Did they chase from the Silver Moon Ocean? What happened at the Silver Moon Ocean? Under countless horrified gazes, the flying ship arrived at the south gate. Open the gate. Gu Hai shouted. Quang. The gate suddenly opened. Whoosh. Gu Hai's flying ship instantly shot out. Rumble. 1 million bronze men also quickly flew out. Gu Hai left with this group of scourges. He left behind a pile of ruins on the east side of the city and the mournful faces of the city guards. The city tower was gone? Mu Qinfeng stood in the ruins and revealed a rare smile. On a floating island in the city. When Mo Yike received the news, he had been paying attention to the east side of the city. Gu Hai steered the flying ship and left quickly with the 1 million bronze men. Mo Yike also kept an eye on him. Gu Hai. Mo Yike frowned. Manager Jiang Tianyi stood behind him. Mr. Mo, isn't this the zither figurine that was sealed in ice? Jiang Tianyi said in shock. We thought of many methods but could not break the ice. Gu Hai actually broke it? This Gu Hai is more mysterious than I thought. I asked you to send people to the Thousand Islands Sea to investigate. When will they return? Mo Yike said in a low voice. I've already sent people. They should be back soon. There should be news from Gu Hai soon. However, Mr. Mo, Shouldn't you be angry that Gu Hai released 1 million bronze men? Jiang Tianyi said in shock. Angry? Why would I be angry? I'm more than happy. 1 million zither figurines? What a powerful Silver Moon army. They were invincible when they attacked the city. How long did it take to break into the city? Mo Yike asked with a smile. Half an incense. Yes, half an incense. If your highness used it on the battlefield, it would be a peerless killing machine. Mo Yike said with a smile. But these bronze men are no longer in our hands. Once exposed, won't we? Jiang Tianyi frowned. As long as it's in Yingzhou, it belongs to your highness. Mo Yike said with a smile. Chapter 217. Outside Silver Moon Island, boom, boom, boom. A series of booms rang out. A cloud array enveloped Silver Moon Island. Outside Silver Moon Island, a large number of cultivators were charging at the array. Bastard! Yunimo, you are crazy. Let go of my young master. Disciples of Silver Moon Mountain Villa, listen up. How dare you hurt my master? Just wait and see. Open the array. Open the array. Let go of my martial uncle. The cultivators charging at the array all looked ferocious and anxious. Many of the 600 people who received the invitation to the Zither conference were not nobodies. They came to the Zither conference alone, but some of the servants and disciples had been guarding outside Silver Moon Island. Originally, everything was normal. Everyone had to rely on their own abilities. However, who would have thought that Silver Moon Mountain Villa would plot against them? Silver Moon Mountain Villa's reputation had been passed down for many years. They had never done such a thing before. Who could defend against it? The cultivators tried their best to break the array, but how could it be so easy to break? Everyone cursed anxiously. Inside Silver Moon Island, on the lawn square, a group of Silver Moon Mountain Villa disciples stood outside the square. Determination flashed in their eyes. More than 500 Zither masters were tied up on the lawn by Gaochen's intent realm strings. They stared at Yunimo, who was controlling Gaochen's body. Yunimo, don't do it. Don't do it. I beg you. The old Manor Master said bitterly. Manor Master, you taught me before. As long as one is alive, one can face all kinds of difficulties. If one dies, there is nothing left. Manor Lord, most of the disciples in our manor were picked up by you. Yunimo was also brought up by you. We can't just watch you die. Even if we have to bear the wrath of the world, we have to work hard for you. Manor Lord, you're already at the end of your life. Please allow Yunimo to be presumptuous. Yunimo said firmly. Flick. Gaochen flicked the air. Bus, bus, bus. After a series of trembling sounds, the old Manor Master's body suddenly trembled and fell to the ground. A cluster of white light suddenly appeared around the old Manor Master's body. Within the cluster of white light, one could faintly see 3 light figures. 3 souls? Not far away, Shangguan Hen's expression changed. Stripping the 3 souls? Yun Mo extracted the old Manor Lord's 3 spiritual souls. Is he trying to switch bodies? Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. Yun Mo looked at everyone on the lawn. Manor Master, there are more than 500 bodies here. One of them will be suitable for you. Yun Mo said with determination. When he saw young master and immediately shouted in horror, You dare, you dare, you dare, my grandfather will destroy your Silver Moon Villa. If you dare to touch me, none of you will have a good end. Yun Mo looked coldly at young master and sneered, In order to let the old village leader live, we can give up the Silver Moon Village. After today there will be no more Silver Moon Village in the world. He doesn't know where we are. Young Master An's expression changed. But don't worry, young Master An, your Guqin skills are too weak. I won't choose you unless I have no other choice. Yun Mo's eyes were filled with disdain. Young Master An. Looking at Yun Mo's disgusted expression, young Master An didn't know whether to be angry or happy. He looked at the Guqin masters one by one. Suddenly Yun Mo's eyes fell on Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong raised his eyebrows. Mr. Sima, the village leader told me before that there are 3 strongest Guqin masters here. They are Gu Hai, Mr. Sima, and Fairy Wanner. Gu Hai left the Silver Moon Sea and Gaochen's realm is limited, so he ran away. Fairy Wanner is a woman, so you have to go first. Yun Mo said solemnly. How dare you? Do you know who Master Sima is? Bastard Yun Mo, how dare you hurt an official of the imperial court? Master is. Suddenly, among the Guqin masters, a group of Sima Changkong's subordinates shouted. I know who Sima Changkong is. Yunemo suddenly shouted coldly. Everyone was stunned. Sima Changkong, the new leader of the Sima family? He came to Silver Moon City with an imperial edict to investigate a case? I know everything. Yunemo sneered. You know, and you still want to take over my body? Sima Changkong looked at Yunemo coldly. Master Sima, you can think of me as a lunatic, but I'm already crazy. I don't care so much. Excuse me. Yunemo said coldly. Ding 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 ding. The sound of the guqin rushed towards Sima Changkong. Ah. Sima Changkong suddenly trembled and his head buzzed. The village leader's 3 souls were suddenly pulled over and rushed into Sima Changkong's body, as if they wanted to possess Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong twitched violently. The convulsing scene caused all the zither players to reveal looks of horror and despair. My lord! The group of subordinate guqin masters exclaimed. However, at this moment they were all tied up and were unable to move at all. It was all because they were greedy. If they had been tied up at the beginning, they would have been able to struggle free. However, after a few days, the Gauchin intent had already entered their soul marrow. They could not struggle free. Sima Changkong vomited white foam. His eyes rolled back. Whoosh! Sima Changkong's 3 souls trembled slightly as if they were about to be squeezed out of his body. The village leader's 3 souls had been placed inside several times but had not succeeded. If this continues, even if Sima Changkong can endure, Sima Changkong's 3 souls will suffer some damage, Venerable Lun Yen said with an unsightly expression not far away. However, no one could do anything about it. As such, the guqin sound battered Sima Changkong's 3 souls for a long time. By then, Sima Changkong's 3 souls had already turned muddle-headed. However, there seemed to be a force that prevented the 3 souls from leaving the body. You have a treasure that can protect the souls? Yunmo's expression changed. Young Manor Master, you can't continue with the possession. Otherwise, the Manor Master's 3 souls will suffer damage as well. A Mountain Manor disciple shouted. Yunemo nodded. Dang. Whoosh. The village leader's 3 souls immediately flew out. Sima Changkong's 3 souls quickly returned to their original positions. But Sima Changkong fell to the ground and narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yunemo. At this moment he seemed drained, without any energy left. His body twitched as if his mind was damaged. Gasp. The surrounding guqin masters inhaled sharply. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor is going against the natural order. This is unacceptable. The group of guqin masters exclaimed in horror. However, Yunemo did not care. Instead, he suddenly turned his head to look at Fairy One. Why are you looking at me? I am a girl. Fairy One exclaimed. Sima Changkong had a treasure that could protect the souls, but Fairy One did not. So be it. When the Manor Master accepts the possession, he can find a new body. Yunemo said in a low voice. No, don't you know who my teacher is? The village leader lost to my teacher in the Guqin Dao back then. My teacher told me to go up north and find the village leader to practice with. The village leader knows my teacher. How dare you? How dare you? My teacher will not let you go. Fairy One exclaimed. Dang 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 dang. The sound of the guqin had already started. A wave of intent rushed toward Fairy One. Boom. It felt like a sledgehammer had hit her head. Teacher, save me, teacher. Fairy One suddenly started crying. Her past pride had long been shattered. At this moment she was like a little girl crying out pitifully. But now Silver Moon Island was like hell. Countless cultivators outside tried to break through the array but could not enter. The disciples of Silver Moon Villa inside were like demons. They were torturing them. Teacher, who can save me? Fairy One cried and shouted. The village leader's 3 souls had been moved in front of Fairy One. It seemed that Fairy One was about to be possessed. Just at this moment. Boom. Suddenly there was an earth-shattering sound. The array of Silver Moon Island suddenly shattered. Silver Moon Island also shook violently. What? Yunmo's expression changed. He looked up at the sky. The array of Silver Moon Island was not inferior to the sea ceiling barrier. Even the peak cultivators of the Yuanying state could not break it. How did it break? Rumble. In an instant, countless bronze men fell from the sky and hit the island in all directions. All the mountains on the island collapsed in an instant. 1,000,000 bronze men crashed into the ground, leaving huge craters. It's Gu Hai. Long Wanqing suddenly looked happy. But she saw Gu Hai approach in an instant. He arrived in front of Gauchin, who was in front of Yunemo. What? Stop him. Yunemo suddenly shouted in alarm. Whoosh! Slap. Gu Hai's right hand slapped on the head of Gao Chen's body. Gao Chen's soul instantly went into the body's head. Master Gu? Countless Guqin masters exclaimed in surprise. Thank you, Master Gu. Thank you, Master Gu. Outside the island, countless cultivators who were trying to break the array were grateful. At that moment all the cultivators were in despair. This array could not be broken at all. Just as they were in despair, Gu Hai arrived. Gu Hai shot over from the horizon. Seeing the array of Silver Moon Island, he paused for a moment and waited for the bronze men behind him. Then he adjusted his speed again, causing the million bronze men to crash over. Boom. Without a doubt, even Silver Moon City's city tower was destroyed, let alone this small island's array. Under the huge crash, more than half of the flying ship was damaged. Could not fly anymore. However, Gu Hai did not care about this at all. He just wanted to merge Gao Chen's body and soul. He rushed to the center of the square in an instant, erupting with unprecedented power. No one could stop him in time. He finally succeeded. Buzz. Gao Chen trembled slightly. He stopped all his movements. What? Bastard. Hurry up. Just a little more. Just a little more. Yunemo shouted as he controlled Gao Chen. However, now that Gao Chen's soul had returned, how could he still be controlled by Yunemo? Keeping everything the same was already the limit. The Guqin music that was attacking Fairy Wan Er's head suddenly stopped. The old Manor Lord's 3 souls stopped in front of Fairy Wan Er. It was so close. Just a little more and he would have entered my body and taken over my body? Fairy Wan Er's tear-stained face suddenly stopped crying. She felt a huge impact on her heart. She turned her head and looked over gratefully. However, she saw that it was Gu Hai who stopped everything. Gu Hai. Fairy Wan Er froze. Why is it this big liar? Chapter 218. Just a little bit more? Just a little bit more? Yunemo looked at the uncontrollable Gao Chen with a look of despair. Boom, boom, boom. The bronze men that were smashed into the ground suddenly crawled out of the huge pit and rushed to the grassland square again. However, the bronze man at the front suddenly stopped. He stood in the air, motionless. His ferocious face suddenly turned to one of horror. Huff, huff. More and more bronze men gathered around, wanting to grab the Gao Chen's soul. Similarly, they were flying in midair when they suddenly stopped and looked at the Gao Chen who was not far away in horror. The North Star's body, which was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened its eyes. Purple lightning flashed in its eyes. Gao Chen suddenly revealed a sinister smile and looked at the bronze men in the sky. Just a little bit more. Wait for me to finish before you merge. Wait for me to finish. Yunemo shouted anxiously. Get lost. Gao Chen snorted. Buzz. Boom. Yunemo was instantly sent flying. Young master. The Silver Moon Villa disciples shouted and rushed forward. Gao Chen ignored Yunemo and looked at the bronze men in the sky. Just now you were chasing me. Did you have fun? Gao Chen revealed a sinister smile. The bronze men seemed to have guessed something. They turned around in horror and scattered. They fled to the 4 seas. You want to escape? Now you want to escape? Aha, you are all spirits created by me. Damn it, you have guts? Is it? You want to eat me? Run. Let's see how you can escape. I created all of you. Your soul threads are in my hands. Let's see how you can escape. Gao Chen said coldly. He waved his hand. Boom. A large number of transparent threads seemed to appear in his hand and connected all the bronze men in an instant. The bronze men who were still escaping were suddenly pulled and fixed in the air. I want you to chase me. I want you to chase me. Motherfucker, you're courting death. Gao Chen said furiously. With a flick of his finger, the bronze men in the air suddenly collided with each other. Dang. The 2 bronze men collided head to head. Clang, 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 clang. A series of head-butting sounds filled the air. A loud buzzing sound reverberated throughout the entire Silver Moon Sea like the ringing of a bell. Fuck, I remember now. You won't hurt like this. Come out. Gao Chen shouted. He suddenly pulled. Oh. The bronze men that filled the sky instantly fell down. Above the transparent thin lines, suddenly each of them pulled a finger-sized green fairy. Boom. OM. OM. All the little elves looked at Gao Chen pitifully. Fuck you. Why didn't you have this expression when you wanted to eat me? You want to eat me? Damn it, all of you come into my mouth. Roar. Gao Chen roared furiously. With a strong suction, the 1 million little elves immediately flew towards Gao Chen's mouth. In just a short while, All the little elves were sucked into Gauchen's mouth. Plop, plop, plop. Without the little elves, the bronze men in the surroundings immediately fell into the sea. The countless surrounding cultivators looked at Gauchen in shock. He's alive? This is a heaven-ranked zither. Gauchen? Is he still alive? The countless cultivators exclaimed in shock. Gauchen! Guhai shouted coldly from behind. Gauchen's back was facing Guhai. Suddenly his expression froze. Suddenly, Gauchen held his head. Ah, my head hurts. My head hurts. It's over. It's over. My soul and body merged and mutated. I can't remember the past. I can't remember the past. Gauchen held his head and fell to the ground in pain. The bound zither masters in the surroundings looked at Gauchen in confusion. Wasn't he very impressive earlier? Why did he suddenly hold his head? Guhai felt slightly stunned. Then he walked over worriedly. Gauchen, what's wrong with you? Are you all right? Guhai helped Gauchen up. Gauchen held his head and slowly woke up. He looked weakly at Guhai. Who are you? I don't remember you. Who are you? Gauchen said in confusion as he looked at Guhai. You don't remember me? Guhai's face sank. Oh, I remember now. You give me a very close feeling. I can feel your blood in my body. Gauchen looked at Guhai and seemed to recall something. That's right. It's good that you can feel it, Guhai said sullenly. You are so close, so close. You must be someone who treats me very well, right? Gauchen suddenly looked at Guhai expectantly. I guess so. Guhai frowned, feeling that something was wrong. You treat me so well and I have your blood in my body. Then you are my father, right? Father. Gauchen suddenly called out happily, wanting to jump into Guhai's embrace. Slap. Guhai slapped Gauchen. Father, why did you hit me? Gauchen covered his mouth, looking like he was about to cry. Guhai said with a sullen expression, Did you really forget? Do you want me to help you restructure your thoughts? Gauchen's expression changed, turning extremely solemn. Master, if there's anything you need, just tell me. Gauchen will do it for you. Long Wanqing. Venerable Lun Yen. Shangguan Hen was speechless. This fellow is Gauchen? Is he thick-skinned? Earlier he actually pretended to lose his memory and wanted to claim kinship with Guhai? This is too shameless, right? Where is your integrity? Guhai's expression also darkened. All right, release the zither Dao state on them, Guhai instructed after a moment of silence. Yes, master. The North Star Polaris replied with a serious expression. Then he waved his hand. Rip, rip. The zither Dao state on the group of zither masters instantly loosened, and the bound zither masters regained their freedom. Whoosh. All the zither masters released protective barriers around their bodies and took out their sabers and swords at the same time. Yunmo, Silver Moon Mountain Manor, this is what you did. My sect and your Silver Moon Mountain Manor are no longer friends. Silver Moon Mountain Villa, my master will seek justice for you. Silver Moon Mountain Manor, my ass. All the zither masters cursed angrily. Fairy One are also escaped and quickly retreated to the side. She glared at Yunmo, who was not far away, with a fierce expression. It's over. It's over. Ah. Yunmo said bitterly. My lord. A group of zither masters suddenly hugged Sima Changkong, who seemed to be suffering from epilepsy. Yunmo, how dare you attack an official of the imperial court? Your Silver Moon Mountain Manor is rebelling. A zither master shouted angrily. Yunmo was still arguing. Kneel. Suddenly a voice sounded. It was the old manor lord's 3 souls. After the restrictions were lifted, they could suddenly speak. At this moment, the 3 souls were not transparent. Instead, they glowed with green light. Manor. Manor lord? Yunmo looked at the old manor lord in surprise. The 3 souls overlapped, and the old manor lord's soul glared at Yunmo. Yunmo's expression stiffened, and he slowly knelt down. All around, the zither masters and cultivators who came from the outside all looked at the old manor lord coldly. In the past, the old manor lord was highly respected. Now they no longer respected the old manor lord and the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. However, they did not make a fuss. They just stared at the old manor lord. The old manor lord turned his head and looked at everyone. Suddenly, the old manor lord's soul knelt down in front of everyone. Manor lord. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples exclaimed. However, the old manor lord still knelt down in front of the zither masters. Fellow Taoists, the juniors that I taught were immature. I beg for forgiveness from all of you. The old manor lord kowtowed to the crowd. Ah, manor lord, don't. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples exclaimed. Manor Lord, you can't do this. Yunemo suddenly cried. The old Manor Lord had been upright all his life. He had never bowed to anyone in his life. Even when Daiqianshin came forward, the old Manor Lord did not humiliate himself by kneeling and kowtowing. The old Manor Lord walked and stood upright. He had never bowed to anyone. When Luyang of Gojoseon came, he treated him with respect. In the Silver Moon Mountain Manor, when outsiders saw the old Manor Lord, they all bowed to him. When had the old Manor Lord ever bowed to them? Furthermore, the old Manor Lord was kneeling and kowtowing. The surrounding zither masters frowned. Their earlier cold gazes immediately turned somewhat uneasy. Old Manor Lord, there is no need for you to do this. It is not your fault, Venerable Lunyen said bitterly. Although the others did not say anything, some people could not bear to see this in their eyes. The person that they looked up to in the past was now kneeling before them, asking them for forgiveness? My Silver Moon Mountain Manor did such a heinous thing. This humble one was incompetent and could not stop it. I have caused trouble for everyone. You can accept this bow. Earlier, everyone nearly died because of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. What is a bow from the Silver Moon Mountain Manor? The old Manor Lord's soul said bitterly. Manor Lord. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor disciples immediately knelt down and cried. Villa Master, this has nothing to do with you. It's all my fault, all my fault. Stand up, no one can make you bow, no one can. When the great Qian Emperor came to my villa, you didn't even greet him. Yunemo knows he's wrong, Yunemo is wrong. No matter what, it's all my fault. It is the fault of the master for not teaching his son. Your mistake is my mistake. The Silver Moon Mountain Manor's mistake is my mistake. The old Manor Lord shook his head. Fellow Taoists, please forgive me. This humble one apologizes to everyone on behalf of the Silver Moon Mountain Manor. I did not teach them well and caused trouble for you, the old Manor Lord said as he kowtowed again. The group of zither masters frowned bitterly. Old Manor Lord, never mind. In the past, this humble one was indebted to Old Manor Lord for your guidance. I will treat today's matter as if it never happened. Old Manor Lord, please get up. My master once received a zither from you. You don't have to do this. I will treat it as if it never happened. Old Manor Lord, I will not pursue the Silver Moon Mountain Manor anymore. Just manage them properly in the future. The good karma that the old Manor Lord had formed in the past played a big role in the end. The zither masters sighed and forgave them in the end. The old Manor Lord's status in front of them was very high in the hearts of all the zither cultivators. Such a person, on his deathbed, kowtowed to you and asked for your forgiveness. No matter how much resentment they had in their hearts, they were relieved. Thank you, the old Manor Lord said as he kowtowed. Manor Lord, I was wrong. I was wrong. Yunemo cried as he knelt in front of the old Manor Lord. He did not dare to raise his head. Yunemo knew the old Manor Lord's character. The old Manor Lord had always cherished his own reputation. He had been kind to others all his life. He would rather die than eat the longevity fruit. He had a strong character because he had righteousness as his backbone. Now, his foolish actions had caused the old Manor Lord's previous efforts to be in vain. He had even kowtowed to some of the people in this group that even he looked down on. There were some people that even he looked down on. With the old Manor Lord's character, it was even more impossible for him to look up to them. However, the old Manor Lord kowtowed to them and asked for forgiveness just to atone for his sins. Yunemo cried sadly. Not only did he not help the Manor Lord, but he also made the Manor Lord do such an embarrassing thing. The surrounding disciples also cried sadly. They knelt on the ground and did not move. The old Manor Lord stood up and patted Yunmo's head. He showed a kind smile. It's okay, Yunemo. As long as you can survive today and grow up, my kowtow is worth it. You have to remember Mr. Silvermoon's words. If you want to build a zither, you have to be a man first. You have to learn how to be a man first. Sob, 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 sob. I understand now. I made you kneel to others. Yunemo cried miserably. Kneel? Aha, so be it. I kneel to the portrait of the ancestor, Mr. Silvermoon. I kneel to master, but I never kneel to an outsider. It's not a big deal, right? Don't be sad. Take good care of yourself in the future. Don't ruin the reputation of Silvermoon Villa. The old Manor Lord said with a kind smile. Yes. Yunemo swore that he would not do anything immoral in the future. Never. Whoa. Yunemo cried. The old Manor Lord nodded with a smile. He turned his head and looked at Sima Changkong. The zither players looked at the old Manor Lord with complicated expressions. They did not know if they should forgive him. Sima Changkong was still suffering from epilepsy. Would an apology be enough? The old manor lord's soul slowly walked closer. Mr. Sima, the Silver Moon Mountain Villa has let you down. This old man is useless and can't do anything now. You have injured 3 of your spiritual souls. I will use my heavenly soul and human soul as supplements to help you heal them. The old manor master sighed slightly. What? Everyone around him was shocked. Manor Lord, no. Yunemo suddenly raised his head and shouted in horror. The old manor lord's soul suddenly split into 3. 2 of them were in a daze. There seemed to be whirlpools in their heads. Only the 3rd one was still conscious. Heavenly soul and mortal soul, I have already dispersed my own imprint. It is just the most ordinary soul power. There is still my Guqin Dao essence in it. I hope I can compensate you. The 3rd soul said. The heavenly soul and mortal soul suddenly went into Sima Changkong's body. The Zither players did not stop them. They looked at the old manor lord with complicated expressions. Sima Changkong, this is a blessing in disguise. How high is the old manor lord's Guqin Dao essence? Even if you absorb 1/10 of it, you will benefit a lot. The old manor lord is someone who can play the little elf. The Zither players were envious. Sima Changkong's body trembled slightly as he regained his calm. The old manor lord's heavenly soul and mortal soul were like a great supplement, instantly healing all the injuries of Sima Changkong's 3 souls. Furthermore, after a period of nourishment, Sima Changkong's complexion turned rosy. Sima Changkong slowly opened his eyes and looked at the old manor lord blankly. However, he soon remembered everything. He smiled bitterly and said, "Old manor lord, you don't need to do this." Changkong thanks the old manor lord for the gift. The old manor lord nodded. He looked at Gu Hai weakly with the last bit of his earth soul. Mr. Gu, this old man did not misjudge you. Of all the Zither masters, you are the one who won in the end. The old manor lord smiled faintly at Gu Hai. I was just lucky. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. First place is first place. Mr. Good, you are too polite. Thank you for just now. Otherwise, I would have made a big mistake. The old manor lord said bitterly. Not far away, Fairy Wanner pouted. Gu Hai smiled bitterly, not knowing how to explain. After looking at everyone, the old manor lord looked at Yunemo and the disciples again. I have to go. In the future you have to listen to Yunemo. The old manor lord said reluctantly. Manor lord sob. The disciples knelt and cried. Yunemo, take care. I will look after you from the sky. The sky. I can't go to the sky. I don't have my heavenly soul anymore. However, I still have my earth soul left. I can still reincarnate. Maybe one day I will reincarnate as a Guqin master. At that time I might find my own Guqin. I really hope that I can see the Silver Moon Villa again. I really hope that I can get the Guqin that you made for me. Yunemo, I will leave the villa to you. Can you let me ask for the Silver Moon Villa's Guqin in my next life? Yes, definitely. Manor Lord, I will make the best Guqin for you. I will make the best Guqin for you. I will make a heaven-grade Guqin for you. Manor Lord, Yunemo is sorry. Sup. Yunemo knelt on the ground and cried. Silly child. The old manor lord smiled. Slowly, the old manor lord's soul disappeared in front of everyone. Manor Lord. Sup. The Silver Moon Villa disciples knelt on the ground and cried. Chapter 219. Everything that happened in Silver Moon Island quickly spread to Silver Moon City. Master Gu got Gauchin. Millions of Guqin figurines were seized by the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. Yunemo framed all the Guqin masters. The old village master atoned for Silver Moon Villa's sins. Before he died, he kowtowed to all the Guqin masters and begged for forgiveness for what Yunemo had done. Mayor, he was investigated and imprisoned in the mayor's mansion. Silver Moon City was temporarily taken over by Sima Changkong. As the news spread, the people of Silver Moon City were in an uproar. Why would the young village master do such a thing? It's not surprising. The old village master raised Yunemo single-handedly. The old village master didn't ask for favors and was kind to others. Of course he wouldn't do such a heinous thing. Yunemo is also anxious. Sigh, now that the old village master is gone, can the remaining disciples still maintain the Silver Moon Villa? Although the old village master is dead, he's still strong. That kowtow wasn't shameful but noble. It's just a pity for the Silver Moon Villa. The Silver Moon Villa's reputation is ruined. Countless people sighed for the Silver Moon Villa. As for Gu Hai, the people naturally respected him more. He was indeed a Guqin master. He saved the people of the city in the past, and now he got Gauchin. He deserved it. Countless Guqin masters came to congratulate the number 1 Guqin pavilion on the street. Of course they also wanted to see what the heaven-grade Guqin looked like. The business of the number 1 Guqin pavilion on the street naturally became more and more popular. In a small manor in the city, Mo Yike listened to young master and describe what happened in Silver Moon Ocean. Young master, and didn't you listen to me? Mo Yike looked at young master and coldly. Young master An's expression stiffened as he said, Mr. Mo, you can't blame me. It was Gu Hai who bullied me. He framed me. Framed you? Are you that gullible? How did the teachers in the prince's mansion teach you? Can't you see through this little bit of provocation? Mo Yike said in a low voice. I. Young master An's face turned ugly. Jiang Tianyi immediately tried to smooth things over and said, Mr. Mo, young master An should be able to see through it. However, the person involved can't see clearly. Gu Hai is too sinister. He's taking advantage of young master An's weakness. It was also Mr. Mo who said earlier that he wanted to pave the way for Gu Hai and take over the position of young master An's legitimate grandson. That's why young master An lost his mind. That's right, Mr. Mo. I'm too closely involved to see the game clearly. It's all because Gu Hai is too insidious. Young master An said at once. Mr. Mo looked at young master An and said coldly, Gu Hai is sinister? This is called wisdom. He was able to manipulate you with just a few words, and you actually said that he was sinister? Young master An's face stiffened. This Gu Hai is indeed not simple. He is able to manipulate his opponent and manipulate people's hearts to such a degree. He was not a simple person. He must have been an extraordinary person in the past, right? He appeared out of nowhere? I don't believe it. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Our people have already gone to the Thousand Islands Sea to investigate. We will have news soon. Solemnly Jiang Tianyi said. Mo Yike nodded and turned to look at young master An. Young master An, I can tolerate you once, but I hope you won't do it a second time. You are not allowed to interfere in the matters of the Thousand Islands Sea. Young master An's face stiffened. He nodded and said, yes. You're still not convinced? Mo Yike suddenly laughed in surprise. From young master An's expression, it was obvious that he had wanted to cause trouble for Gu Hai's lair. Fortunately, he had reminded him. Young master An, you can't win against Gu Hai. Think about it. When you first met Gu Hai, what did you have? What did he have? In a short time, Gu Hai had already wiped out everything you had. Can't you see? Mo Yike sneered. Young master An was slightly stunned. A group of Sin Dragons, Fang Mingho and Gu Hai were all wiped out. The world's number 1 Zither Pavilion, Silver Moon's number 1 Chess Pavilion, and other properties were all won by Gu Hai. Look, after Gu Hai's actions, did you lose everything? Did you lose everything that you had in Silver Moon City? Gambling? That day when you gambled outside the number 1 Zither Pavilion, did you think you lost your head? Gambling again and again? Can't you change to something else to gamble on? Must you gamble on? Can't you see? In a short time, Gu Hai had you fall into his trap and manipulated you into gambling with him? Mo Yike sneered. No, that's impossible, right? Back then I was stronger than he was. Young master An's expression stiffened. You were stronger? What a joke. Did you think that he Sher Kong was the stronger side with the city lord's residence's army? Didn't you see that all the people in the periphery were on Gu Hai's side? That day, if I hadn't stopped you in time, did you really think that you could wipe out Gu Hai? Did you really think that you could wipe out the number 1 Zither Pavilion? That day, if I hadn't stopped you in time, you would have died there. Mo Yike said coldly. No, that's impossible. Young master An said in shock. When Fang Mingho attacked the number 1 Zither Pavilion, he encountered the same formation as Gu Hai's formation in Silver Moon Sea. Do you still think that you can do anything to the number 1 Zither Pavilion? Secondly, the people are boiling with resentment. Is he Sher Kong trying to incite the people to revolt or something? Mo Yike said coldly. Young master An's expression stiffened. After hearing Mo Yike's words and thinking about it again, he felt that he was really like a clown who was at the mercy of Gu Hai. You can't beat Gu Hai. Stay away from him. He's a tough guy. This time, Gu Hai should have let you go for the sake of the Lord. Next time, I can't guarantee that Gu Hai will let you go. Mo Yike said coldly. But he's only in the Gold Core realm. Young master An whispered. Gold Core realm? Young master An, have you been humorous recently? Are cultivation and strength the same? Who killed the ghost-faced Yuanying state? What was the result of millions of bronze men at the peak of the nascent soul realm chasing after Gu Hai? Mo Yike said coldly. Do you think that I put in so much effort to treat the wise with respect? Do you think that I value his cultivation? What I value is his brain. That brain of his can defeat thousands of soldiers and horses, 1 million zither figurines. Mo Yike said seriously. Oh yes. Also, do you know about the century lifespan immortality peach tree? Not long ago, the Lord led the army there and received news that a Gu Hai appeared in the innate puzzle world. His Go skills are astonishing, suppressing 100,000 cultivators by himself. At first, I thought that it was someone else with the same name. Now I am certain that it is Gu Hai. Suppressing 100,000 cultivators by himself? Furthermore, he fought the great Myojin alone and remained undefeated. Did you know that? You even played Go with him? Ah, how laughable. Mo Yike sneered. Young Master An's expression froze. All right, make your preparations. In a few days, you will represent the Lord at the memorial service for the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's old Manor Lord, Mo Yike said indifferently. What? Go to the Silver Moon Mountain Manor? They nearly got me killed. Furthermore, they even... Young Master An immediately cried out. They still despise you? Mo Yike said coldly. Me? Young Master An smiled bitterly. Remember this. No matter what others say about the Silver Moon Mountain Manor, you are not allowed to show any strange emotions. Do what you did in the past. Mo Yike said coldly. Yes. Young Master An nodded. Then Mo Yike turned his head to look at Jiang Tianyi and asked, how is he Shirkang's side? He Shirkang stationed people on the 3 islands in the Silver Moon Sea to guard the zither figurines. The evidence is conclusive. Right now he is being investigated. Sima Changkong sealed off the city lord's residence. He Shirkang cannot come out. He cannot get any news to us, Jiang Tianyi said solemnly. Mo Yike nodded with narrowed eyes. City lord's residence. Sima Changkong and He Shirkang sat in a pavilion. City Lord He Changkong has been rude. However, this matter is too big and has offended City Lord He. Sima Changkong poured a glass of wine for City Lord He and said with a smile. Lord Sima, you don't have to do this. This time I was too greedy and did not report to the imperial court. This is the truth. He Shirkang shook his head. Just your greed? What about the dragons? Sima Changkong frowned. Dragons? I discovered it together with them. We agreed to share the zither figurines equally, so we guarded that place together. They are the sinful dragons who escaped from the front line. He Shirkang shook his head and said with a smile. Only discovered it together? Does Liang of Gojoseon know about this? Sima Changkong asked in a deep voice. Liang of Gojoseon is at the front line. How would he know about what happened here? You worry too much. He Shirkang shook his head and said with a smile. Liang of Gojoseon doesn't know? Then why are Mo Yike and Luan here? Sima Changkong asked in a deep voice. They participated in the Zither imparting conference. Although Mo Yike did not participate in the end, I am not sure about the rest. He Shirkang shook his head. No matter what Sima Changkong asked, He Shirkang would repeat the same words over and over again. It was all his own greed. This caused Sima Changkong's question to be stuck here for a moment. Alright, City Lord He, think about it carefully. Remember, Yingzhou is also the world of the Dechen Celestial Empire. The only ruler of the Dechen Celestial Empire is His Holiness. Sima Changkong said in a deep voice. He Shirkang smiled and nodded. Sima Changkong slowly left. He Shirkang sat alone in the pavilion. He held a glass of wine and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Long Xiaoya, I don't think I have wronged anyone in my life. The only one I feel guilty about is you. I can't do anything about your wrong death. I will be able to see you soon, right? I hope that when I see you again, you are still so beautiful and dazzling. You are the most extraordinary woman in the world in my heart. The only one who feels wronged for you is Long Wanqing's father. Who is he? That coward? You gave birth to 2 daughters for him, but he doesn't dare to show up? You died, but he didn't come out to avenge you. Coward, he doesn't deserve you. He Shirkang looked at the moon and sighed slightly. Sima Changkong left the place where He Shirkang was under house arrest and went to an office hall. How is it? Sima Changkong looked at a subordinate. My lord, the 1,000,000 bronze men have been transported away. They are directly transported to the imperial capital through the official resting point. Everything is up to His Holiness to decide. The subordinate said respectfully. Official resting point? This is a group of soldiers specially set up by His Holiness. All the checkpoints along the way are open. I hope these bronze men can reach the imperial capital as soon as possible. Sima Changkong nodded. Report, my lord. Bad news, bad news. Another official ran into the hall in a panic. What's wrong? Aren't you accompanying the bronze men to the imperial capital? Sima Changkong frowned. I'm sorry, my lord. I drank too much and passed out at the resting point. When I woke up, most of the troops had already left. I chased after them in a panic. Because I knew the route, I caught up quickly. However, when I reached a valley, all the escorting officials and soldiers all. What happened to all of them? Sima Changkong stared. All dead, all dead. The 1,000,000 bronze men also disappeared. They were taken away. The official knelt on the ground and said in horror. The route of the official resting point is different every time. Even I don't know the exact route. You actually... Sima Changkong said in a low voice. No one leaked it, no one leaked it. Those who knew the route are all dead. Maybe it was an accident and they met some bandits. The official knelt on the ground and said in horror. Accident? Bandits? Sima Changkong stared. Naturally, he didn't believe that it was bandits. Bandits were similar to the bandits in the secular world. Robbing a few caravans was already the limit. How dare they challenge the authorities and rob them? Report, my lord. Bad news, bad news. He Shirkong, city lord, he committed suicide. Another official ran in panic. He Shirkong committed suicide? Sima Changkong's face darkened. Yes, yes. The official said nervously. Chapter 220. Silver Moon City. Xiaoya Mountain Manor. Gu Hai looked at the slip of paper that Long Wanqing gave him. This is... Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yan. When you fled with 1,000,000 copper men, we went to look for He Shirkong. He Shirkong refused to say anything. However, when Yun Mo used Gaochen State to bind him, he gave me a slip of paper in his panic, Long Wanqing explained. Huangfu Chaoga? Gu Hai looked at the name on the slip of paper. It should be the Mr. Huangfu we are looking for. In the past, he and He Shirkong often attended my mother's zither recitals. After my mother died, they did not come to mourn. Previously, you guessed that Mr. Huangfu and He Shirkong knew something, Long Wanqing said seriously. Huangfu Chaoga? You know each other? Gu Hai looked at the two in confusion. Venerable Lun Yan took a deep breath and nodded. Indeed. I did not expect this Mr. Huangfu to be him. To think that he came to Xiaoya's zither recitals. Ah. He must have taken a lot of risks by coming to the zither recitals. Do you know who Liang of Gojoseon is fighting at the front lines? Long Wanqing smiled bitterly. You mentioned it before. I think it's called the God Foothill Dynasty. Originally, this God Foothill Dynasty was a vassal of the Deqian Celestial Empire. However, it now broke its alliance with the Deqian Celestial Empire, betraying the Deqian Celestial Empire and forming an alliance with a rival dynasty of the Deqian Celestial Empire. The front lines are where the Liang of Gojoseon is attacking the God Foothill Dynasty? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Long Wanqing nodded and said, Indeed. Huangfu Chaoga is the master of the God Foothill Dynasty. 20 years ago, even though he allied with the Deqian Dynasty, he was not allowed to enter the Deqian Celestial Empire. Back then, he should have hidden his identity to attend my mother's zither recitals. Huangfu Chaoga, he knows how your mother died. Gu Hai frowned. Are you declaring war with the Deqian? Yes. Long Wanqing nodded. Then what are you worried about? Wasn't that a good thing? With a clue, can't we just go find him? Gu Hai said with a smile. Long Wanqing smiled bitterly, but he is now the enemy of the Deqian. It's not good for us to go. There's nothing wrong with that. Only the three of us know about this matter. Solemnly Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. The two nodded. Gu Hai, Hallmaster, Grandmaster. Mu Qinfeng rushed in from outside the hall. Everyone looked at Mu Qinfeng. Ever since Mu Qinfeng went all out to help Gu Hai break open the city gate, Gu Hai's attitude towards her improved a lot. He Shirkong is dead. I heard that he committed suicide at the city lord's residence. Mu Qinfeng explained. Oh, he's dead? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. Gu Hai and Venerable Lun Yan exchanged glances, and a sinister look flashed in their eyes. Also, I heard that bandits robbed the 1,000,000 bronze men that Sima Changkong sent to escort. Mu Qinfeng said with a frown. Bandits? Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. How bold. To be so unbridled and unrestrained? To think that they dared to openly rob the imperial court's escort? Venerable Lun Yan said with an unsightly expression. Who knows? Mu Qinfeng frowned. Alright, this is not something that we should worry about. The old Manor Lord's memorial service is about to start, right? Gu Hai asked. It should be about time. Mu Qinfeng nodded. Let's go and say our farewells to the old Manor Lord's corpse. We are indebted to him for taking care of us on this trip to Silver Moon City, Gu Hai said solemnly. Right? Everyone nodded. Outside Xiaoya Mountain Villa, Fairy Wan sat on an immortal crane. When she passed by Xiaoya Mountain Villa, she looked at the fog-shrouded floating island with a complicated expression. Gu Hai is there. Liar? Scoundrel? Benefactor? At this moment Fairy Wan's heart was in chaos. The insignificant person that she looked down on in the past made her feel helpless again and again, angering her to the point of vomiting blood several times. Furthermore, he made her the target of public condemnation. That feeling was unbearable. This was a person that she should have fought to the death. In the end, he was the one who saved her at the most crucial moment. At that time, no one could save him. Not even his own master could save him. But in that moment of despair, this swindler appeared. How could he not? How could this swindler appear? That was a kind of redemption that appeared in despair. Originally, it was a huge shock to her soul, but it was that liar? Humph, liar, I'm not done with you. Fairy Wan cursed with a complicated tone. Riding the immortal crane, they quickly flew towards the city gate. Not long after, they arrived at the city gate. Once out of the city gate, Fairy Wan took out a flying boat and sat in the driver's seat. She controlled the flying boat and flew towards the south. Silver Moon Mountain Villa. In the past, it was crowded with people and everyone wanted to visit the mountain gate but couldn't. Now, Silver Moon Mountain Villa was exceptionally desolate. Inside and outside the villa, it was cold and cheerless. Most of the disciples of the villa were in the main hall of the villa. The surroundings were covered with white cloth. In the main hall of the villa, Silver Moon Palace, was the mourning hall of the old Manor Lord. The old Manor Lord's corpse was placed in a coffin in the center of the mourning hall. Yun Mo wore mourning clothes and knelt in the center of the mourning hall, holding the items left behind by the old Manor Lord. He took one and reminisced for a while, then put it in a brazier and burned it, hoping to pass it to the old Manor Lord who had entered the netherworld. Yun Mo's eyes were red. The disciples of the old Manor Lord knelt around him. In the main hall there was a sense of sadness, but outside the main hall there was a lot of noise. It's all Yun Mo's fault. Otherwise, the old Manor Lord wouldn't have died without dignity. What's the use of Silver Moon Mountain Villa without the old Manor Lord? No one wants the Guqin of Silver Moon Mountain Villa now. I don't want to stay in Silver Moon Mountain Villa anymore. What's the point of staying? Bastard, the old Manor Lord just left and you're rebelling? The old Manor Lord said to listen to the young Manor Lord in the future. You're the bastard. What future do you have by following him? Now in Silver Moon City, no, in the entire Guqin circle, Yun Mo is hated by everyone. The disciples of the villa outside the door were divided into two factions, arguing. Yun Mo burned the remains of the old Manor Lord and sighed slightly. Stop arguing. The Manor Lord just passed away. Let him rest in peace. His voice spread outside the main hall. The two factions that were arguing suddenly stopped. Humph, what's the use of pretending to burn the remains of the Manor Lord? The Manor Lord's human soul has become Sima Changkong's tonic. Without the human soul, you can't see the mourning hall at all. Do you really think you can burn it to the netherworld? A disciple of the villa said sarcastically. Yun Mo took a deep breath and said, The Manor Lord just passed away. If anyone dares to gossip, don't blame me for being rude. The faces of the disciples of the villa darkened. When the Manor Lord is buried, it's up to you whether you want to leave or stay. When you first joined Silver Moon Mountain Villa, you signed a contract. Once you joined, you could never betray the villa. Otherwise, Silver Moon Mountain Villa would hunt you down for thousands of miles. That's because the forging method of Silver Moon Mountain Villa is a secret that can't be leaked. Do you think I don't know why you're arguing? I've tarnished the reputation of the villa. Do you want to take the Silver Moon forging method and start a new business? I'll go. I'll return the slave contract to you. Those who want to leave can leave. Those who want to stay can stay. There's only one thing. Before the Manor Lord is buried, behave yourself. Yun Mo said in a low voice. Young Manor Lord, you can't do that. If you do that, the forging method of Silver Moon Mountain Villa. A few disciples of the villa who were loyal to Yun Mo said anxiously. However, the eyes of some of the disciples who had their own thoughts lit up. The argument from before suddenly stopped. They had the method of Silver Moon Mountain Villa to forge their Guqin. Once they left Silver Moon Mountain Villa, they could start a new business wherever they went. Would Yunemo give them the slave contract? The morning hall finally looked like a morning hall. Yunemo felt slightly bitter. Young Manor Lord, Elite Hall Master Long Wanqing, Master Lun Yan, and Gu Hai have come to mourn the old Manor Lord. A disciple of the villa said respectfully. Oh. Yunemo was slightly surprised. He nodded and said, invite them in. Yes. Soon Gu Hai's group entered the hall. Although Long Wanqing was the elite hall master, she purposely let Gu Hai stand in the center. Master Lun Yan watched from the side but did not say anything. When Gu Hai's group entered the hall, they did not greet the crowd. Instead, they walked to the side and took out some incense sticks. Then they walked to the old Manor Lord's coffin and offered him one. Master Lun Yan and Long Wanqing also offered incense sticks to the old Manor Lord. After offering incense, the three bowed 3 times to the old Manor Lord. Many thanks, Mr. Good, Hall Master Long and Master Lun Yan. Yunemo stood up and bowed to the 3. These 3 were the first to come to pay respects to the old Manor Lord. Yunemo had to be grateful for this respect for the old Manor Lord. Young Manor Lord, please restrain your grief. Gu Hai sighed softly. Yunmo's eyes were still red as he nodded. I am indebted to the old Manor Lord for taking care of me in the past. Gu Hai has nothing to repay you with. Can I speak with young Manor Lord for a while outside the room? Gu Hai asked Gu Hai solemnly. Yunemo felt slightly suspicious but still nodded. The group walked out of the morning hall and sat down in a pavilion outside. Mr. Good, what can I do for you? Yunemo asked, feeling puzzled. Gu Hai still remembers young Manor Lord's promise to the old Manor Lord on Silver Moon Island. It is still fresh in his mind. Back then, when Gu Hai first entered Silver Moon City, he was interested in the first pavilion's piano. The piano I'm selling is just a perverted technique. If you want to shake the world's #1 piano pavilion, it's not something that can be done overnight. It was the old manor head who helped me. He added a new meaning to my canon. I can't do anything about the old Manor Lord's resignation. The only thing I can do now is to hope that young Manor Lord will not abandon the first pavilion on this street. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yunemo looked at Gu Hai, puzzled. The first pavilion on this street will open branches soon. With Silver Moon City as the center, we will spread to all the big cities in the world. Perhaps our expansion speed is slow, but our model makes it easy to set up chain stores. Please believe that the first pavilion on this street will spread to all the big cities in the world one day. Gu Hai said solemnly. So what? Yunemo looked at Gu Hai, puzzled. Most of the zither in the first pavilion on this street are foreign zither. There is no zither that belongs to us. Although foreign zither are good, my principles will never be controlled by others. Therefore, I hope that young Manor Lord can condescend and lead Silver Moon Villa to become the first pavilion on this street, specializing in zither. Gu Hai said solemnly. Specializing in zither? Haha, you want to swallow my Silver Moon Villa? Yunemo looked at Gu Hai coldly. No, your Silver Moon Villa will always be your Silver Moon Villa. I will not interfere. Don't worry. If there comes a day when you feel that the cooperation with me, Gu Hai, is not good, you can lead Silver Moon Villa away at any time. I will not stop you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yunemo frowned and looked at Gu Hai. I only need to provide you with zither. During the cooperation period, your Silver Moon Villa will only provide my zither. Your reputation is not important. I will find a way to slowly build momentum for you to return it. Everything will be fine. I need Silver Moon Villa to help me. I will try my best to fulfill your wish. Gu Hai said solemnly. My wish? Yunemo frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Yes, don't you want to make a zither for the old village master? The old village master may reincarnate, but you don't know who will be his reincarnation. But he may enter the first zither building on this street. Maybe he will see the zither from Silver Moon Villa in the special section of the zither building. Maybe he will inadvertently buy a zither made by you? Gu Hai persuaded. Yunmo's eyes suddenly turned red. As they looked at Gu Hai, they no longer showed that much hostility. Do you see the vitality of my zither building? I, Gu Hai, started out as a businessman. Please believe that I can open the biggest zither building in the world. I can let the chain stores spread to every corner of the world. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yunemo suddenly calmed down and said, You only have one zither building, but you have painted a big picture for me? Yes, but we at least have a goal, don't we? Now that you are making zither, you have not reached the peak. You need to grow, and so does my zither building, right? In the future, all the first zither buildings on this street will set up a special section for you. A special section for Silver Moon Villa. What do you think, young master? Gu Hai said solemnly. Ha 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 ha, Gu Hai, do you really think you can open such a huge chain store? Yun Mo looked at Gu Hai with uncertainty in his eyes. In the beginning, when no one believed that my zither building would become popular, the old village master believed in me, didn't he? Gu Hai said solemnly. Yun Mo's face stiffened. Indeed, in the beginning very few people thought highly of Gu Hai, but the old village master asked him to personally send a qualification card to Gu Hai as an encouragement. Young master, how about we set a limit of 50 years? Let's make a contract. My zither building will do its best to promote your zither, and you will do your best to make zither for my zither building. The zither building and Silver Moon Villa will take half of the sales. The zither building will take half of the sales. 50 years will pass in the blink of an eye. After 50 years, if you don't like my zither building, we can terminate the contract at any time. What do you think? Gu Hai said solemnly. Yun Mo was silent. Previously, the disciples of the villa were arguing because the outside world despised Silver Moon Villa. Many zither merchants didn't even want Silver Moon Villa's zither anymore. Only Gu Hai valued it so much. Now, Silver Moon Villa was even more unstable internally. It was in a state of disunity. 50 years? Okay, I hope that Mr. Good won't disappoint me. Yun Mo said with certainty. Gu Hai smiled and nodded. Village Master Yun, don't worry. I, Gu Hai, am a man of my word. But what? Yun Mo frowned. But I hope that Village Master Yun will strive for perfection in the future. I hope that every zither you make will be better than the previous one. Gu Hai said solemnly. How is that possible? Do you know how to make zither? Who can guarantee this? Yun Mo frowned. Village Master Yun, we will do our best to promote your zither. So, the zither you make will be known to the greatest extent to everyone. Every zither you make may be seen by the reincarnation of the old village master. No, even if one zither is seen by the reincarnation of the old village master, it will be enough. Maybe one of your zither will be bought by the old village master. I hope that you will do your best to make a zither for the old village master. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yun Mo's expression turned serious. He clenched his fists and nodded. I will. From now on, every zither I make will be the result of my heart and soul. Then it's settled. Gu Hai cupped his fists and bowed. Didn't you say to sign a 50-year contract? Yun Mo was slightly stunned. Gu Hai shook his head and smiled. No need. Village Master Yun has already promised me. Why do I need to sign a paper contract? It's settled. You're not afraid that I will go back on my word? Yun Mo frowned. I believe in my judgment. If it was the old village master, would he go back on his word? Gu Hai smiled. Of course not, but even if the person taught by the old village master is bad, it won't be too bad. I believe in the old village master's reputation, I believe in the Silver Moon Villa's reputation, and I believe in Village Master Yun's reputation. Everything is enough. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yun Mo looked at Gu Hai, stood up and bowed to Gu Hai again. Chapter 221. Gu Hai was the first to go to Silver Moon Villa to mourn for the old village master. Mo Yike brought young master and to burn a stick of incense for the old village master's body. After that, Mo Yike brought young master and to chat with Yun Mo for a while. Soon the two left Silver Moon Villa. Who does he think he is? Mr. Mo, this time you and I are representing my grandfather to invite him, but he actually rejected it? No one wants the Guqin of Silver Moon Villa anymore. I heard that Silver Moon Villa is in a mess, and many disciples are leaving. Young master complained. Too slow? Exclusive? This Gu Hai is really good. Mr. Mo smiled. Mr. Mo, why do you care about Silver Moon Villa? Without the old village master, Silver Moon Villa is just an ordinary Guqin-making family. Young master frowned. Ordinary? Stupid. Mr. Mo shook his head. Oh. When the old village master took over Silver Moon Villa, he was not as good as he is now. But in the end, didn't Silver Moon Villa gain the respect of the world? Even your grandfather and Daqianxing were very polite when they met the old village master. Before the old manor lord died, he said more than once that Yun Mo's talent in zither crafting was even higher than his own. More importantly, he's Mr. Silver Moon's descendant. Mr. Mo shook his head. But Yun Mo is still not very impressive now. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe the old village master was flattering him on purpose? Flattering him on purpose? Why do you think your grandfather and Daqianxing respected the old village master so much? Why do you think the old village master kowtowed to you and begged for forgiveness before he died? Mr. Emo sneered. Because of the old village master's integrity. Sighed. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. You've gone astray. Mr. Emo sighed. Young master and felt uncomfortable. Xiaoya Villa. After Gu Hai returned from the old manor lord's memorial service, he started making arrangements. Shangguan Hen, Mu Chenfeng has already agreed to leave 2,000 Wood Branch disciples under your command to guard the first zither pavilion on this street. You don't have to worry about business. I've already informed the officials that you'll be in charge of Silver Moon City's properties for the time being. Gu Hai said to Shangguan Hen. I just swallowed the snake head, so I need some time to fuse with it. Your Majesty, take care. Shangguan Hen nodded. I'm guessing that Gu Qin should have received the first batch of news from 9-5 Island. Here are the 3 imperial decrees that I wrote. When the time comes, pass them to the people who come and bring them back to Gu Qin. Gu Hai said as he handed over the 3 imperial decrees. Yes. Shangguan Hen nodded. Give this imperial edict to the messenger. Gu Hai took out another imperial edict. The messenger? Shangguan Hen paused for a moment. That's right. You'll know when the time comes. Some people can't stand loneliness. It's good to give them a warning from time to time. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. Shangguan Hen nodded in confusion. In that case, we'll be leaving immediately. Time waits for no one. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. You'll know soon enough. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. After some more instructions, Gu Hai, Gao Chen, Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yan, and Mu Chenfeng led 1,000 Wood Branch disciples and left Xiaoya Villa in a hurry. The second day after Gu Hai left, someone came to visit again. I am Mr. Mo Yike's servant. My master has already set up a banquet and invites Mr. Good to the banquet. I am Sima Changkong's servant. My master has already set up a banquet and invites Mr. Good to the banquet. The 2 messengers respectfully handed over an invitation card. They came almost at the same time. When they handed over the invitation card, they looked at each other coldly as if they were competing with each other. Then they were extremely polite to Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen looked at the 2 of them with a bitter smile and said, I might have made the 2 of you come in vain. Mr. Good left Silver Moon City yesterday. What? The 2 of them were slightly stunned. That's the case. I dare not hide it from you. Thank you for your kindness. Please send a gift to Mr. Mo and Mr. Sima on my behalf. Shangguan Hen said with a bitter smile. On the vast sea, a flying boat was flying at high speed. On the flying boat stood a group of officials in embroidered robes. The one in the lead was the commander of the embroidered uniform guards of the Han Dynasty, Montes. Sir, we will reach Silver Moon City soon, right? It took me a few years to get to Silver Moon City. I didn't expect the flying boat to be so fast. We will be there in less than a month. A subordinate said respectfully. Don't worry about the boat. Don't disturb me without my orders. Montes said in a deep voice. Yes. The subordinate immediately retreated. With a flip of his hand, Montes took out a letter sealed with wax. Looking at the letter, Montes was silent for a while. Finally, he reached out his hand to warm the wax slightly and opened the letter. Sir, this is from the Crown Prince to the Emperor, right? The subordinate who had retreated earlier asked in surprise. Montes glanced at him coldly. The subordinate immediately shut up. Montes gently opened the letter and read it. Father, these are the memorials that I am unable to approve. I asked Montes to send them to the Emperor for approval. Secondly, I recently discovered that Montes has been in contact with the leaders of the Outer Islands. He may have the intention to leave the Dahan and start a new life. I am afraid that my analysis may be wrong, so I asked Montes to send the letter to you for you to decide. Reading the letter, Montes's eyelids twitched wildly. Gu, the Emperor is smart, but isn't the Crown Prince too smart? I am investigating the officials, but the Crown Prince actually sent someone to spy on me? Montes's expression was gloomy. He carefully put the letter back into the envelope, and once again warmed it with wax before putting it away. Sir, Silver Moon City is in front. A subordinate shouted. Montes nodded, but his expression was still gloomy. A few months ago the Emperor brought a group of people here. I don't know what kind of shop they set up. I don't know how long it will take to find them. Montes frowned slightly. Yes, I heard that there are 100 million people in Silver Moon City. If we want to find the Emperor, it will be like finding a needle in a haystack. A subordinate said worriedly. We'll take our time to find him. Montes said in a deep voice. The airship stopped outside Silver Moon City. The group of embroidered uniform guards widened their eyes at the towering city walls. Among the embroidered uniform guards, some were innate realm cultivators recruited by the Thousand Islands Sea, while others were just ordinary people. Even the cultivators of the Thousand Islands Sea rarely saw such a huge city wall. What a magnificent city wall! Is that a city tower? It seems to have collapsed. Those cultivators are rebuilding the city tower? Are those all array masters? Do they have to set up an array for every cornerstone of the city? How much money will it cost? Yes, my royal casino might not be able to repair this city tower after a few months of business, right? The group of embroidered uniform guards was shocked. Beside them, a man named the owner of the crane carriage laughed and said, "You are all outsiders, right? The construction of the city walls was personally funded by Master Gu. The citizens of the city did not have to spend a single cent." Master Gu? Is he very rich? A embroidered uniform guard asked curiously. Of course Master Gu is rich. I heard that it costs 3 million upper-grade spiritual stones to rebuild the city. When Master Gu paid for it, he didn't even bat an eyelid. The owner of the crane carriage laughed. 3 million upper-grade spiritual stones? Montez was shocked. The royal casino seemed to have earned that much in a few months. No, it didn't seem to be enough. Master Gu was too rich, wasn't he? Why did Master Gu want to rebuild the city tower? Master Gu destroyed it himself. Naturally, Master Gu repaired it himself. I heard that even the peak cultivators of the Yuanying state couldn't break this city tower. Master Gu should be very strong, right? Of course he is. Master Gu's Guqin Dao is unparalleled. Master Gu who cultivates Guqin Dao? Montez was puzzled. By the way, who are you looking for? The owner of the crane carriage was puzzled. We are looking for, I don't know how to say it. Montez frowned. Just say it. There should be a name, right? The owner of the crane carriage was puzzled. It's called Guhai. Oh, that's right. I'm talking about people. You definitely don't know. There are 100 million people in this city. I think there's also a place called Xiaoya Mountain Villa. Have you heard of it? Even if Xiaoya Mountain Villa was famous, there were 100 million people in this city. It shouldn't be obvious. Forget it. If you can't find him, introduce us to an inn first. We will look for him slowly. Montez frowned. The owner of the crane carriage looked at the crowd in puzzlement. You are looking for Guhai? The water division leader of the elite hall, Guhai? The embroidered uniform guards' faces stiffened. How did you know? Yes. Montez said blankly. Are you really looking for Master Gu? How are you related to Master Gu? The owner of the crane carriage raised his eyebrows. Master Gu? The Master Gu that was mentioned earlier? 3 million upper-rank spirit stones just like that? It can't be. I remember that the Emperor didn't bring so much money to Silver Moon City. Furthermore, even if he did, he wouldn't have so much money. How are you related to Guhai? The owner of the crane carriage asked in a deep voice. The embroidered uniform guards were slightly worried. Why is the owner of the crane carriage so gloomy? Also, the gazes of the people around them turned hostile. We are the servants of Guhai's family. We just came from outside to look for the master, Montez said with a frown. Master Gu's family? The owner's gloomy face immediately smiled. Master Gu's family. Come. Sit on my crane carriage. I will send you there for free. Sit on mine, free. Scram. I invited them first. Everyone please sit. Please get on the carriage. The owners of the crane carriage immediately invited them politely. The embroidered uniform guards were dumbfounded by this scene. Is my master very famous? Montez asked blankly. What a joke. Who in Silver Moon City doesn't know Master Gu? If Master Gu wants to be the city lord, we will all raise both hands in agreement. The owner of the crane carriage said excitedly. City lord? Montez said blankly. Yes. If Master Gu wants to be the city lord, everyone in the city can join hands and plead with His Holiness. The owner of the crane carriage said excitedly. A group of crane carriages drove the confused embroidered uniform guards into the city. At the city gate, the guards were about to register and check. However, when they heard that Guhai's family had come to visit, they immediately smiled and sent the embroidered uniform guards into the city. The last time I came to Silver Moon City, those guards checked for half a day and spent a lot of spirit stones to enter the city. A embroidered uniform guard said with a frown. Are you kidding? You dare to extort Master Gu's family? Send the portrait to me later. I will send it to the city's security system and find that guard. The owner of the crane carriage said angrily. You have such great authority? Montez said in surprise. Great authority, my ass. Master Gu has such great authority? The owner of the crane carriage shook his head. Montez. Along the way, the embroidered uniform guards kept asking the owner of the crane carriage about Gu Hai. The owner talked about Gu Hai with great enthusiasm. It was like a legend, causing the embroidered uniform guards to cry out in surprise and excitement. That's the emperor, our emperor. Montez's expression became more and more complicated as he listened. He reached out and took out another letter. Montez opened it gently. Chapter 222. Montez stayed in Silver Moon City for 3 days. He met with Shangguan Hen and the officials who were busy at the Zither Tower. After a tour of Silver Moon City, he hurriedly returned with 4 imperial edicts. On the sea. My lord, why is the imperial edict that the emperor gave you a warning? An embroidered uniform guard looked at Montez worriedly. Montez looked at the sparkling sea and smiled bitterly. He shook his head and said, the emperor has seen through my thoughts. He knows what I'm thinking even without seeing me. This is the last warning he's giving me. Alright, let's not talk nonsense. I've already left a group of embroidered uniform guards in Silver Moon City. We just need to do our jobs well. The emperor has already given us great power. If we don't cherish it, we'll be asking for too much. Montez said in a deep voice. Yes. The airship flew on the sea. After half a month, they finally arrived at the Thousand Islands Sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When they passed by an island, 3 figures suddenly flew into the sky and stopped Montez. Mr. Meng, you're finally back. The casino that our 6 islands agreed upon is almost complete. A man in a long robe laughed. Montez looked at him coldly. Don't worry, Mr. Meng. Our casino is bigger and more magnificent than Gu Hai's. We're just waiting for Mr. Meng to bring the Dahan officials who are going to join us. Another man laughed. Montez smiled coldly and said, Hee everyone, you've bribed the people in charge of the Royal Casino in Dahan. I've locked them up. You want me to bring them along to join you? Ah. What? With Mr. Meng's power it should be easy, right? Don't even think about it. Those people betrayed the country, which is a capital crime. When I return, I'll execute them immediately. Montez said coldly. What? Mr. Meng, what do you mean? Didn't we agree? You still want to follow Gu Hai? What does Gu Hai have? It's just the Han dynasty. How can it compare to the alliance of our 6 islands? Ridiculous. Montez sneered and waved his hand. Swish. The flying ship ignored the 3 and continued flying in the direction of 9-5 Island. Montez, you'll regret this. The 3 of them roared as they watched the flying boat leave. Montez stood at the railing of the deck and coldly glanced at the 3 people in the distance. Regret? If I follow you, I will regret it in the future. Montez snorted and turned his head, ignoring the 3 clowns. From the Han Dynasty to Silver Moon City, Montez finally recognized a fact. The Han Dynasty was rising with Gu Hai. Below 1 person, above tens of thousands. If they followed Gu Hai, their status would only rise with the tide. He only had a few tricks up his sleeve. In terms of the overall situation, he was indeed far behind Gu Hai. Right now, the only thing he could do was not to have any tricks up his sleeve. Instead, he had to do his job well and protect his rights. After we return, expand the recruitment of the embroidered uniform guards. Increase the number of patrols in 9-5 island cities. Montez said. Yes. Silver Moon City, Mr. Mo, when are we going to the front lines? How much longer do we have to wait? Young Master frowned as he looked at Mo Yike, who was playing Go by himself. Mr. Mo, the war at the front lines is ongoing. There is nothing important here. Why do you want to remain in Silver Moon City? Jiang Tianyi asked curiously. However, Mo Yike remained in Silver Moon City. Even though he had nothing to do every day, he still waited quietly. Finally, another 3 days passed. Report. The scouts of the Thousand Islands Sea have returned. A subordinate rushed into the hall. Mo Yike's eyes suddenly lit up as he tossed away the ghost stone in his hand. Let's go. We will return to the front lines and meet up with the prince. Mo Yike said with a smile. Yes. Young Master was at a loss. The group quickly left Silver Moon City. After they left Silver Moon City, they boarded the flying ship. Mo Yike immediately shouted, Where is the information? Quick, give it to me. Yes. A few dusty subordinates walked forward and handed over a thick stack of information. That's all? Mo Yike said with a frown. Sir, we have already done our best. Furthermore, this is already a lot. It is more than what we have collected in the past. The subordinate said bitterly. All right. Go and receive your reward. Rest for a while and freshen up. After I finish reading the information, come back and explain it to me. Mo Yike said in a deep voice. Yes. The subordinates immediately left. Young Master and looked curiously at the thick stack of information in front of Mo Yike. The words, Gu Hai's resume, were written on the cover of the information. Did Mr. Mo ask someone to investigate Gu Hai's background? Young Master and exclaimed in shock. However, Mr. Mo ignored her and started reading on his own. The information was very detailed. Mr. Mo became engrossed as he read. At the same time, at Silvermoon City Lord's residence, a stack of Gu Hai's information was placed in front of Sima Changkong. The god of war Gu Hai? He appeared at the age of 30 and led an army to conquer the world the moment he was born? That group of trash. We asked them to look for talents. This Gu Hai is enough to enter our sights. How could we ignore such a talent? Give up his position and go into business? The richest man in the 6 nations? Becoming the richest man in the 6 nations in such a short time was not something an ordinary person could do. The development was too fast. This was not the richest man in the 6 nations. This was the 7th nation. The hidden 7th nation of the 6 nations? He was born with talent but could not enter an immortal sect? Are the sect masters of 9-5 Island all idiots? Such a talent, such a wise person. Did they not like him? Cultivated external techniques and reached the perfected postnatal realm? In a barren mortal world without any spirit fruits, he could cultivate to the peak of the postnatal realm. There's a cultivation technique here. This is it? This lousy cultivation technique can be cultivated to the peak of the postnatal realm? What strong willpower. On the flying boat, Mo Yike was also looking at the information in his hands. If it wasn't for Long Wanching's sudden impulse, such a great talent would have been buried in the bitter cold ruins. There's a separate plan to destroy the song? Mo Yike flipped through the plan to destroy the song. As he flipped through the plan to destroy the song, Mo Yike's eyes were no longer filled with admiration. Instead, his eyelids were twitching wildly. Mo Yike sucked in a cold breath. Mr. Mo, what information is it? Why are you so surprised? Young Master asked in surprise. Mo Yike looked through it carefully again. Then he handed the plan to young Masterin. He closed his eyes and started to deduce the process of the plan to destroy the song in his mind. This plan to destroy the song was not the most comprehensive, but it did not stop Mo Yike from completing it. All kinds of information gathered. Mr. Mo continued to deduce and complete the plan to destroy the song in his mind. Although his eyes were closed, great waves of shock surged in his heart. At the same time, Sima Changkong was doing the same thing in the Silvermoon City Lord's mansion. Although his eyes were closed, one could see that his eyeballs were constantly moving. He frowned deeply and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Whoosh! Sima Changkong opened his eyes. Amazing. Amazing plan to destroy the song. What a terrifying plan to destroy the song. Dozens of plans were set up at the same time. They incited the hearts of the people, manipulated the hearts of the people, killed the hearts of the soldiers, killed the hearts of the people, killed the hearts of the officials and killed the hearts of the emperor. He destroyed a country so easily. This Gu Hai is a terrifying person. Sima Changkong's eyes flashed with shock. His evaluation of Gu Hai increased again and again. On the flying boat. Whoosh! Mo Yike opened his eyes in shock. It's nothing. Isn't it just a mortal country? What's the point of putting in so much effort? It's not that amazing. Young Masterin looked at the plan to destroy the song in disdain. Mo Yike looked at young Masterin in a daze. He opened his mouth for a long time but did not know what to say. Mr. Mo, I'm right? Why do you have such an expression? Young Masterin asked curiously. You're hopeless. Mr. Mo said, shaking his head. Young Masterin was slightly taken aback. Mr. Mo snatched the song extermination plan from young Master An's hands and began to carefully read it again. Solemnly after a while he carefully put it aside. Young Masterin looked at Mr. Mo speechlessly. Was it that important? Mr. Mo ignored young Master and continued to look at Gu Hai's resume. Everything was shocking. The 9th young Master? Mr. Mo raised an eyebrow. The 28 line in Earth formation? The 29 line in Earth chess game? Old man Guanxi? Mr. Mo's eyes became more and more serious. Young Masterin looked at Mr. Mo from the side. Seeing that Mr. Mo was ignoring him, he was also worried. After thinking about it, he said in a flattering tone, Mr. Mo, although Gu Hai is capable, he's definitely not as good as you. Mr. Mo ignored him. Seeing that Mr. Mo ignored him, young master and said carefully again, I was accidentally tricked by Gu Hai, so I played chess with Gu Hai in Silver Moon City. Gu Hai is good at chess, but he's definitely not as good as Mr. Mo. You have to know that Mr. Mo played the 29-line in Earth chess game with the 9th young master. Although they didn't finish the game, to be able to get the 9th young master's approval, the 29-line in Earth chess game is not something that Gu Hai can look up to. At that time, if you didn't stop him, you would have played chess with Gu Hai. Slap. Mr. Mo threw a stack of documents at young master and, look at it yourself. Young master An's face stiffened slightly. He picked up the documents and looked at them. As he looked, his face stiffened. That's impossible, right? Gu Hai solved the 29-line in Earth chess game? Young master An's face darkened. Silver Moon City's mayor's mansion. What about Gu Hai's information before he was 30 years old? What about Gu Hai's family? What kind of education did he come into contact with before he was 30 years old? Why is there only information about Gu Hai after he was 30 years old? Sima Changkong looked at the people in front of him. On the flying boat, Mo Yike asked the same question. What do you mean there's nothing? Mo Yike glared at the subordinates in front of him who had freshened up. There's nothing, sir. Gu Hai seemed to have popped out of a crack in a rock. This time, we specifically looked for information everywhere, but there was no trace of Gu Hai before he was 30 years old. A subordinate said bitterly. Useless. This is the Gu Hai's resume that you were talking about? Mr. Mo said coldly. Sir, we've tried our best, the subordinate said bitterly. You're dismissed. Mr. Mo suppressed his anger and said. The subordinates left. Young master and looked at Mr. Mo and said, Sir, you don't have to be so angry. That Gu Hai is just a little smarter. He only knows how to play chess. Grandpa also has many strategists like that. Mr. Mo stared at young master and with wide eyes. Huh. Mr. Mo, why are you looking at me like that? Young master and was worried. Does the Lord have many strategists like that? Huh. Mr. Mo shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't have the strength to refute young master and. Chapter 223. On the White Cloud flying ship. After traveling for more than half a month, the flying ship arrived at Ying Province's border, the border of the war. Hallmaster, we should be arriving at the battlefield soon, right? I heard that Huangfu Chaoga moved the capital to the border for the sake of the war. He is fighting the Luyang of Gojoseon's army at the border, Mu Chenfeng said as she looked into the distance. Over there. I heard it. There is a huge battle over there. It seems very ferocious. Gao-chen immediately called out from the side. Oh, head over there. Long Wanqing instructed the few people driving the flying ship. Not far away, Gu Hai sat before a desk on the deck, a large pile of documents before him. Whoosh. Gu Hai put down the book in his hand. Gu Hai, you are really good. To think that you finished reading all that information. Mu Chenfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, This is all the information on the God Foothill dynasty that I gathered a few days ago. I had no choice but to read it. I needed to understand it a little, even though 99% of this information is useless. Venerable Lu Nian smiled and said, Mr. Good's success is not only due to his intelligence but also his hard work. Did you notice anything? Long Wanqing asked, feeling curious. Gu Hai nodded and said, Based on this information, the God Foothill dynasty has always been very close to the Deqian Celestial Empire. Even the citizens of the God Foothill dynasty yearned for the Deqian Celestial Empire. Venerable Lu Nian revealed some surprise. The citizens yearned for the Deqian Celestial Empire? How can that be? Shouldn't the sovereign of a nation advertise to the citizens to repel other nations and maintain their independence? Long Wanqing asked, feeling curious. This Huangfu Chaoga did not do that. He is indeed very close to the Deqian Celestial Empire. Furthermore, this Huangfu Chaoga does not seem like a sovereign at all, Gu Hai said with a frown. Oh, what do you mean? Long Wanqing was puzzled. This Huangfu Chaoga is a very sentimental person. She can eat and enjoy with the people. She often visits the people in plain clothes and even sings and dances with the people. We have hunted together with the common people, and we have never invaded other countries. We often hold competitions to share the fun with the common people. Gu Hai explained. This isn't something a monarch should do, right? Long Wanqing frowned. That's right. But it is this kind of monarch that the people love and respect. As long as there are invaders, the people don't need to conscript. They will defend this happy country of the Xinlu dynasty on their own accord. Therefore, although the people yearn for the prosperity of the Deqian Celestial Empire, no one will ever betray the country because they have a very amiable ruler, Gu Hai explained. Everyone was slightly puzzled. Secondly, Huangfu Chaoga is still single. Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Still single? That's impossible. He is a monarch. Mu Qinfeng exclaimed in shock. That is the truth. He didn't hide it from his people. He said that he loved a woman, so he established the divine Foothill Imperial Court. It wasn't for the sake of conquering the world, but rather to prove himself to the woman he loved, to prove himself worthy of her. Indeed, he is a sentimental person. Long Wanqing nodded in confusion. To think that I did not know about this secret. To think that you managed to figure it out from the information? Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly. Mr. has seen Huangfu Chaoga before? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen nodded and said, perhaps the woman that Huangfu Chaoga wants to pursue is Long Xiaoya. Long Wanqing said in shock. Actually, I am rather curious as well. What kind of peerless beauty was your mother? How many people worried about her? Even Venerable Lun Yen gave up on love for her, Gu Hai said, feeling curious. Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly and shook his head, not explaining. Mu Qinfeng, who was at the side, shook her head and said, you don't understand. Although the old hall master was not the most beautiful woman, she had something that attracted us. She always radiated vitality, moving people's hearts. How unfortunate. Venerable, do you know who my father is? Long Wanqing suddenly frowned as she looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen felt slightly stunned, remaining silent for a while. Venerable, you were unwilling to say in the past. Do you know? Long Wanqing asked in anticipation. Indeed. Venerable Lun Yen, who is that man? He is really a jerk. The old hall master has been dead for 20 years, but there is no news of him at all. We know that the old hall master has always had someone in her heart. However, who is that person? The old hall master gave birth to 2 daughters for him, but where is he? Where did he go to hide? It has been 20 years. The old hall master has been dead for 20 years, but he has not shown himself, Mu Qinfeng said with a frown. Venerable Lun Yen remained silent for a while. Finally, he smiled bitterly and said, I promised Long Xiaoya not to mention him. Sorry, I can't say. However, I just want to know who he is. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Hall master, sorry. Perhaps the truth will come out one day. However, I promised Long Xiaoya. I can go back on my word to anyone, but I absolutely will not go back on my word to her. I promised her to take care of you, so I have been following you all these years. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head stubbornly. Long Wanqing felt bitter. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. The flying ship suddenly stopped and everyone's figures swayed. A huge black dragon suddenly appeared in front of the flying ship. This black dragon had only one eye and a sin tattoo on its forehead. It was a sin dragon. Who is it? Scram back. The one-eyed black dragon suddenly shouted coldly. With this cold shout, a vast aura spread out, suppressing everyone and causing their expressions to change. Fong? Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed as he waved his hand. Buzz. 18 Buddhist prayer beads suddenly flew out and surrounded the flying ship, blocking the Sin Dragon's vast aura. Oh, it's Venerable Lun Yen? The one-eyed black dragon said coldly. Fong? The Sin Dragon, Ghostface uncle? Mu Qinfeng's expression changed as she looked at Gu Hai. Ghostface uncle? Gu Hai felt slightly startled. Wasn't Ghostface the greatest Sin Dragon that Xiao Qin killed in the Silver Moon Sea not long ago? This was Ghostface uncle? Elite Hall Master? Long Wanqing? Fong looked at everyone coldly. Why are you blocking our way? Long Wanqing asked while glaring. This is a war zone, a strategic location. You are not allowed to barge in. If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being impolite. Fong said coldly. Fong roared and the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed color. Dark clouds covered the sky, and an intense murderous aura surged over. Roar! Roar! Dragon roars came from all directions in the distant horizon. Clearly it was not just Fong. A large number of Sin Dragons had sealed off this area. If there were any trespassers, the Sin Dragons would definitely attack. Let's go. Long Wanqing said while glaring. Whoosh. The flying ship circled around Fang and retreated. Fang watched coldly as the flying ship left. Then, it slowly descended to a large mountain below and coldly eyed the trespassers. Gaochen, you have sharp ears. Is there a way to spare these Sin Dragons? Long Wanqing looked at Gaochen. Gaochen's eyes suddenly lit up. There is but what? Long Wanqing asked, feeling confused. Just listen to me sing a song. That's enough. Oh, I can lead the way first. You fly while I sing. When I'm done, just give me a round of applause. Gaochen said excitedly. Okay. Long Wanqing agreed without thinking. Don't. Gu Hai suddenly exclaimed. However, Gu Hai's shout was too late. Long Wanqing had already agreed. What's wrong? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai blankly. Gu Hai's expression stiffened, and he looked at Gaochen. Master, it's the hall leader who agreed. Don't stop it. The hall leader is a man of his word. You won't let the hall leader go back on his words, right? Besides, it's just a song and I can finish it quickly. I sing so well. You don't like it, but it doesn't mean others don't like it. Everyone has a different appreciation level. Gaochen exclaimed. Gu Hai, what's wrong? Long Wanqing asked again. Sup. Master won't sing for me? Gaochen immediately said, feeling wronged. Sing then. Sing. Gu Hai showed a look of disdain. That's great. Gaochen immediately smiled. While everyone still showed confused expressions, Gaochen immediately pointed in a direction for the person driving the flying ship. Everyone listen up. Next, the god of song Gaochen will dedicate a song called Little Radish to all of you. Gaochen said excitedly. Little Radish? Long Wanqing and the others revealed confused expressions. Ding, ding, ding. Gaochen waved his hand, and the sound of a zither rang out in the air. The zither sound was extremely beautiful. When Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yen heard it, they nodded. This was indeed a heaven-ranked zither. This music was definitely pleasing to the eye and refreshing to the heart. Everyone slowly became infatuated with the music. Only Gu Hai covered his face, not daring to continue watching. Just at this moment, Gaochen's voice rang out. I am a little radish, everyone wants to kiss me, The moment Gaochen spoke, the flying ship suddenly shook. Nearly everyone suddenly felt their bodies tremble as if a sword had pierced their hearts. A déjà vu of heavenly thunder surged into their hearts. With every line Gaochen sang, everyone felt goosebumps rise all over their bodies. It was not that Xiao Qin sang well, but that his singing was terrible. Not only were the lyrics shocking, but even the tune Gaochen sang was tone-deaf. Xiao Qin's shout nearly took everyone's lives. The crowd, who had been intoxicated by the zither music earlier, woke up at the same time due to the huge contrast. They looked at the North Star with a look of despair on their faces. I am a little radish, everyone wants to kiss me, Everyone was on the verge of breaking down. However, Gaochen sang with incomparable infatuation. He squinted his charming eyes as he held his left hand over his heart and waved his right hand affectionately. Clearly, he was so intoxicated that he could not extricate himself. This fellow is a heaven-ranked zither? Everyone felt their scalps go numb as they looked at Gaochen. This was not a problem of how unpleasant it sounded. Instead, the song provoked a sense of disgust. Everyone used their magic energy to block their ears. However, they could not block this demonic sound at all. The demonic sound filled their minds. Even if they blocked their ears, they could still hear it. It was too unpleasant. However, they had just promised Gaochen that they would listen to it and applaud. Long Wanqing's expression froze as she continuously retreated. Her head felt dizzy. Venerable Lun Yen pressed his palms together. Cold sweat continuously covered his bald head as he chanted, Amateus Buddha. At the same time he recited Buddhist scriptures over and over again. Mu Qinfeng circulated all her magic energy to block her ears. However, she could not block the demonic sound at all. Gaochen's voice was like a lingering spirit. No matter how much magic energy she used to block her ears, it still entered her ears. Pfft. Suddenly, 2 streams of blood flowed out of Mu Qinfeng's ears. She had used too much magic energy and hurt her ears. The other wood-helmed disciples had already hidden at the other end of the ship in horror. They all felt incredibly horrified. At this moment, the flying ship swayed. The few people operating the flying ship were on the verge of breaking down. The flying ship looked like it would fall at any moment. I am a little radish. big and long. Everyone wants to kiss me. Gauchen narrowed his charming eyes as he held his chest with both hands, singing in an intoxicated manner. Bang! Suddenly, Gu Hai kicked Gauchen to the ground. Then the singing finally stopped. The entire world finally fell silent. The intoxicated Gauchen showed a confused expression when he was suddenly kicked to the ground. Good kick. The elite hall disciples in the distance all looked at Gu Hai gratefully. Master, why did you interrupt me again? Gauchen looked at Gu Hai innocently. Look, what did you do to them? Mu Qinfeng is bleeding from her 7 orifices, Gu Hai said with a sullen expression. Venerable Lu Nian pressed his palms together at the side as he muttered, Heart demon. Heart demon. How sinful. Emiteus Buddha. Chapter 224. Mu Qinfeng wiped the blood from her eyes and ears. Then she looked at Gauchen in horror. Long Wanqing slowly regained her senses. Venerable Lu Nian wiped the cold sweat off his bald head. What is this song? Long Wanqing looked at Gauchen in horror. This is a song that I created myself. It is called Little Radish, Gauchen immediately said excitedly. Long Wanqing. What I want to ask is, what is this song that you are singing? I don't want to ask you about the name of the song. This is not right. There has never been a song that can make me lose my composure like this. This is not just a song, right? Venerable Lu Nian looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Venerable Lu Nian, are you praising me? I also feel that my song is different from others, Gauchen interjected at the right time. Venerable Lu Nian. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. Perhaps his song has an attribute of being unpleasant to listen to. Master, you don't like it because you don't know how to appreciate it. Gauchen immediately retorted angrily. After Mu Qinfeng wiped the blood from her eyes and ears, she looked at Gauchen in disdain. Gu Hai, in any case you can control its emotions. Why don't you erase its consciousness and reshape it? Mu Qinfeng, you are a jerk. I sang for you out of goodwill and you want to harm me? Gauchen glared angrily. However, Gu Hai shook his head and said, there is no need. Although it is unpleasant to listen to, it is still fine. Perhaps I will need this song at some point in time. Master, you understand me the best. I have decided. I will sing a song for you every day in the future. Gauchen immediately said, feeling moved. Gu Hai's expression darkened as he said, if you dare to sing for me again, I will immediately reshape your consciousness. Gauchen. You are not allowed to sing for us in the future. Long Wanqing shouted. Everyone nodded in agreement. Gauchen was speechless. Good songs are common, but it's hard to find a soulmate. That day when you went to mourn the old manor lord, you didn't say that you would bring me along. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. Fortunately, I didn't bring you along. What? You don't understand my songs, but the old manor lord definitely understands them. It's a pity that the old manor lord is no longer around. I originally wanted to go to his memorial service to send his body off and sing a song that I specially composed for him. Gauchen said gloomily. Everyone was speechless. Fortunately, I didn't bring you along. Long Wanqing sighed slightly. During the old manor master's memorial service, Yun Imo and the others had cried so hard that their tears had dried up. The entire hall was filled with grief. What if Gauchen suddenly shouted Little Radish? That scene was too beautiful and no one dared to imagine it. Gu Hai. Fortunately, you did not bring him along back then. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. Gu Hai nodded. That's right. Gauchen went astray. Gauchen had a gloomy expression as he walked to the side and cursed everyone. The flying ship flew in a large circle according to the direction that Gauchen had pointed out, and finally arrived at the edge of a battlefield in the distance. This was a huge battlefield that spanned from north to south. To the south of the battlefield was a huge city that was slightly larger than Silver Moon City. In the sky above the city, there was surging yellow fate. It was like a golden sea that covered the entire sky above the city. Is that providence? So much? Gu Hai said in shock. Compared to the providence before them, the Han dynasty's providence was pitifully small. The providence above the Han dynasty was like 2 wisps of smoke. However, there was a sea of clouds before them. It surged like the sea. Since the God Foothill dynasty moved its capital, this is the new capital, God Foothill City. This is the God Foothill dynasty's providence. The God Foothill dynasty's citizens are indeed very supportive of the dynasty. Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed. The providence enveloped God Foothill City. The north city gate opened and a large number of soldiers rushed out of the city to fight. At this moment, a man wearing a dragon robe stood on the city gate tower. He held the railing and looked coldly at the distant north. Is that Huangfu Chaoga? Long Wanqing's eyes lit up. Is this the final battle? Mu Qinfeng said in shock. In the north there was a huge mountain surrounded by soldiers. A commander's flag with a large Lu character on it soared into the sky. The mountain peak had been flattened, and a group of soldiers could be seen surrounding a middle-aged man. That man had a small beard and a square face. He wore a brocade robe and looked very dignified. All kinds of experts stood around him and they were all centered around this person. The middle-aged man sat on a chair and stroked a Qilin head on the armrest of the chair with his right hand. He coldly looked at Huangfu Chaoga on the city gate tower in the distance. Liang of Gojosian? Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows. That is the Liang of Gojosian? Gu Hai said in shock. The center of the two battlefields was very vast. A large number of soldiers fought on the battlefield. At the same time, the Liang of Gojosian sent out 800 dragons. These dragons roared as they charged into the battlefield. Roar! 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 The dragons roared with surging auras. Everywhere they went, dark clouds filled the sky. It seemed like they would crush the God Foothill army in an instant. Rumble. Suddenly the ground rumbled. It sounded like many mountains were rising from the ground. Roar! Roar! Every mountain let out a roar. Each of the mountains slowly crawled up from the ground. They were all human-shaped mountains. Countless rocks strangely gathered together to form a stone mountain man monster. What are those? Gao Chen exclaimed in shock. Stone men. Mu Qinfeng explained. Stone men? What do you mean? Was it this kind of stone man? That's several thousand feet tall. The North Star Polaris exclaimed. Stone men are a group of monsters. They are the national beast of the God Foothill dynasty. They are Earth-type monsters. Mu Qinfeng explained. Roar! Roar! Boom! 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 The huge stone men were like towering giants. They brazenly collided with the dragons. The two fierce beasts fought fiercely. Immediately, sand and stones flew everywhere. The sky darkened. The soldiers on the battlefield had no choice but to stop. They all retreated, leaving the battlefield to the dragons and the stone men. Boom! 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 Under the powerful battle, it was like an earthquake was happening everywhere. On the city gate tower in the distance, Huangfu Chaoga watched the battle with worry in her eyes. On another mountain, the Liang of Gojosian watched the battle with a gloomy expression. These stone men are very strange. Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. Boom! They saw a Lu Rockman get smashed into pieces by a giant dragon. Wallalala! Crush! The shattered pieces of the stone man suddenly stood up again in the blink of an eye. The shattered body reformed, and the stone man came back to life, charging back into the battlefield. Roar! Boom! The stone man shattered a Sin Dragon's head amidst its miserable shrieks. However, the Sin Dragon did not have the rebirth ability of the stone man. It fell to the ground, splashing blood everywhere. I don't know where these stone men came from. In any case, these demonic beasts are the most troublesome. They are invulnerable and their bodies are extremely tough. However, even if you shatter them, they can quickly come back to life. The national beast of the God Foothill dynasty is the envy of many other dynasties. Mu Qinfeng said with a bitter smile. In the distance, the Liang of Gojosian seemed to grow impatient. He turned his head and looked at a white-clothed man at the side. That man nodded and stepped forward, soaring into the sky. Whoosh! The white-clothed man stood in the air, looking coldly at Huangfu Chaoga. He extended his right hand and suddenly chopped in the direction of God Foothill City. Buzz! A huge beam of saber chi suddenly appeared in the air. It slashed over like a heavenly sword. With a loud sound, the saber chi slashed from the white-clothed man all the way to God Foothill City. Rumble! A 30,000-meter-long trench suddenly appeared on the ground. Countless rocks blasted into the sky again. The saber split the ground in half, and the huge saber tip headed straight for God Foothill City. Boom! A blue barrier suddenly appeared in God Foothill City facing the saber. However, it shook violently as if it would break at any moment. Huangfu Chaoga, are you still hiding in the city? The white-clothed man shouted coldly. Not far away, Gu Hai and the others showed gloomy expressions. Who is this white-clothed man? The saber chi from God Foothill earlier was too ferocious. It split the 30,000-meter-long ground in half. That is Crown Prince Ao Shun. Long Wanqing said with a slight frown. Oh, Crown Prince Ao Shun? Gu Hai said, feeling confused. It should be the former dragon race Crown Prince Ao Shun. Unfortunately, he made a grave mistake and was demoted to a sinful dragon. Now he is no longer the dragon race's crown prince. Ao Shun is temporarily under the jurisdiction of the Liang of Gojoseon. Long Wanqing said with a frown. Ao Shun. Gu Hai looked at the white-clothed man in the distance, who showed a ferocious expression. Ao Shun seems to be an extremely strong expert of the heavenly opening palace. Is he challenging Huang Fuchaoga? Huang Fuchaoga seems like only the Yuanying state can deal with him? Venerable Lun Yen said with a frown. Huang Fuchaoga only the Yuanying state? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Could the Yuanying state deal with the heavenly opening palace's expert? Xiao Qun waved his hand and had someone quietly park the flying ship in a valley, trying not to be discovered. In the distance, Ao Shun challenged Huang Fuchaoga. Huang Fuchaoga remained silent for a while before suddenly speaking. Citizens of the Divine Foothill Dynasty, I am incompetent for bringing about such a great calamity. However, I do not regret it. I want to face the incoming attack, but I am not strong enough. I need your strength. If you are willing to help me, please raise your right hand and lend me your full strength. If you feel that I am incompetent, you can ignore me. Please, I beg you. Bus. Huang Fuchaoga had just finished speaking when the providence clouds in the sky suddenly trembled. It seemed to follow the providence that gathered and spread to every citizen's ears. Your Majesty, I am willing to help you. Your Majesty, please use my strength. Your Majesty, we will always support you. Shouts came from all over the Divine Foothill Dynasty. There was a small town not far from Gu Hai's group. Gu Hai saw a citizen suddenly raise his right hand. Then, a beam of yellow light seemed to rush out of his right hand. Next, that citizen suddenly lost all his strength and sat down on the ground, exhausted. One after another, almost all the citizens suddenly raised their right hand. Waves of people's power all left their hands and flowed toward the providence clouds of the Divine Foothill Dynasty. Rumble. A whirlpool formed above the sea of providence clouds, pouring the power of the people into Huang Fuchaoga like a swarm of bees. Rumble. A violent storm of power appeared around Huang Fuchaoga. Gathering all the people's power, Huang Fuchaoga rushed into the sky. She reached out her right hand and punched toward Ao Shun. Liang of Gojoseon, if you want to destroy my Divine Foothill Dynasty, come personally. What's the point of sending this little bug? Roar. Huang Fuchaoga roared. Roar. Ao Shun's eyes flashed with anger as he punched with a roar. Hong. Chapter 225. Hong. Huang Fuchaoga's and Ao Shun's fists collided, creating a shockwave of energy. Wherever the shockwave passed, the dark clouds in the sky immediately scattered. A storm spread in all directions, kicking up sand and stones on the ground below. The battle between the stone people and the dragons suddenly stopped. Huang Fuchaoga stood in place, but Ao Shun was instantly knocked back more than 3 kilometers. His face turned red and his eyes filled with anger. Far away, Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Huang Fuchaoga only has the Yuanying state, while Ao Shun already opened the Celestial Palace. Huang Fuchaoga actually won in their first clash? It's not the same. Huang Fuchaoga used the power of the Divine Foothill. All the citizens lent their strength to Huang Fuchaoga. Huang Fuchaoga's strength soared. This is the advantage of cultivation. The ruler of a country or sect master can mobilize the strength of all the people under his jurisdiction to fight against external enemies, Venerable Lun Yen explained. Gu Hai stared into the distance, narrowing his eyes. He was also the ruler of a country. Could he also fight like this? In the distance, Huang Fuchaoga's strength was too great. From a distance, it looked like a burning flame. Liang of Gojoseon, don't send this little worm. Didn't you want to destroy my Divine Foothill? Didn't you want to get rid of me? Come do it yourself. Huang Fuchaoga glared at Liang of Gojoseon, who was sitting in the distance. Bastard. Ao Shun glared in dissatisfaction, wanting to charge over again. Liang of Gojoseon waved his hand, stopping Ao Shun. Ao Shun nodded respectfully. Liang of Gojoseon looked at Huang Fuchaoga and said, Huang Fuchaoga, do you think the Divine Foothill Dynasty is so difficult to destroy? This king only loves you, that's why I've tolerated you until now. There is a limit to my tolerance. Ah. Liang of Gojoseon, you want me to submit? Do you think that's possible? Do you think it's possible? I want to eat your flesh, drink your blood, gnaw on your bones and sleep with your skin. Huang Fuchaoga said with bloodshot eyes. Stubborn. Liang of Gojosian snorted. He extended his hand and grabbed at Huang Fuchaoga. Liang of Gojosian did not stand up. Of course, the void again. Suddenly, a huge black hand came out of the black fog, covering the sky and pressing down on Huang Fuchaoga. Whoosh! The huge black palm pressed down, bringing up tornadoes. Sand and stones flew everywhere, covering the sky and earth. It was as if the entire battlefield was instantly covered. Break! Huang Fuchaoga shouted with a glare and threw a punch at him. Of Chaoga! Chaoga of Gojosian, the huge tremors caused countless mountains in the surroundings to tremble violently. Ka. Crack. Crack. The valley under Gu Hai's flying ship suddenly tore open, creating a huge trench. Retreat! Venerable Lun Yen called out. The flying ship quickly and carefully retreated to the back. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud sound. Liang of Gojosian's throne suddenly exploded. Liang of Gojosian stood up with wide eyes. Whoosh! He waved his sleeve, and the sand and stones in the center of the battlefield were swept up into the air. There was a huge crater in the center of the battlefield. With the crater as the center, trenches spread out like spiderwebs to the surrounding mountains and the surrounding soldiers. Boom! The bottom of the huge crater looked like the mouth of a volcano as lava surged out. The lava flowed along the trenches, forming rivers of fire. The two armies retreated again and again. On the other side, Huang Fuchaoga had already returned to the city gate tower. She wiped the blood from her lips and glared at the distant Liang of Gojosian while panting. Liang of Gojosian, do you want to do it again? Do you believe that as soon as the citizens of my God Foothill dynasty recover their strength, they will immediately lend me their strength? Do you believe me? Huang Fuchaoga looked coldly at the distant Liang of Gojosian. Liang of Gojosian stood up. Although his throne exploded, he was not injured at all. He looked coldly at Liang of Gojosian. You have the momentum of ruling the world? I will destroy your momentum of ruling the world. I will take over every city and destroy your nation's luck. Let's see what you can rely on. Liang of Gojosian snorted coldly. Come then. Huang Fuchaoga smiled coldly. Beat the gong to retreat and seal the border. Do not allow anyone to cross the border. Guard the surroundings of God Foothill City. Do not enter or leave, Liang of Gojosian said coldly. Yes, sir. The troops replied. Build a city on the ground. I will camp here and guard God Foothill City. Liang of Gojosian said coldly. Yes. Rumble. The army quickly flattened the surrounding mountains. Palaces were quickly moved out as if they were hidden in storage spaces. The army camped and the craftsmen built the city quickly. In the distance, Huang Fuchaoga's expression was gloomy. Liang of Gojosian built a city here to watch over her. Then he sent an army to take over the God Foothill dynasty city by city. With one less city, the country's luck would be reduced. It would also be less able to receive the power of its citizens. Liang of Gojosian wanted to kill them all? However, there was nothing she could do. If she retreated, God Foothill City would be taken over immediately. In the distance, Gu Hai's group frowned as they watched the two sides stop fighting. Even if Huang Fuchaoga has the luck of an entire nation, based on the situation, she is still no match for Liang of Gojosian. Why did Liang of Gojosian beat the gong to retreat and stop? Why did he not continue fighting? Furthermore, Liang of Gojosian's army is definitely more ferocious than Huang Fuchaoga's. They are also much more numerous. Why did he stop? Mu Qinfeng asked with a frown. Liang of Gojosian is stronger. However, war is not a matter of individual bravery. Sometimes one needs to look at the big picture. Gu Hai explained. Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai in confusion. The art of war says that 10 times is to surround, 5 times is to attack, and multiple times is to divide. Although the Liang of Gojosian has a great advantage, it is better to surround him now. Gu Hai explained. Art of war? What art of war? Everyone looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. This is Sun Tzu's art of war. How am I supposed to explain it? Right, it's the art of war that I created myself. Take the current situation for example. The Liang of Gojosian is indeed much stronger and can succeed in forcefully attacking the city. However, do you know what the result will be? Gu Hai said with a smile. At the side, Venerable Lun Yen said, the result will be a life and death struggle. All the soldiers in the city will fight to the death. The Liang of Gojosian will obtain victory in the end. However, he will suffer heavy losses. Huangfu Chaoga will also lose in the end, but it will be mutual destruction. The Liang of Gojosian will also suffer heavy losses. Hence, by surrounding Divine Foothill City as time passes, the morale of the soldiers and citizens inside will weaken. When the morale is completely depleted, breaking the formation will be easy. Am I right? I remember that your previous plan to destroy the Song dynasty had a similar effect. What you surrounded was not the soldiers but the hearts of the people, Long Wanqing said with a smile. Indeed. The Liang of Gojosian played this beautifully. Not only that, but he even sent troops to attack the other cities of the Divine Foothill dynasty. This feels like a siege to beat reinforcements. Ah. The Liang of Gojosian is not an ordinary person. Gu Hai nodded after taking a deep breath. In that case, what should we do now? Mu Qinfeng asked worriedly. Let's retreat first. We can't enter Divine Foothill City for now. Let's slowly think of a plan. Gu Hai shook his head. All right. My mother has a residence here. Let's go there. Long Wanqing's expression changed. There is a residence here? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. Long Wanqing's mother had a total of 2 residences in Ying province. One was in Silver Moon City and the other was here. It is where my master's tribe is, Mu Qinfeng said with a smile. Oh? Division Master Mu's master? My master is Granny Qinghua, Mu Qinfeng said with a smile. Gu Hai felt slightly confused. Granny Qinghua is the same as the Lu Stone person you saw earlier. She is a monster. She is a plant monster and the love flower is a monster. This is the only place in the world where the love flower grows. Now there are many small love flower monsters. I became a disciple of my master by chance. Later, the old hall master set up his residence here and met me. I was fortunate enough to join Elite Hall, Mu Qinfeng explained. The flying ship carried the group around the border army blockade and headed for Dongfang. Although Liang of Gojosian's throne was destroyed, his subordinates quickly brought a new one. Liang of Gojosian sat on the throne and looked coldly at the distant Divine Foothill City. Then he revealed a cold smile. An azure-robed man stood beside him. This man was expressionless, and his eyes were cold as if he had no human emotions. The azure-robed man suddenly frowned and looked in the direction Gu Hai's flying ship left. Your Highness, the azure-robed man said respectfully. Huh? Pajuan? What's wrong? Liang of Gojosian asked, feeling confused. I heard Gaochen's voice earlier. When I listened carefully, I realized that Elite Hall Master Long Wanqing has arrived. She seems to be heading to Granny Qinghua's place, Pajuan said respectfully. Gaochen? Liang of Gojosian frowned and looked at Pajuan. Yes, he and I are both heaven-grade zither players. If I paid too much attention, I would have been discovered by him, so I didn't pay too much attention. However, it's definitely him. Pajuan said solemnly. Gaochen? It seems that the Zither teaching conference is over? Mr. Mo went personally, but he didn't manage to get Gaochen? What happened? Liang of Gojosian frowned slightly. Pajuan stood at the side and didn't say anything. Liang of Gojosian looked at the distant Divine Foothill City and suddenly smiled. Long Wanqing? She came at the right time. Let's go to Granny Qinghua's place. That will save me a lot of trouble. On the flying ship, Gaochen turned to look in the direction of Liang of Gojosian and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Gu Hai was puzzled. We seem to have been discovered, Gaochen said with a frown. Oh. It seems that there's a person called Pajuan beside Liang of Gojosian. He's also a heaven-grade zither player? He discovered us, Gaochen said with a frown. Pajuan? Long Wanqing's expression changed. What did they say? Gu Hai asked with a frown. They said a few words at the beginning. Then Pajuan used a sound barrier so I couldn't hear them. Sound barrier? I can do that too. I'll make sure they can't hear us either, Gaochen said unhappily. He waved his hand. Buzz. There was a slight buzzing sound around them which quickly disappeared. Chapter 226. Gu Hai's flying ship headed east. One day later they arrived at a rainforest region near the sea. We should be there soon. It should be over there, right? Long Wanqing looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen nodded and said, Soon. I came here once. It's in that direction. Do you see that? It's over there. Mu Qinfeng smiled as she pointed into the distance. The Brambles ritual array? Mu Qinfeng felt slightly stunned. She saw a region in the distance connected to the sea. Overwhelming brambles soared into the sky, encasing the surroundings. The brambles were extremely large, about 3 kilometers tall, looking like a massive city wall. They blocked everything from the outside world. When the birds approached, they had no choice but to make a detour. The brambles ritual array? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes, the brambles ritual array. It is the protective ritual array of the Passion Flower tribe. It is even sturdier than the walls of Silver Moon City. Furthermore, these brambles carry poisonous liquid. Very few people dare to attack this ritual array, Mu Qinfeng explained with a frown. What about my mother's residence? Long Wanqing looked at Mu Qinfeng. It's inside. Mu Qinfeng smiled bitterly. What should we do then? The brambles ritual array seals it. How are we going to enter? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. Wait, go around. There is a small door there. Mu Qinfeng pointed into the distance. That should be the border between the Divine Foothill Dynasty and the Deqian Dynasty, right? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Yes. The Passion Flower tribe has too few spirit beasts and cannot afford to be tossed around. They never join any nation and are content with the region. However, Master is rather hospitable and made many friends. Back then, the old Hall Master had a good chat with Master, which was why he set up a residence here, Mu Qinfeng explained. It seems like they are fighting over there. Gao said with a frown. The flying ship quickly circled around. Indeed, a sword light shot out nearby, kicking up dust. Many vines emerged from the ground and clashed with the sword lights. Break! A loud shout rang out. Boom! The tree-like monster was sent flying and crashed into the great array of thorns. The battle came to a halt. The monster that flew out looked like a big tree, but it had the facial features and limbs of a human. Its face was wrinkled like the bark of an old tree, and there were many bright flowers growing on the tree. Love flower tree demoness? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. The tree demon slowly stood up, but there were many wounds on its body. Some of its branches were already 90% broken. It weakly looked at the other side. Opposite him was a yellow-robed man. He held a golden long sword in his hand and looked at the tree demon with a murderous expression. Is it Chu Qin? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Chu Qin? Division Master Jean of Class 1 Hall? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Indeed, behind the yellow-robed man Chu Qin, stood a large number of elite hall disciples. At that moment, some of them had fallen to the ground. Their faces were black as if they had been poisoned. Humph, you're overestimating yourself, you're courting death. Chu Chen's eyes widened as he slashed his sword at the weak treant. Stop. Mu Qinfeng's eyes widened and she was immediately sent flying. A wooden staff suddenly appeared in her hand. She extended the wooden staff and immediately, countless roots appeared and rushed towards Chu Chen's sword chi. Chu Chen's expression suddenly changed. His sword light changed and he rushed towards Mu Qinfeng. Xiu 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 xiu. In an instant, a large amount of sword chi rushed out from the sword light, and instantly cut the roots into pieces. A few sword chi even brushed past Mu Qinfeng's body. Bang! Mu Qinfeng was sent flying, covered in blood. Clearly, Mu Qinfeng's strength was not worth mentioning in front of Chu Qin. In just one round she was defeated. Oh, Mu Qinfeng? Do you want to die? If you want to die, say it. Chu Qin widened his eyes, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Pa. Gu Hai reached out to catch Mu Qinfeng and coldly looked at Chu Qin. At this moment, Chu Qin also noticed the flying boat and he looked at the people on the boat. The moment he saw Long Wanqing, Chu Qin raised his eyebrows. Oh? The hall leader is here? Chu Qin, what is going on? Why are you fighting with the love flower tree demon? Long Wanqing immediately asked with a frown. We are not fighting, we are preparing to kill him. As for why, you can ask him. Chu Qin snorted coldly. His arrogant attitude made Gu Hai slightly stunned. This is Leader Jean? Why does he feel that he is even more arrogant than the hall leader? Chu Qin, the #1 expert of Class 1 Hall. Mu Qinfeng smiled bitterly and explained to Gu Hai. The #1 expert of Class 1 Hall? No wonder he was defeated by Mu Qinfeng in one strike. Senior brother, what happened to you? How are your injuries? Mu Qinfeng endured the pain and walked to the love flower tree demon, and fed it an elixir. However, Gu Hai frowned and looked at Chu Qin. Chu Qin also looked at Gu Hai. For a moment, Gu Hai felt all the hair on his body stand up, as if he was being targeted by a prey. I am the Water Division Leader of Class 1 Hall, Gu Hai. Greetings, Division Leader Chu. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Putting on a fake smile, you are not a good person. Chu Qin snorted coldly. Yes, you are a good person. Gu Hai sneered. Since the other party was not polite to him, he did not need to be polite to him. Chu Qin looked at Gu Hai coldly. A wave of killing intent rushed out. Gu Hai looked at Chu Qin coldly, not giving in at all. Senior brother, why are you fighting? Mu Qinfeng asked anxiously as she looked at that tree demon. That tree demon smiled bitterly and said, I did not let them in, but they insisted on going in. They ran into the bramble formation and got poisoned, so they blamed it on me. Who told them to barge in? Not far away, Chu Qin said coldly. Barge in? What a joke. I am going to my elite hall's residence. How is this barging in? They blocked my path and even injured my disciple. They deserve to die. You are the one who deserves to die. How many times have I told you not to enter? You refused to listen. The tree demon shouted while glaring. What's going on? Senior brother, why are they not allowed to enter? Mu Qinfeng asked, feeling confused. Grandmother gave the order to activate the bramble formation half a year ago. My love flower race sealed the mountain and entered closed-door cultivation, not interacting with outsiders. No one was allowed to enter or leave. Every month, a guard is sent to patrol the area. I was sent to patrol the area. This group of people ran around randomly and bumped into the Great Bramble Formation and got poisoned. But it's all my fault. The treant said bitterly. Detoxify my subordinate and open the passageway. I want to see Grandmother Qinghua. Chu Qin said coldly. I already told you. If you are capable, get Grandmother to open the door yourself. The tree demon shouted while glaring. After I kill you, I can enter. Chu Qin spun his sword and pointed it at the tree demon. Amateus. Division Master Chu, Grandmother Qinghua was close friends with the old hall master. After the old hall master passed away, this is how you treat her? Venerable Lun Yen said coldly. Indeed. Division Master Chu, don't be rude. Long Wanqing said with a frown. Chu Qin looked at Long Wanqing and said coldly, Hall Master, you are still young and do not understand many things. I'm not targeting them, they are targeting us. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. You cannot enter either. Whether I can enter or not, I will think of a way. However, your attitude is not right. Long Wanqing said, feeling depressed. My attitude is not right? To investigate the old hall master's death, I rushed to Yingzhou without stopping. I have not stopped over the past few days. On the other hand, you went to the Thousand Islands Sea to play and participated in the Zither recital conference. Whose attitude is wrong? Are you still going to investigate your mother's case? I found out that your mother came to this residence before she died. I rushed here without stopping, not relaxing at all. I want to find some clues. What about you? Chu Qin said coldly. Who says that we have no clues? We will find the murderers soon. Long Wanqing shouted while glaring. Oh. Chu Qin felt slightly stunned as he looked at Long Wanqing. Humph. Long Wanqing turned her head away, refusing to tell Chu Qin. Chu Qin frowned slightly. Senior brother, go and report to Master. Just say that we are here and want to go to Waning Moon Mountain Manor. Mu Qinfeng advised. Silver Moon City had a Waning Moon Mountain Manor, and this place also had a Waning Moon Mountain Manor. Don't even think about it. The Luyang of Gojoseon sent people, but they could not enter. Grandmother already activated the ritual array. She will not open it casually. That tree person said with a bitter smile. The Luyang of Gojoseon sent people? Why did he send people? Mu Qinfeng felt slightly stunned. He wanted us to go to war. How could grandmother agree? In the end, she did not even open the door. The tree person said with a bitter smile. War? What? He wanted us to deal with the Divine Foothill Dynasty's Loose Stone Man. The Loose Stone Man is an Earth-type demonic beast. I, the Passion Flower Tree Demon, am a Wood-type demonic beast. Wood counters Earth. He wanted us to go and destroy the Loose Stone Man. The tree person said bitterly. No wonder Master was unwilling to receive you. The Passion Flower Tree Demon does not participate in wars. Mu Qinfeng nodded. That's right. So don't even think about it. Even the people sent by the Luyang of Gojoseon were not allowed to enter. If we let you in, it would be disrespectful to the Luyang of Gojoseon. If the Luyang of Gojoseon gets angry, it will bring disaster to us. The tree person said with a bitter smile. Mu Qinfeng's expression stiffened. Then there's still a way, right? Mu Qinfeng frowned. It's not impossible to enter. Same old rules. Do you remember how Long Xiaoya entered? The tree person spread his hands. Mu Qinfeng was slightly stunned. My mother also encountered the Great Bramble Formation? Long Wanqing asked in surprise. Yes. That was the first time the old hall leader came. How did my mother enter? The passion flower moves because of love. Anyone who can move the passion flower will become the passion flower tree demon's best friend, no matter who it is. The passion flower tree demon will definitely not stop her friend from entering. Back then the old hall leader talked about her journey in love and sang a song that she wrote for her lover. In the end it moved my master. My master was moved and allowed the old hall leader to enter. Furthermore they became best friends. He allowed the old hall leader to build a temporary residence in the tribe. Mu Qinfeng explained. The passion flower? Moved by love? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Gao Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. I'm the best at singing. Let me do it. I will definitely move Granny Qinghua. No. Gu Hai, Mu Qinfeng, Long Wanqing and Venerable Lun Yan cried out at the same time. The tree person and Chu Chen felt slightly stunned. What's going on? Just because you don't know how to appreciate music doesn't mean that Granny Qinghua doesn't. Let me do it. I'll sing a song. Really? Along the way Master did not sing for me. I feel very uncomfortable holding it in. I really want to sing a song. Let me sing for my startling creative talent. Gao Chen immediately pleaded with Gu Hai. Chapter 227. Chu Chen and the tree person looked at the group before them in confusion. If that fellow wants to sing, just let him sing? What does it matter if he can sing to open the door or not? Just let him try. What the two did not know was that the group did not let Gao Chen sing not because they did not want him to try but because they were worried that they would not have another chance to enter after he tried. Master, just let me sing. I can't hold it in. Gao Chen said anxiously. You are not allowed to sing. Gu Hai's expression turned stiff. If we sing for you we will forever be blacklisted by Granny Qinghua. Why? Why? Gao Chen demanded anxiously. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yan, and Mu Qinfeng also felt bitter. We already told you that your song is terrible. However, you chose not to believe us. How do we explain that? Because I also have a song that I need you to play, Gu Hai said helplessly. Huh? Gao Chen immediately stopped panicking. So, Master has a song as well. You should have said so earlier. You are the master. I can't snatch it from you. If your song is not good, you are not allowed to stop me. Gao Chen immediately nodded. Long Wanqing and the others sighed in relief. The scourge finally stopped messing around. Not far away, Chu Chen and the tree person looked at Gu Hai in confusion. What kind of person is this? Competing with his subordinates to sing? Is this Elite Hall's Water Division Master? This song is called Lovers of the Jianghu. I will use my thoughts to impart it to you. Gu Hai said seriously. Just like how Yun Mo controlled Gao Chen back then, Gu Hai placed one hand on Gao Chen's shoulder and used his thoughts to impart the lovers of the Jianghu that he heard when he was young to Gao Chen. Gao Chen had a heaven-ranked zither and was extremely sensitive to music. Others might not be able to sense the zither music in Xiao Chen's mind, but Gao Chen could instantly sense it. After an incense's time, the North Star Polaris had also learned everything. Gu Hai slowly let go. How is it? Long Wanqing asked expectantly. So. It's a little worse than my little radish. It's barely passable. Gao Chen shook his head. Long Wanqing. Gu Hai's face darkened. Alright, cut the crap. Hurry up. Ignorant. Chu Chen sneered. What do you mean? Gu Hai frowned and looked at Chu Chen. Do you think a random song can open this great array of thorns? Humph, then this great array of thorns is too funny, isn't it? Granny Qinghua's excuse to stop Luyang of Gojosian will be broken by a song you casually snatched? It was said that a large number of musicians from the residence of Luyang of Gojosian had come to play, but none of them were able to open the great array of thorns. With just you guys? A master and a servant? They were still competing to sing? What a joke. Chu Chen sneered. Gao Chen glared at him as if he wanted to refute. Alright, cut the crap with him. Play your song. Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen and said. Gao Chen snorted. Branch leader Chu, do you know who this purple-robed man is? Mu Qinfeng suddenly sneered. In the Guqin lecture not long ago, he was Gao Chen. Mu Qinfeng explained. Gao Chen? You guys can get Gao Chen? Chu Chen had a look of disbelief. Then he suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Gao Chen called Gu Hai master. Didn't that mean that Gu Hai had gotten Gao Chen? Gu Hai was a master of the Guqin? Ding 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 ding. Gao Chen stretched out his hand and waved. The sound of the guqin suddenly rang in the air. Gu Hai did not have the artistic conception of the guqin, but Gao Chen did. Moreover, it was a heaven-level guqin. The artistic conception was deep and profound. In an instant, Liang Zhu's artistic conception was displayed. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see a cheerful girl running in the fields. At the same time, inside the great array of thorns, under a towering tree there was a hole in the tree. It was pitch black inside. At this time a few tree demons ran over and shouted into the hole. "Grandma, grandma, there's the sound of the guqin again. This time, there's a strong artistic conception of the guqin." "Yes, this is a master of the guqin." An old voice came from the hole in the tree. A group of passion flower tree demons quickly surrounded the hole. But in front of the tree demons, there was an illusion of artistic conception. An extremely happy girl ran in the fields, laughing and running. The girl liked to recite poems and read and wanted to go out to study. However, it was not safe for her to go out alone. Therefore, she disguised herself as a man and went to the academy to study. In the academy, she met an extremely hard-working scholar. The girl and the scholar hit it off at first sight. The two became sworn brothers. In the 3 years in the academy, they studied together in the day and slept together at night. The girl gradually fell in love with the scholar. However, the scholar did not know that his sworn brother was a girl. He did not know her intentions. Until one day when they went out to play, the girl hinted to the scholar many times. However, the scholar was dull and did not notice. Helpless, the girl told the scholar directly. The scholar was enlightened. He accepted the girl's intentions and the two became lovers. However, another rich man found out. The rich man coveted the girl's beauty and wrote a letter home to ask his parents to propose marriage to the girl's family on his behalf. The letter from her family urged the girl to go home. The girl had no choice but to leave the scholar temporarily. However, after returning, the girl was locked up at home by her parents and was not allowed to go out. The girl could only write a letter to the scholar. The scholar hurried back and went to the girl's family to propose marriage. However, the girl's parents were not willing to accept the scholar and kicked him out of the house. They could only wait for the girl to marry the rich man in the future. The scholar left with a broken heart and the girl sent him off. She was reluctant to part with him and was heartbroken. When the scholar returned home, he fell ill from lovesickness and was bedridden. He wrote a letter to the girl, but the girl was locked up at home and could not visit. Not long after, the scholar vomited blood and died of depression. When the girl found out, she washed her face with tears every day. Her eyes were empty and her heart was dead. Not long after, the rich man sent someone to pick up the bride. The sedan chair carried the girl like a walking corpse. On this day the wind and rain were heavy and the wind was gloomy. When the sedan chair passed by the scholar's grave, the girl suddenly jumped out of the sedan chair. At this time, the scholar's grave suddenly split open and the girl jumped into the grave without a care for herself. They could not be husband and wife in life, but they must die together. The grave slowly closed up. After the wind and rain, 2 butterflies slowly flew out from the grave of the 2 people. The butterflies were inseparable and fluttered freely above the field. Woo 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 woo. Grandma, my love flowers have bloomed more than 18 times. I'm so sad. Grandma, my love flowers have also bloomed more than 20 times. It's so touching. Within the great bramble formation, the love flower tree demons were the most sensitive to lingering love stories. Many of the tree demons were moved and went to Grandma's place. Outside the great bramble formation, the tree demon that had been heavily injured by Chu Qin started to recover quickly. More than a dozen passion flowers suddenly sprouted from his head. Gu Hai, what are the names of the girl and the scholar? Long Wanqing asked with red eyes. The girl is called Zhu Yingtai, the scholar is called Liang Shambua, and the rich man is called Ma Wenkai. This is a story I read before. Gu Hai sighed slightly. Why can't Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai be together? They both died so miserably. Long Wanqing complained to Gu Hai with red eyes. Didn't they turn into butterflies together in the end? No one will be able to stop them. Gu Hai advised gently. Yes. Long Wanqing nodded with red eyes. Not far away, Chu Qin frowned and didn't say anything. Chu Qin wasn't good at the Tao of the zither, but he could feel the quality of this song. Okay, the door isn't open. It's my turn. I'll sing. Gao Chen shouted excitedly. Gu Hai's face darkened and he was about to speak. Rumble. A resounding boom rang out, and a crack appeared in the bramble formation as it tremored. It's open, it's open. Mu Chenfeng shouted excitedly. Grandma allowed you to go in? The tree demon looked at the huge crack in surprise. Gu Hai smiled slightly. Gao-chen on the other hand looked dejected. I haven't even finished my song yet. Thank you for your performance just now. You want to sing? Okay, sing for me later. The tree demon looked at Gao-chen with a smile. Great, great. The North Star Polaris said excitedly. Gu Hai and the others opened their mouths and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Master, he wants to listen. Don't stop him. Gao-chen looked at Gu Hai expectantly. Gu Hai was silent for a while and said, when you sing, stay away from me. Don't let me hear you. Okay. Gao-chen said excitedly. The tree demon was confused. Gao-chen was obviously a master of the zither. What's with your expressions? Why do you look down on him? Chu-chin frowned and looked at the crack in front of him. After a while he said, the door is open. Can you detoxify the poison in my subordinates? The Treant looked at Chu-chin, and a hint of discomfort flashed across its eyes. For the sake of the song lovers of Liang, just now bring them in. There's antidote grass juice inside. The tree demon frowned. Chu-chin nodded. Long Wanqing and the others put away the flying boat. The tree demon slowly walked into the great array of thorns. Rumble. After everyone entered, the great array of thorns slowly closed. At the same time, Liang of Gojoseon built a new city to guard Xinlu City. It was called Mielu City. In a large hall in Mielu City, Pajuan waved his hand and the entire song of lovers of Liang was heard by Liang of Gojoseon and the others. After the song ended, there was a long silence in the hall. Then everyone slowly opened their eyes. Lovers of Liang, not bad. It's a good song. Liang of Gojoseon praised. Pajuan nodded and said, Gao-chen also found me and used a sound barrier to isolate the sound. However, when he played the song just now in order to let Granny Qinghua hear him, he removed the sound barrier. That's why I heard his voice again. Fortunately, I've been paying attention to the Passion Flower Valley. Otherwise, I would have missed it. Liang of Gojoseon nodded and looked at the others in the hall. You are also zither masters. After so many days, you still haven't come up with a decent song? Look at them. They casually played a song and entered? Liang of Gojoseon said coldly. Your Highness, we are incompetent. The zither masters said bitterly. Casually played? The zither masters did not believe it. How could such a gentle and graceful song be casually played? They entered the Passion Flower Valley together? Liang of Gojoseon asked indifferently. Yes. The great array of thorns has a sound barrier. The sound inside cannot be transmitted out. I can't hear it. Pajuan sighed. Enough. It's enough for them to enter. Liang of Gojoseon sneered. Gao-chen was clearly taken in by that person called Gu Hai. It should be the water division leader of Elite Hall. Pajuan said solemnly. News from Silver Moon City hasn't arrived yet? This means that Mr. Amo will be back soon. By then everything will be clear. Gu Hai. Where did this great zither master come from? This name sounds familiar. Liang of Gojoseon frowned and tried to recall. Chapter 228. Passion Flower Mountain Valley. Gu Hai's group felt extremely curious as they crossed a thorny path and arrived at the inner part of the mountain valley. The moment they entered, they saw a sea of flowers as far as the eye could see. A fragrance wafted in the surroundings. Not far away, small passion flower tree spirits, each as tall as a person and looking like a child, played around, creating a peaceful paradise. Not far away were some floating islands with some palaces on them. That is Waning Moon Mountain Manor's floating island. Mu Chenfeng smiled as she pointed to a small island not far away. Just at this moment, 10-odd passion flower tree spirits walked over. Which venerable master played that song earlier? Grandma invites you in. The leading tree spirit immediately said politely. It's me. My master created that song. Gao-chen immediately called out. Oh. The passion flower tree spirits looked in the direction Gao-chen pointed at and looked at Gu Hai. Sorry for disturbing you. We do need to visit Grandma Passion Flower first. Please lead the way, Gu Hai said with a smile. This way please, the tree spirit said respectfully. I won't be going. I'm going to Waning Moon Mountain Manor to look for clues, Chu-chin said sullenly. That's fine. Long Wanqing nodded. Chu-chin led the Metal Division disciples to Waning Moon Mountain Manor. Mu Qinfeng arranged for 1,000 Wood Division disciples to follow Chu Qin to Waning Moon Mountain Manor. As for the poison in the Metal Division disciples, the tree spirit from earlier led them to detoxify it. Under the guidance of 10-odd passion flower tree spirits, Gu Hai, Mu Qinfeng, Long Wanqing, Venerable Lun Yan, and Gaochen walked to the largest tree in the area. Although the Passion Flower Mountain Valley was called a valley, it was extremely large. The largest tree was over 10,000 feet tall and was verdant and lush. It looked like a huge passion flower tree. Some passion flower tree spirits stood respectfully outside a large hole in the tree below. When they saw Gu Hai's group arrive, they immediately bowed slightly. The passion flower tree demoness was extremely polite. Gu Hai and the others also returned the greeting. Master, I'm back to see you? Mu Qinfeng was the first to run to the tree hole. Qinfeng is back too? Esteemed guests, please come in. An old voice came from the old tree hole. Gu Hai and the rest hesitated, but Mu Qinfeng was the first to enter. Everyone looked at him for a moment before following suit. The last time I came, I did not see Granny Qinghua. Unexpectedly, I benefited from Division Master Gu this time, Venerable Lun Yan said with a smile as he walked. Everyone stepped into the tree hole. As soon as he entered the tree hole, he saw a little old lady. She was holding a teapot and pouring tea into several teacups. Little old lady? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. This was a little different from what he had imagined. Shouldn't it be Granny Qinghua? Had he completely transformed into a human? Little old lady? Granny Qinghua carried a tray with a few cups of fragrant tea. Then she immediately smiled and said, "Everyone, please take a seat. This place is simple and crude. Please feel free to make yourselves at home." The tree hole was rather bright, looking like a living room with tables and chairs. "Qinfeng, why are you not greeting them?" Granny Qinghua smiled. "Oh, you all sit together. My master is very amiable. Just sit. It's fine." Mu Qinfeng immediately called out after receiving the tea tray. "Many thanks, Granny Qinghua." Everyone bowed slightly. "Oh, a heaven-ranked zither? Gaochen?" Granny Qinghua suddenly felt stunned as she looked at Gaochen. "How did you know?" Gaochen asked in shock. "Even though I am old, my eyes are not blurry. Back then, the Silver Moon Mountain Manor's old manor lord brought you here. However, at that time, you only had a physical body. Your soul had yet to merge with your body," Granny Qinghua said with a smile. "Huh? The old manor lord brought me here?" Gaochen said, feeling confused. "How is the old manor lord now?" Granny Qinghua asked with a smile. Everyone's expression turned solemn. "Master, the old manor lord passed away not long ago," Mu Qinfeng said with a bitter smile. "What?" Granny Qinghua's expression changed. The teacup in her hand suddenly shook and she almost dropped it. Mu Qinfeng did not hide anything and told Granny Qinghua everything. After Granny Qinghua heard this, she did not speak for a long time. After a while she sighed. Sigh, sigh, sigh. After sighing 3 times in a row, Granny Qinghua's spirits suddenly weakened. "The song just now was composed by Mr. Good, right?" Granny Qinghua looked at Gu Hai. After all, Mu Qinfeng had already explained everyone's identities. "Yes, the song is called Lovers of Liang. I saw the story of Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai before." Gu Hai nodded. "Since ancient times, excessive love leads to regret. It's good to turn into a butterfly and fly together." Granny Qinghua sighed slightly. At this moment, after hearing that the old manor lord had passed away, Granny Qinghua's spirits dropped. "Master, did you set up the great array of thorns to prevent Luyang of Gojoseon from recruiting soldiers?" Mu Qinfeng asked. "Yes, the Love Flower Tree Demon Clan has very few demons. Most of them are old and young. How can we withstand a war? I hope we can avoid this calamity." Granny Qinghua sighed slightly. "Calamity? What calamity?" Mu Qinfeng was puzzled. "Nothing, haha." Granny Qinghua sighed slightly as if she did not want to say. Granny Qinghua turned her head and looked at Long Wanqing. "Long Xiaoye's servant girl? You look so much like your mother." Granny Qinghua said with a kind smile. "Granny Qinghua, this time I came to investigate the news of my mother's death. Sorry for disturbing you." Long Wanqing said respectfully. "Your mother called me aunt back then and was the closest to me. It's a pity, sigh. You can also call me Granny." Granny Qinghua sighed slightly. "Okay, Granny." Long Wanqing nodded. "I'm not feeling well today, so I won't entertain you. You can stay here first. If you want to leave, come and find me." Granny Qinghua sighed slightly. Obviously, the death of the old manor lord had a great impact on Granny Qinghua. Then, sorry for disturbing you. We also want to take a look at the Xiaya Mountain Villa. Gu Hai nodded. Granny Qinghua nodded and sent the crowd out. After sending them out of the tree hole, Granny Qinghua closed the door. Everyone come on my shoulders. We will carry you. A few tree men said warmly. Thank you. Gu Hai and the others smiled. The tree men had huge bodies and walked very quickly towards the Xiaya Mountain Villa. Chief Mu, did Granny Qinghua have a good relationship with the old manor lord of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? Gu Hai looked at Mu Qinfeng and asked in confusion. I don't know. Senior brother, do you know? Mu Qinfeng looked at a tree man and asked. Granny and the manor lord of the Silver Moon Mountain Villa? How should I put it? At that time, you hadn't come to become a disciple yet. The old manor lord and Granny had a very good relationship. Really, the manor lord was still young and Granny also looked very young. The old manor lord often came to play the zither for Granny. However, there was one time when they quarreled. After that, he never came again. I remember now. Every time that Long Xiaoya came, she seemed to bring news of the old manor lord. Moreover, I once heard that Long Xiaoya would always bring news of Granny back to the old manor lord. The tree man that Gu Hai sat on said. Oh, my mother became the link between the old manor lord and Granny? Long Wanqing said in surprise. No wonder Granny liked the old manor lord so much. No wonder the old manor lord still wanted to give Class 1 Hall a qualification card even though he was dead? Mu Qinfeng was slightly stunned. In an instant, many things seemed to have been understood. Everyone looked towards the direction of the tree hole that had closed the door. Granny waited her whole life, thought her whole life, loved her whole life and resented her whole life. However, all she got was news of the old manor lord's death. Sigh. Long Wanqing sighed softly. Everyone was silent for a while. Not long after, everyone arrived at the Xiaoya Mountain Villa under the enthusiastic passion flower tree demon's help. On the floating island, Chu Chen stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the people running towards him from afar and narrowed his eyes. Back so soon? Turning his head, Chu Chen walked into the palace on the floating island. Gu Hai's group had returned, but they didn't seem to have much to say to Chu Chen. Gu Hai's habit was to look for information about Long Xiaoya's past. It would be best if there were things that she had written or drawn. Perhaps there would be some useful information? This is my mother's study. Long Wanqing pointed at the large number of books in the study. Oh, someone flipped through this place? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Mu Qinfeng quickly called over a Wood Division disciple. Division Master Chu flipped through all of this before. He said that he wanted to find clues about the old manor lord's death. That Wood Division disciple said. Gu Hai frowned slightly and nodded. Why didn't Gaochen come with us just now? Mu Qinfeng was puzzled. He went to harm the passion flower tree demon. Gu Hai casually replied and began to organize the books around him. Huh. Mu Qinfeng's expression froze. She silently mourned for her senior brothers. The group stayed at Xiaoya Villa for the time being. Chu Chen didn't find any clues but he didn't intend to leave either. He stayed at Xiaoya Villa for the time being. Gu Hai flipped through the books every day or strolled around with Long Wanqing every day. The Passion Flower Valley was extremely beautiful. It was rare to have such a pleasant time. Under the setting sun, Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing's face a few times with a slight infatuation. Every time Gu Hai was seriously working and flipping through the books, Long Wanqing would also look at Gu Hai infatuatedly and smile occasionally. At other times, Granny Qinghua would invite Long Wanqing to chat with her. After a few days, Granny Qinghua's mood seemed to have improved a lot, but she looked even older. After a few days of chatting, Long Wanqing found that she got along very well with Granny Qinghua. She also told Granny Qinghua some things. Huangfu Chaoga? Granny Qinghua was slightly stunned. Yes, it's all because of Gu Hai's hard work. Huangfu Chaoga might know the cause of my mother's death. That's why we came here. Gu Hai said that after he finished reading the books, we will leave and find a way to see Huangfu Chaoga. Long Wanqing nodded. I know Huangfu Chaoga. Every time your mother came here, Huangfu Chaoga wanted to come and pursue your mother. Unfortunately, your mother already has someone in her heart, and I heard that he is extremely outstanding. Granny Qinghua said with a smile. Really? Who is my father? Do you know? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. I don't know. Your mother won't tell me. Sigh. What a sin. But you don't have to look for Huangfu Chaoga. I can find him. He is also a poor child. He used to love your mother bitterly, but his heart was filled with happiness. But now he seems to be full of evil. But if he knows that you are here, he will probably come. Granny Qinghua said with a smile. What? Because he likes your mother. Since he likes your mother, he will naturally like everything about your mother, including you. Of course he definitely doesn't like your father. Granny Qinghua said with a smile. Thank you, Granny Qinghua. Long Wanqing let out a long sigh, and her eyes flashed with excitement. You like that Guhai, right? Granny Qinghua suddenly laughed strangely. Granny, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Long Wanqing immediately cried out with a red face. Aha, I've seen it these days. I've been there, so how can I not understand? You like Guhai, and Guhai, that blockhead, likes you too, but he has never made it clear. That Guhai seems to have a knot in his heart? Granny Qinghua said with a smile. His wife was killed decades ago. Long Wanqing said softly. Granny Qinghua's expression turned solemn and she sighed slightly. Another unfortunate person. Sigh. Chapter 229. Shenlu City. Huangfu Chaoge sat in his study with a group of important officials standing in front of him. Your Majesty, Liang of Gojosian has sealed off our Shenlu city. We can't send a message out, and he's also sent troops to attack other cities of our Shenlu dynasty. We can't just sit around and wait for death, right? Those cities aren't prepared at all. An official said worriedly. Don't worry. I've already sent a message to all the major cities. They all know. Huangfu Chaoge said indifferently. Huh? You sent a message out? How did you send a message out? The official was surprised. Huangfu Chaoge glanced at him coldly. Yes, this old official spoke out of turn. The fewer people who know about this, the better. The official immediately shook his head. Huangfu Chaoge nodded. The hypersonic array in the city has been activated? Huangfu Chaoge asked in a low voice. Yes. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The hypersonic array has been activated. No matter how good that Pajuan of Liang of Gojosian is, he won't be able to hear any of the city's secrets. Another official said. All right. That's all for today. Go back and rest. Huangfu Chaoge ordered. Yes. The officials stood respectfully and slowly left the study. Only a gray-robed man remained in the study. The gray-robed man was wrapped in a gray robe, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Lu Stone God, I've troubled you this time. Huangfu Chaoge looked at the gray-robed man with a wry smile. Your Majesty is treating me like an outsider. Old Stone was saved by Your Majesty back then. You even named the dynasty after me. How could I not have troubled you? It's all part of my duty. The gray-robed man shook his head. I declared war against Liang of Gojosian this time, but I had to drag the Shenlu dynasty into it. Huangfu Chaoge sighed. Your Majesty, you don't need to blame yourself. You said that even if you didn't rebel, Liang of Gojosian wouldn't have let us go. It was just a matter of whether it was earlier or later. Wasn't that better? Your Majesty's sudden falling out with Liang of Gojosian has thrown Liang of Gojosian's plan into chaos. Now he is wholeheartedly trying to kill you. In this way he has ruined Liang of Gojosian's plan. The gray-clothed man Lu Shirshan said with a smile. Huangfu Chaoge nodded. Oh right, Your Majesty, my tribe is made up of earth-type demonic beasts. Traveling through the earth is our forte. That's why it's convenient for us to send messages out. However, a small loose stone golem brought back a passion flower tree demon today. He said that Granny Qinghua asked him to send a message. Oh, Granny Qinghua? Huangfu Chaoge was slightly startled. Bring him in. Lu Stone God said in a low voice. Yes. Buzz. Suddenly, a large hole appeared on the ground in front of the desk, and a love flower tray ant emerged. I told you I won't tell you until I see Huangfu Chaoge. The passion flower tree demon said angrily with her eyes covered. Rip. Another loose stone golem crawled out of the hole and lifted the veil over the passion flower tree demon's eyes. Huangfu Chaoge? The Treant flower tree demon's eyes lit up. Everything is very sensitive during a battle between two armies. Please forgive me for not being present. Lu Stone Golem said politely. It's fine. As long as I see Huangfu Chaoge, it's fine. Granny asked me to send you a letter. I must give it to you. The Treant flower tree demon immediately spat out a letter. Huangfu Chaoge took it. She opened it and read. Long Xiaoya's daughter Long Wanqing? She came here to find the person who killed her mother? She found out through He Shikang that I know the truth about Long Xiaoya's death and asked me to go there? Huangfu Chaoge said in a low voice. Yes, Granny asked me not to hide it from you. She said that you're too evil now that you're dead and she's worried about you. Long Wanqing is Long Xiaoya's daughter, and Granny took her as her granddaughter because she loved her. That's why she doesn't want Long Wanqing to come here and risk her life. She wants you to go to the Passion Flower Valley. If you still miss Long Xiaoya, you can come with me. The Treant Flower Tree Demon said solemnly. Long Xiaoya? Long Wanqing? Huang Fuchaoga nodded with reddened eyes. Your Majesty, you can't. You can't risk your life. Lu Stone God immediately shouted. Risk my life? Haha, I was already in danger when I declared war against Liang of Gojoseon. Long Wanqing, I've met her once in Silver Moon City, but I was still young then. The sisters probably don't remember what I look like, right? Do I look like Xiaoya? Huang Fuchaoga looked at the Treant Flower Tree Demon. About 70%, but Long Wanqing isn't as lively as Long Xiaoya. The Treant Flower Tree Demon thought for a moment. Lively? Haha, her mother died when she was 10, and she hasn't seen her father since she was born. She still has to take care of her younger sister so that she won't be bullied. It's almost impossible for her to be lively. Huang Fuchaoga laughed. Then are you going? The Treant Flower Tree Demon was puzzled. Yes. Just because she looks like Xiaoya I have to go. Wait here. I'll arrange some things for tomorrow's court meeting. I'll announce that I'm going into seclusion. I can't let the news leak. Huang Fuchaoga laughed. Eh. The Treant Flower Tree Demon nodded. Passion Flower Valley. After reading the information for 10 days, Gu Hai was summoned by Granny Qinghua alone for a detailed discussion. Thank you, Granny Qinghua. I heard from the hall leader that you've sent the Passion Flower Tree Demon to inform Huang Fuchaoga. If I can get Huang Fuchaoga here, it'll save me a lot of trouble. Gu Hai said with a smile. Mr. Good, I've heard Wanqing introduce you these days. Wanqing knows everything about you like the back of her hand. Granny Qinghua said with a smile. Really? Gu Hai smiled. That day you should have noticed the change in my mood, right? Granny Qinghua sighed. I noticed a little, but... Gu Hai shook his head. The old villa master of Silver Moon Villa? I was angry back then, but I didn't expect to be separated by heaven and earth. Sigh. Granny Qinghua said bitterly. Oh. I had a husband in the past, but he died at a young age. Following his death, my heart died as well. Later on, I met the old manor lord. I don't know what I did to attract him, but he kept chasing after me. He pursued me for 20 years, but he never stopped. I was holding him back and he didn't remarry until his death. Our Passion Flower clan needs emotions to strengthen ourselves. The old manor lord played the zither for me every day. He spent a lot of time and effort just to make me smile. At that time I was thinking about my dead husband, but I didn't give him any face. The old manor lord pursued me for a long time and exhausted all his energy. My heart that had been sealed for so long gradually loosened. But although it loosened, I kept my perseverance. My heart belonged to my husband. My whole life. Then one day the old manor lord proposed to me. He wanted to bring me to Silver Moon City, but I didn't agree. I even mocked him. That time we quarreled very fiercely. He left and never came back. It was only when he left that I suddenly realized that I seemed to have lost something. My heart was empty. It turned out that during the years he pursued me, I already had him in my heart. He left. Occasionally, Long Xiaoya would come and tell me some news about him. Only then did I know that although he left in a fit of anger, he always had me in his heart. He never married again. We were frozen like that. It was as if we were waiting for each other to give up on the longing in our hearts. But you don't know. Not only did my longing for him not decrease, it increased even more. Until I heard the bad news about him. Granny Qinghua's eyes reddened. You only know how to cherish something when you lose it? Gu Hai sighed softly. Yes. These days I have been upset and regretting it. How good would it have been if I hadn't rejected him back then? How good would it have been if I hadn't chased him away? I did something wrong. How good would it have been if I had been willing to lower my head? Then he wouldn't have failed to get my approval in the end, Granny Qinghua said with reddened eyes. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. Now I understand. It doesn't matter who is more noble or who is more lowly. Back then, he humbled himself and followed me everywhere to please me. What? He didn't owe me anything. What? Why was I so calm back then? What right did I have to be so calm? Sigh. He humbled himself to please me. None of that was true. It was because he loved me. If he didn't love me with his integrity, who could have made him lower his head? Back then, I was ignorant and stupid. Do you know how much I regret it now? Ah. Granny Qinghua said bitterly. Granny Qinghua, my condolences. Sigh. Gu Hai sighed softly. Mr. Good, you are a smart person. However, smart people may not be able to sort out their feelings. What I want to say is, since you like the granddaughter I just acknowledged, Long Wanqing, why do you keep hiding from her? Granny Qinghua looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Then he smiled bitterly and said, was it that obvious? At least it was obvious to me. Granny Qinghua said with a smile. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, Granny Qinghua, you know about my situation, right? I have a wife. I have great hatred. I have great enmity. More importantly, I am in great danger. You don't want Long Wanqing to move into your danger? However, do you know that no matter what you think, she is already involved? Granny Qinghua said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai frowned slightly and fell silent. You chose to avoid her. Not only will you hurt her, but you will also put her in more danger. I told you just now that although I took the initiative to fall in love with old Zhuang, I still love my husband deeply. For all eternity it would never change. Don't wait until you regret it. Granny Qinghua advised. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and turned to look in the direction of Xiaoye Villa. Long Wanqing was there. Gu Hai sighed and smiled bitterly. Let's wait a little longer. Let nature take its course. Granny Qinghua looked at Gu Hai and shook her head, sighing softly. By the way, Granny Qinghua, over the past few days when the Hall Master and I were wandering around your Passion Flower Valley, we discovered that some of the floating islands around your Passion Flower Valley look like a Go game. Gu Hai looked at Granny Qinghua in confusion. Since you noticed it, there is nothing to hide. That's right. Old man Guanxi helped me lay this bramble flower formation. There might be a Go game layout in it. You really have good eyes. Granny Qinghua said with a smile. Gu Hai shook his head and said, maybe I am a little sensitive to Go. I discovered that there seems to be a flaw on the east side near the sea. A flaw? Granny Qinghua felt slightly stunned. Yes, that is the weakest link. I don't know why old man Guanxi left it there. Gu Hai revealed some confusion. Old man Guanxi is a very reserved person. Having a flaw might not be a good thing. Granny Qinghua said with a frown. I'll bring you over to take a look later. You can see if I'm right. However, don't worry. If you don't mind, I can help you fix the flaw there. I just need to fix it with a large formation. Gu Hai said with a smile. Oh, that's good. In that case, I will have to trouble you. Granny Qinghua nodded. Chapter 230. Passionate Flower Valley. Gu Hai busied himself with patching up the gaps in the thorny flower ritual array. Granny Qinghua sent someone to invite Huangfu Chaoga over, saving Gu Hai a lot of trouble. Although Huangfu Chaoga had not arrived yet, the chances of that happening were very high. In return, Gu Hai did not shirk from patching up the Passionate Flower Valley's formations. The thorny flower ritual array faced the sea on the east. To be more precise, it encased a large portion of the sea region. However, Gu Hai discovered that while the thorny flower ritual array was rooted on land, it did not have many roots in the sea, leaving some incomplete. Gu Hai quickly patched up the thorny flower ritual array here. With the help of the passion flower tree spirits, Gu Hai moved much faster. Long Wanqing followed behind Gu Hai, busying herself. Chu Qin stood on the waning Moon Mountain Manor's floating island. However, he watched coldly as Gu Hai patched up the thorny flower ritual array in the distance. He did not help or say anything. Division Master Chu, may I know why you are still here? Venerable Lun Yen suddenly appeared behind Chu Qin. I have not finished reading the information that the previous Hall Master left. I will go and search for clues after reading it. What's wrong? Venerable Lun Yen, are you chasing me away? Chu Qin turned his head and looked at Venerable Lun Yen coldly. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head and sighed softly. Division Master Chu, we are all very sad about the previous Hall Master's death. However, Long Wanqing is the new Hall Master after all. Please be more polite when you speak to her in the future. Are you educating me? I Chu Qin do not need you to teach me how to do things. Chu Qin snorted coldly as he flung his sleeves and entered the hall. Venerable Lun Yen looked at Chu Qin and frowned slightly. On the other side, a loud sound came from the seaside when evening arrived. Boom. Boundless fog seemed to appear out of nowhere. It's done. Gu Hai guffawed. It's finally done? This fog is the ritual array? The surrounding tree men looked at the fog-shrouded sea in shock. Before Gu Hai could explain, a tree man suddenly ran over. Mr. Good, Hall Leader Long, Granny asked me to inform you that Huangfu Chaoga is here. The tree ant whispered. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing's eyes lit up as they looked at each other. The two of them didn't waste any more words. They followed the tree ant and quickly headed toward the towering tree where Granny Qinghua lived. Not long after, the two of them arrived at Granny Qinghua's tree hole. Grandma said that since you guys are here you can go in yourselves. A tree ant said softly. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing nodded and stepped into the tree hole. In the tree hole, Granny Qinghua was drinking tea with a middle-aged man. When Gu Hai and Long Wanqing stepped in, they suddenly stopped what they were doing and looked over. The middle-aged man was Huangfu Chaoga, whom Gu Hai had seen not long ago. Gu Hai greets Mr. Huangfu. Gu Hai bowed slightly. Huangfu Chaoga suddenly saw Long Wanqing and stared at Long Wanqing. Her heart surged and her eyes reddened. Long Wanqing greets Mr. Huangfu. Long Wanqing bowed slightly. Good. You're too polite. I'm Huangfu Chaoga. Huangfu Chaoga also bowed slightly to Gu Hai and Long Wanqing. Huangfu Chaoga is here. You have any questions, just ask. Granny Qinghua sat on the side and drank tea. Thank you, Granny. Long Wanqing said gratefully. You look like me, you really look like Xiaoya. Huangfu Chaoga's eyes reddened slightly. Mr. Huangfu, I'm very sorry for inviting you here. All these years I've been looking for the cause of my mother's death. Thanks to Gu Hai's help, I finally found you. That's why I'm here. Long Wanqing said. Huangfu Chaoga looked at Gu Hai. We went to Silver Moon City first. Gu Hai looked through a lot of information and found that my mother's best friends were you and He Shi Kang. However, after my mother died, you didn't come to pay your respects, so he asked He Shi Kang. He Shi Kang said your name before he died. Long Wanqing explained. That coward He Shi Kang is dead? Huangfu Chaoga was startled. Yes. He committed suicide. Long Wanqing nodded. We found out that there were 1 million Qin figurines in Silver Moon Sea. They were supposed to be escorted to the capital by the government, but they were intercepted halfway. He Shi Kang then committed suicide. Gu Hai added. Suicide? He should have died long ago. Why did he commit suicide now? Huangfu Chaoga snorted. Mr. Huangfu, how much do you know about my mother's death? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. Your mother's death? It was Liang of Gojoseon who killed her. Huangfu Chaoga said in a low voice. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Gu Hai, on the other hand, remained very calm. It was as if he had already guessed this. When Long Xiaoya saw me for the last time, she told me that if anything happened to her, it would be Liang of Gojoseon who killed her. That's why I want to take revenge for Xiaoya. Huangfu Chaoga said with a ferocious expression. Liang of Gojoseon killed my mother? That's impossible, right? What? For the dragon vein? But Liang of Gojoseon has one too? Long Wanqing said in surprise. What do you mean for the dragon vein? It's Liang of Gojoseon who wants to rebel. Your mother found some clues back then, but she didn't have any evidence, so she didn't know how to report him. Unexpectedly, Liang of Gojoseon still found out. Liang of Gojoseon silenced her so that no one would report him. Huangfu Chaoga said hatefully. Rebel? What evidence do you have? Long Wanqing said in surprise. Evidence? How could there be evidence? If there was evidence, why would I need to break the treaty with the Deqian Celestial Dynasty? I could just send it to the Deqian Celestial Dynasty's imperial court. Huangfu Chaoga said hatefully. Rebel? You mean that Liang of Gojoseon is accumulating strength and is waiting for the day to explode and rebel against the Deqian Celestial Dynasty? Gu Hai said with a frown. That's right. I know he wants to rebel. He slandered me for collaborating with the enemy and wanted to lead an army to suppress me. Huangfu Chaoga laughed coldly. But we heard otherwise. They said you broke the treaty with the Deqian Celestial Dynasty and allied with an imperial dynasty to fight against the Deqian Celestial Dynasty? Gu Hai said in confusion. Joe. Why would I ally with an imperial dynasty? There is indeed an imperial dynasty beside my god Foothill Celestial Dynasty. However, if that imperial dynasty knows that Liang of Gojoseon is rebelling, not only will they not help me, they will instead support Liang of Gojoseon to destroy God Foothill. That's because they also want the land. If Liang of Gojoseon rebelled, they can take advantage of the situation and attack the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. How can I ally with them? Huangfu Chaoga said coldly. My mother was killed by Liang of Gojoseon? Impossible. Liang of Gojoseon rebelling? What courage does he have to rebel? You're lying to me, you're lying to me. You have no evidence. Long Wanqing was confused. Huang Fuchaoge shook her head. I have no evidence. That's right. I don't even have evidence of how Xiaoya died. However, I believe Xiaoya. I believe everything she says. I believe everything. Why didn't I go pay respects to Xiaoya? Can I still go? I'd rather avenge Xiaoya on the front lines. He sure Kong, that coward, was even more devoted than me back then. What happened in the end? He still became Liang of Gojoseon's lackey. Those million bronze men, right? Back then he sure Kong, Xiaoya and I discovered it together. Dragons guarding it? Isn't that Liang of Gojoseon harboring evil intentions? Gu Hai, do you think that Liang of Gojoseon killed my mother? Long Wanqing looked anxiously at Gu Hai. Gu Hai was silent for a moment. Gu Hai naturally wouldn't believe Huang Fuchaoge's one-sided story. However, based on the information that Gu Hai had, Long Xiaoya had the highest probability of dying at the hands of Liang of Gojoseon. Gu Hai didn't insist. Instead he fell into deep thought. No, not good. Granny, the Thorns Formation is surrounded by the Liang of Gojoseon's army. There are so many flying boats, so many troops and so many giant dragons. A tree man suddenly ran over and exclaimed. What? Granny Qinghua's expression changed. The Liang of Gojoseon's army has surrounded this place? Long Wanqing's expression also changed. Huang Fuchaoge frowned and looked at Granny Qinghua. Did Granny Qinghua set her up? No, it wasn't Granny Qinghua. Huang Fuchaoge quickly stepped out of the tree hole and frowned at the sky. Outside the Thorns Formation, on top of a huge flying boat, there was a huge chess piece with the word Lu on it. There were hundreds of flying boats around the Thorns Formation. A large number of troops stood on the flying boats, looking at the formation with ferocious expressions. Hundreds of giant dragons flew in the sky. Not only that, but there were also thousands of flood dragons flying in the sky. Behind the dragons, thousands of Baxia lay on the beach of the Eastern Sea. Roar! The dragons roared at the sky. For a moment, dark clouds covered the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Outside the Thorns Formation, a strong murderous aura surrounded the entire Thorns Formation. On the main flying boat, the Liang of Gojoseon sat on the throne. He held the armrest and looked coldly at the Thorns Formation. Pejuan Ao Shun, and experts in all kinds of strange clothes stood beside him. They followed the Liang of Gojoseon and looked coldly at the Thorns Formation. Inside, the Liang of Gojoseon said indifferently. Pejuan nodded. Yes. Our spy reported that Huang Fuchaoge is indeed inside. It's fine that he hid in Shenlu City, but he came out to seek death? The Liang of Gojoseon sneered. There's a path to heaven but he didn't take it. There's no door to hell but he barged in. Huang Fuchaoge is seeking death. Ao Shun said coldly. It's for Long Wanqing, right? More than 10 days ago when I heard Pejuan say that Long Wanqing was coming, I knew that Huang Fuchaoge was not far from death. Haha, as expected, he's infatuated. Long Xiaoya has been dead for so many years, but he's still so infatuated. A daughter with another man can also draw him out. Haha, Shenlu dynasty? I don't know how he built it. The Liang of Gojoseon said coldly. Your Highness, this Thorns Formation is troublesome. The sturdiness is secondary but the poison is troublesome. If we break it by force, the poison will turn into poisonous smoke and harm the army, Pejuan said. It's not troublesome. Those who block me will die. The Liang of Gojoseon said coldly. Pejuan, you're thinking too much. Thorns Formation. It's not troublesome. It has a fatal flaw. Ao Shun sneered. The Dongfang of the formation is near the sea. It's the weakest point of the Thorns Formation. The formation map that Old Man Guanxi set up for the Passion Flower Valley was coincidentally obtained by my dragon race. I also have a copy. Ao Shun sneered. Chapter 231. Passion Flower Valley. A large number of tree demons gathered under the largest passion flower tree in the center with anxious expressions. Granny Qinghua, Huang Fuchaoge, Gu Hai, and Long Wanqing all walked out of the tree holes and frowned as they looked to the north of the Brambles Formation. Shouts of soldiers could be heard from the north. Granny Qinghua, Liang of Gojoseon is here. Open the Brambles Formation and hand over the traitor Huang Fuchaoge. Otherwise we'll flatten the Passion Flower Valley and wipe out your entire tribe. Shouts came from outside the formation, filled with ferocity. Granny, I just saw 100 flying ships outside the formation. Each ship has over 10,000 soldiers, which means that there are at least 1,000,000 soldiers. There are also hundreds of giant dragons, thousands of flood dragons and thousands of Baxias. They've surrounded the Passion Flower Valley. Liang of Gojoseon is leading the army personally. What should we do? A passion flower tree demon said in horror. Great calamity? Is this the great calamity? Granny Qinghua's expression was ugly. Liang of Gojoseon knew that I was here so quickly. Did someone leak my whereabouts? Huangfu Chaoga said in a low voice. Then Huangfu Chaoga frowned and looked at Granny Qinghua. Granny Qinghua frowned as she looked at the tree demons and shook her head. It can't be my tribe. It can't be my people either. Apart from Lu Stone God, no one knows that I'm here, Huangfu Chaoga said in a low voice. The two of them looked at Gu Hai and Long Wanqing. We also just found out that Mr. Huangfu is here, Long Wanqing said with a frown. Gu Hai didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Xiaoya Villa and didn't say anything. Although he had a guess, he wasn't sure yet and didn't say anything. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the east of the Brambles formation. Not good, Granny. The flood dragons and Baxias have broken through the east of the Brambles formation. There are so many flood dragons and Baxias. What should we do? A tree demon in the distance exclaimed. Flood dragons? Baxias? Gu Hai was slightly startled. To the east of the Great Bramble Formation, 100 dragons were leading thousands of Baxia and flood dragons. The head of the giant dragon was the first Cyclops giant dragon that Gu Hai had encountered when he arrived at the border not long ago, Ghostface Uncle Fang. Fang looked at the Great Bramble Formation in front of him and said coldly, All drakes, listen up. The Crown Prince said that this is the flaw of the Great Bramble Formation. The Great Bramble Formation is deeply rooted, but there is no root or obstruction in the enclosed sea. One can drill into the ground and break out of the sea. Huangfu Chaoga doesn't have any fate on her now. The Crown Prince said that whoever catches Huangfu Chaoga first will be rewarded with a rising dragon elixir and be promoted to the dragon race. The flood dragons and Baxia immediately roared in excitement. All of their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Clearly the allure of the rising dragon pill was too great. Go! Fang yelled. Rumble! The 3,000 Jiao dragons and the 3,000 Baxia dragons rushed into the ocean, rushing towards the root of the great array of thorns. They wanted to drill through the obstacles at the bottom of the sea and rush into the array. Rumble! A flaw was ultimately a flaw. As the earth rumbled, countless black mud gushed out from the bottom of the sea, as if it was going to break through the array. At this moment, at the top of the Great Bramble Formation, a large number of tree ants were scattered in all directions. They could stand on some of the observation towers in the sky and see the outside world. The sky was covered by the great array of clouds, and the outside world couldn't see inside. However, the observation towers inside could see the outside world clearly. On the observation tower at the Dongfang of the Great Array, the Treants saw the 3,000 Jiao dragons and the 3,000 Baxia break through the array, and their expressions changed drastically. It's over, it's over. Hurry up and inform Grandma. The array is loosening. The Jiao dragons and Baxia are going to break in. Quick, quick, inform Granny. The Treants shouted in horror. While the Treants were shouting, the first Jiao dragon had already squeezed its head until it was bleeding. It squeezed through the rocks and drilled its head into the sea inside the array. The Jiao dragon roared with a ferocious expression. It quickly squeezed through the rocks and drilled its body in. Rumble! The 3,000 Jiao dragons and the 3,000 Baxia dragons emerged from the bottom of the sea one after another. Ha ha, the Great Bramble Formation is only SOSO. I'm in roar. Watch me catch Huangfu Chaoga. The rising dragon elixir is mine. I'm going to evolve into a true dragon. The Jiao dragons and the Baxia dragons were wild with excitement. Huangfu Chaoga was powerful, but that was when she had luck. Now, without any luck, she was only at the peak of the Yuanying state. The Jiao dragons and the Baxia dragons roared. They wanted to break through the sea and rush into the Passion Flower Valley. On the observation tower, the Trent's expression changed drastically. Oh no, the Jiao dragons and the Baxia dragons have broken in. Prepare for battle, prepare for battle. There's a great array of clouds on the sea. It was set up by Mr. Good. Will it work? It doesn't matter if it works or not. Prepare for battle. A large number of Treants roared anxiously and were about to rush over. In the distance, under the giant passion flower tree, Granny Qinghua and the rest also heard the commotion in Dongfang. Amidst the roar, it seemed that a group of dragons had broken out of the array. Granny, the Jiao dragons and the Baxia dragons have broken in. Granny. The Trent's anxious cries came from afar. The flaw of the great array of thorns? The dragons know about it too? Granny Qinghua's expression darkened. The drakes? What a coincidence. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening sounds came from the east, followed by the cries of the Jiao dragons and the Baxia dragons. No, what's going on? Am I being suppressed? Can't I move? No, this is a pressure that specifically targets our dragon nature? Only targets the dragons? What is it? The Jiao dragons and the Baxia dragons cried out in horror. Is this Mr. Good's ritual array? Granny Qinghua's eyes lit up. Yes. To be more precise, this ritual array also came from Old Man Guanxi. Back then I obtained Old Man Guanxi's dragon-fixing hoop, which could suppress all dragons. Although the dragon-fixing hoop eventually shattered, I obtained a ritual array in it. I just happened to set it up for you, Gu Hai explained. Huangfu Chaoga looked at Gu Hai in slight shock. I'll go and guard Dongfang. With me around, as long as they are not Heavenly Opening Palace's experts, it should be difficult for them to enter, Gu Hai said confidently. All right, the group answered. I'll go with you. Long Wanqing immediately called out. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and took out a flying ship. Then he headed east. When the flying ship arrived at Xiaoya Mountain Manor, Xiao Qin happened to see Chu Qin standing on the floating island with a frown. Venerable Lun Yan and the anxious Mu Qinfeng stood at the side. Hall Master. Venerable Lun Yan and Mu Qinfeng quickly boarded the flying ship. Whoosh. The flying ship continued flying towards Dongfang. What should we do now? Mu Qinfeng asked with an unsightly expression. Division Master Mu, I'll have to trouble you to find Gaochen for me. Where has he been over the past few days? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Oh, I know. Okay, I know where he is. These days, his singing has scared away almost all the tree demons. However, there are some young love flower tree demons who don't have the ability to distinguish between right and wrong. That's why they listen to him. I know where he is. I'll go find him now. Mu Qinfeng flew out in a hurry. Venerable Lun Yan, guard against Chu Qin. I suspect that he is a spy, Gu Hai whispered to Venerable Lun Yan. What? Venerable Lun Yan's and Long Wanqing's expressions changed. Venerable Lun Yan stepped off the flying ship and flew into the distance. If Chu Qin was a spy, there would be a huge problem. In the eastern sea, boom, boom, boom. Waves of power came out of nowhere and pressed down on the flood dragon and Baxia. The flood dragon and Baxia were just about to rush out of the water when they were suddenly pressed down by a strange power. They were instantly pressed to the bottom of the sea, unable to move. The flood dragons and the Baxia goggled in disbelief. This is impossible. It is not some heavy object but just a fog ball condensed from the sea's fog. Yet, it suppressed the flood dragons to the point where they could not move. There seemed to be a strange ritual array operating in the fog ball. This pressure is directly pressing down on my dragon nature? How can there be a ritual array that specifically targets the dragon race? That's impossible. That's impossible. The dragon-fixing hoop? I remember now. It is the dragon-fixing hoop. It has the same effect as the dragon-fixing hoop. Is it Old Man Guanxi's ritual array? The flood dragons and the Baxia exclaimed in horror. The surrounding tree men who were preparing to face the enemy opened their mouths, appearing confused. Earlier, these tree men were still terrified of the flood dragons and the Baxia, not knowing how to deal with them. Earlier, they thought that Gu Hai's fog ritual array was useless. The moment the nearly 1,000 flood dragons and the Baxia appeared, the ritual array suppressed them to the point where they could not move. That's great. This ritual array is too strong. The group of tree men cheered excitedly. Whoosh! Gu Hai's and Long Wanqing's flying ship suddenly appeared. Mr. Gu, they've been suppressed by your formation. Mr. Good, your ritual array is too incredible, the group of tree men cheered. However, Gu Hai frowned. This was just the beginning. Blocking the outside experts? Was that possible? Xiao Qin had personally witnessed the battle outside Divine Foothill City. If Liang of Gojoseon wanted to break the ritual array, there was no way to stop him. Gu Hai, what should we do? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai worriedly. We'll do our best and leave the rest to fate. Gu Hai took a deep breath. Outside the ritual array in Dongfang, Fang looked coldly at the group of wyverns who had barged into the array. However, even if they barged in, wasn't there any other movement? There was a sound barrier in the Thorn's ritual array, so no sound could be heard. That shouldn't be. Even if the first batch of flood dragons pounced on Huangfu Chaoga, shouldn't there be some movement? Fong frowned. Hundreds of giant dragons floated on the surface of the sea, but there was no movement at all. His heart sank. Boom. Suddenly, a Baxia drenched in blood rushed back in horror. Boom boom boom. A series of flood dragons and Baxia scrambled to crawl out. They were all terrified and covered in blood. What's going on? Fong exclaimed. Leader, it's over. They've all been suppressed. Everyone in front has been suppressed. No one can move. The blood-covered Baxia shouted in horror. What? Fong's eyes widened. There's a ritual array inside. There's an ambush. We've been ambushed. The blood-covered Baxia shouted in horror. Chapter 232. Fong's face darkened. That's impossible. What formation is that? You can't resist at all? Fong said with a glare. I was suppressed first, but when I was near the exit, 2 flood dragons happened to be suppressed and knocked away the fog ball suppressing me. That formation seems to target our dragon nature. It seems to be the dragon-fixing hoop? Yes, the dragon-fixing hoop. Baxia shouted in horror. Fong's expression changed. The flood dragons and Baxia scrambled to escape. However, after entering and exiting, only 5,000 of them were left. Another 1,000 were suppressed inside. At the same time, in the north of the Thorny Thorn Formation, Pujuan naturally heard everything clearly. He reported the news from the east to Luyang of Gojoseon. Ao Shun's face darkened. Formation? How could the array of the dragon-fixing hoop be possible? It must be newly set up. Who did it? Luyang of Gojoseon was not angry. Instead, he said in surprise, Oh? I didn't expect to gain so much tonight. Your Highness, Ao Shun said with a frown. It's fine. None of them can escape tonight. Originally, we just destroyed the formation and took Huangfu Chaoga. Since there's something new, let's see what it is. Perhaps it'll be useful to me? Luyang of Gojoseon showed a hint of pride. Fong, go in and take a look. Ao Shun said seriously. Yes, Your Highness. Fong replied when he heard the voice in the distance. All of you go in with me. Since it's the dragon-fixing hoop, it only targets the alternative dragons. Follow me. Fong said coldly. Brr. The 100 giant dragons roared and rushed into the sea with a loud rumble. Boom. They followed the flood dragon's path, avoiding the thorn's poison at the bottom of the sea, and squeezed into the inner part of the formation. As they drilled, Fong moved back slightly, allowing the 5 dragons at the front to be the first to charge into the inner part of the sea. Their heads came out. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. I have the strength to pick up mountains and the might to conquer the world. Boom. 5 sky-piercer halberds slashed toward the 5 dragons. Brr. The dragons glared and roared. They opened their mouths and spat out cold air. He wanted to freeze the attacker. However, this was not a person but a Xiangyu cloud beast. The 5 Xiangyu cloud beasts ignored the cold air, and the halberd pressed down on his head. The 5 dragons' eyes widened. Half of their bodies were still stuck in the ground, and only their heads were exposed, but they couldn't move. Slash. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. He saw a man holding a bone knife and stabbing it into the forehead of a giant dragon. Then, it quickly jumped to another giant dragon and pierced its glabella one by one. The 5 dragons widened their eyes. He seemed to be struggling. Unfortunately, it was too late. When the Life Ender saber appeared, surging black energy immediately flowed into his forehead through the wound. Ong! Ong! The 5 dragons cried out in pain as their bodies quickly twisted. However, under the pressure of the 5 halberds, his head couldn't move at all. He couldn't escape, he couldn't move. He could only struggle in pain. The 5 dragons cried out in pain. However, the surging black chi had already condensed into countless skeletons, which were madly gnawing at their bodies. When the dragons behind saw the 5 dragons struggling madly, they suddenly paused. What's going on? Fong's eyes widened. What happened? Leader, they seem to be in pain. Quickly save them. Ah, that black chi. Black chi. Ah, their bodies are gone. Only their bones are left. They were eaten by the black chi. Only their bones are left? The dragons roared and Fong's expression changed. Retreat. Boom, boom, boom. The group of dragons fled in fear. Crown Prince, the array is not only targeting the semi-dragon. The vanguard 5 dragons were also ambushed and were eaten in an instant. Only 5 dragon skeletons are left. Fang shouted into the distance. On Liang of Gojoseon's flying ship, Ao Shun's face sank. How dare you? Liang of Gojoseon's eyes became more and more expectant. He reached out and stopped Ao Shun. The spy reported that it should be that Gu Hai person who set up the array in the east. Not bad, good array. Liang of Gojoseon's eyes lit up. Your Highness. Ao Shun still looked angry. If you have the ability, use it for me again. This trip will not be in vain. Liang of Gojoseon's eyes flashed with confidence. But what about the 1,000 flood dragons and Baxia? Are we going to let them be killed? Ao Shun asked worriedly. They were a huge force after all. They could not be wasted here. Indeed. Liang of Gojoseon nodded. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the thorny array in front of him. The thorny array has a sound barrier. We can hear outside but not inside. Pejuan used shattering east wind. Yes. Pejuan nodded and stepped forward. Ding. Pejuan stepped forward. Suddenly, the sound of a zither rang in the air. The sound of the zither was cold and carried a murderous intent as it rushed toward the thorny array. There was a gap in the thorny array. The sound of the zither instantly rushed into the array. Hum. When the sound of the zither entered the array, it instantly transformed into an illusory skeleton warrior that was 10 feet tall. The illusory skeleton warrior held a saber in its hand and charged ferociously at a treant. I know. The treant's expression changed. It reached out and waved its hand. 10 vines rushed toward the skeleton warrior. Boom. The two collided and produced a metallic sound. Ah. The treant was instantly sent flying. The illusory skeleton warrior continued to fly toward the depths of the Passionflower Valley. Break. A powerful treant swung its arm. Boom. The illusory skeleton warrior suddenly exploded. Shattering east wind? Huang Fuchaoga's expression darkened. Sound technique? Granny Qinghua's expression also darkened. A skeleton warrior was nothing, but the song shattering the east wind had just begun. Ding 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 ding. In the outside world, Pejuan waved his hand and the shattering east wind officially began. The sound of the zither condensed into a white river that surged toward the thorny array. It entered the thorny array through the gap. The moment it passed through the thorny array, it turned into illusory skeleton warriors. It was like a smoke-like skeleton army. However, it was extremely ferocious. Roar. The skeleton army roared and charged in all directions. They grabbed their swords and knives and slashed at the passionflower tree demons. Ah, Granny, save me. Die for me. Bastard. The Passionflower Valley instantly turned into a mess. The million-strong skeleton army instantly brought hellish torment to the valley. Myriad earth vines. Granny Qinghua shouted with widened eyes. Rumble. The largest passion blossom tree behind him shook violently. In an instant, vines emerged from the Passion Blossom Valley and appeared in front of the tree demons, protecting them. However, in the outside world, the sound of the zither did not stop. The skeleton army did not stop. Roar. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. Boom. The skeleton army attacked the vines with their swords and chased after the tree demons. Boom. A skeleton soldier was shattered. However, 10 more quickly formed. The sound of the zither army was extremely powerful. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers surged toward the east coast following the sound of the zither. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Shattering east wind, condensing sound into an army? In the midst of this shocking change, Long Wanqing quickly took out her long sword and started fighting with a few skeleton soldiers. Ding 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 dang dang dang. The skeleton army could not be killed or destroyed. It was as if they would only be satisfied after killing everyone. Hallmaster Long, why can't we kill this monster? A few tree demons shouted in horror as they fought. This is a sound technique, a zither Dao sound technique. I can't break the killing zither sound. Long Wanqing showed an anxious expression. At this moment, Mu Qinfeng led Gao Chen over. Ah, bastard, don't kill me. I also have a heaven-grade zither. Gao Chen tried to escape. However, the skeleton army chased after them relentlessly. Mu Qinfeng blocked the skeleton army while shouting at Gao Chen. Gao Chen, fight back. Fight back. Ding ding ding. Gao Chen waved his hand and tens of thousands of small spirits surged out. Kill. The skeleton soldiers slashed at Xiao Chen. Bang. The tens of thousands of small spirits were instantly killed. Gao Chen. Tens of thousands of small spirits were killed with one slash? Hurry, hurry up. Mu Chenfeng said anxiously. Gao Chen was sweating profusely. It's coming, it's coming. But the music I know is all about peace and beauty. How can it be so fierce? This is Pejuan's sound technique. You and he both have heaven-grade zither, so you can't be that different, right? What do you know? Hurry up and use it. Long Wanqing shouted. Liang Zhu, I know Liang Zhu. Gao Chen tried anything in his desperation. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, as the sound of the zither rang out, a swarm of butterflies appeared. Bang! The 10 skeleton soldiers chopped all the butterflies in half with one slash. The butterflies' corpses flew all over the sky. Long Wanqing. I know, cannon, yes I know cannon. Gao Chen shouted in panic. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, the phantom of an old man playing the piano appeared. The phantom of a rich girl was listening to the music admiringly. Bang! 50 skeletons chopped down, and the old man and the rich girl were instantly chopped into minced meat. Mu Chenfeng. I also know, Pathétique. Yes, I know Pathétique, that's a song for fighters. Gao Chen's eyes lit up. Ding 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 ding. As soon as he played Pathétique, a powerful warrior suddenly appeared. Boom. With a punch, he sent the skeleton soldier in front of him flying. Haha, I can do it. Gao Chen's eyes lit up. Roar. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers swarmed over. Go to hell. The powerful warriors rushed forward and fought against the skeleton army with 1 against 500. However, the skeleton army increased in number and became more and more fierce. The fighters seemed to be unable to hold on. Why is there only one fighter? Play more, hurry up. Long Wanqing shouted anxiously. Gao Chen said with a dark expression, there's only one fighter in Pathétique. Long Wanqing. Mu Chenfeng. The tune of Pathétique became more and more intense. More and more skeleton soldiers charged in. There was panic in all directions. The ants wailed and fled in all directions. Where's Gu Hai? Where's Gu Hai? Mu Chenfeng asked anxiously. Bam! Not far away, Gu Hai emerged from the sea with a bone saber in his hand. At the bottom of the sea, the 1,000 dragons and Wuxia had all become a pile of bones. Gu Hai's face was flushed and he almost vomited blood. He suppressed the energy in his body. As soon as he emerged from the sea, he saw countless skeleton soldiers chasing after the ants. Master, save me, I can't do it, what should I do? Gao Chen was being chased by hundreds of skeleton soldiers. Go! Gu Hai waved his hand, and the heaven-suppressing divine seal flew out. Boom! The 100 skeletons were suppressed by the heaven-suppressing divine seal. What's going on? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing, who had killed 10 skeleton army soldiers, and asked in surprise. It's shattering the east wind, a battle song. We must kill to stop the killing. Gu Hai, do you have a song? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. Battle song? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Gao Chen, come here, I'll teach you the song Ambush on All Sides. Gu Hai called out. Chapter 233. Passionflower Valley on Xiaoya Mountain Manor's floating island. Rumbling sounds came from Dongfeng. It was the sound of flood dragons and Wuxia breaking the ritual array. Division Master Chu Qin held his golden sword and gently flicked it with his finger. He smiled faintly but showed no intention of helping. Venerable Lun Yen stood at the side. At this moment, Venerable Lun Yen returned. However, he stared at Chu Qin with a slightly complicated expression. Chu Qin did not look at Venerable Lun Yen. He just continued flicking the golden sword in his hand. Venerable Lun Yen, did you rush back because you believe Gu Hai's words and think that I am a spy? Chu Qin asked with a frown. Huh? You heard everything? Venerable Lun Yen raised his eyebrows. What does it matter if I heard it or not? Whether you believe it or not is the key. Venerable Lun Yen, I was in Elite Hall longer than you. I was also the person that the old hall master trusted the most. Yet you started to suspect me because of someone who just joined the hall? Chu Qin revealed a cold smile. Suspect? Nothing is certain yet. However, Ding Rui joined Elite Hall long ago. Even so, she still betrayed Long Xiaoye, Venerable Lun Yen said coldly. Don't compare me to Ding Rui. She is not worthy. Venerable Lun Yen, I don't know why you suspect me, but why do you suspect me? Why do you not suspect Huangfu Chaoga's subordinates? Why do you suspect your own people? Chu Qin asked sullenly. You heard everything? Venerable Lun Yen frowned slightly. You can hear it, but I can't hear it as well? For Liang of Gojoseon to arrive so quickly, the spy should not be in Passion Flower Valley but in Divine Foothill City. Otherwise, Liang of Gojoseon could not have mobilized a 1,000,000-man army so quickly, Chu Qin said sullenly. Venerable Lu Nian frowned but did not comment. Oh no. Pajuan is playing the zither. Chu Qin raised his eyebrows. Ding. Clink clink clink. Xiao Qin played Breaking the East Wind, summoning a vast army. Soon, countless skeletons rushed in all directions of the valley. At the same time, a large number of skeletons rushed towards the Waning Moon Villa. Venerable Lu Nian Waning Moon Villa was painstakingly built by Old Hall Master. Guard it well. Don't let this reinforcements destroy it, Chu Qin said. Venerable Lu Nian nodded. An army of hundreds of skeletons rushed over. Chu Chen's eyes widened as he slashed out with his sword. He slashed out with his sword and hundreds of strands of sword chi shot towards the hundreds of skeletons. Boom. The hundreds of skeletons instantly exploded and turned into ashes. However, the sound of the zither didn't stop. The sound army continued and more skeletons appeared. It didn't take long for tens of thousands of skeletons to surround the Xiaoye villa. Come out and face the enemy. Chu Qin shouted coldly. Yes. The Class 1 Hall members ran out and quickly went to face the increasing number of reinforcements. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of swords clashing could be heard from all directions. A group of skeleton soldiers suddenly rushed towards the main hall, as if they wanted to destroy the Waning Moon Hall of the Waning Moon Villa. Amateus. Venerable Lu Nian snorted coldly. Then the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand suddenly flew out and knocked away the hundreds of skeletons around him. The shattering east wind continued, and the skeleton army increased in number. Battles broke out all around the valley. Until suddenly, a voice came from the east that clashed with it. Clang, 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 clang. Gaoqin's ambush from 10 sides started. Under the largest passion flower tree, Granny Qinghua Huangfu Chaoga and the gathered tree spirits looked coldly to the north. As Chu Qin played the shattering east wind, an increasing number of skeletons charged over. Granny Qinghua waved her hand, and huge tree roots burst out of the ground to face the skeleton army. Rumble. In an instant, the tree roots swept out in all directions, sending the charging skeleton soldiers flying one by one. The hundreds of tree roots were like huge tongtian whips, wildly crushing the skeleton soldiers. However, as the shattering east wind continued, an increasing number of skeleton soldiers appeared. These skeleton soldiers were not very strong, at most a golden core realm cultivator. However, there were many of them. Not only were they running on the ground but they also flew in the air, penetrating every opening as they charged over. The group of tree spirits sent out their roots, chopping at the skeletons that slipped through. Chaos immediately reigned before the huge tree. Huangfu Chaoga's expression sank slightly. Finally, she sighed softly and said, Granny Qinghua, I am the one who brought disaster to the Passion Flower Valley. Open the Bramble Flower Ritual Array and let me out. Perhaps the Liang of Gojoseon will not make a move after capturing me. Ah! Huangfu Chaoga, are you insulting me? Granny Qinghua suddenly looked at Huangfu Chaoga. I am not. Huangfu Chaoga frowned. Every 10,000 years the demon race will face a great calamity. My Passion Flower clan's great calamity should be this year. However, I did not expect that this great calamity would come from the army of the Liang of Gojoseon. Huangfu Chaoga, do you think that my Passion Flower clan's great calamity will disappear if I send you out? Granny Qinghua said in a low voice. Huangfu Chaoga frowned slightly. Moreover, am I that kind of person? My husband would rather die than submit because of his integrity back then. I love him and respect him. Would I do such a shameful thing? The old villa master of the Silver Moon Villa did not submit to anyone because of his integrity. I respect him. Would I do such a despicable thing? Granny Qinghua said in a low voice. However, if this continues, your Passion Flower clan will. Huangfu Chaoga said worriedly. Granny Qinghua shook her head and said, what will come in the end. Huangfu Chaoga, I'm the one who called you here. I'm the one who got you into trouble. I'll help you escape. But, Huangfu Chaoga said with a frown. No buts. You will die if you go out. Huangfu Chaoga, don't you want to avenge Long Xiaoye? Granny Qinghua said with a glare. Me? Huangfu Chaoga's eyes reddened. If my Passion Flower clan can escape this calamity and leave behind descendants, I hope that you can take care of us if you still have the ability. Sigh. Granny Qinghua sighed. As she spoke, a root suddenly appeared from the huge passion flower tree behind her. A huge root slowly landed in front of Granny Qinghua and Huangfu Chaoga. Crack, crack, crack. The tip of the root slowly cracked open, revealing a hole the size of a person. Drill in. I will use this root to drill into the ground and send you out of this dangerous place. Granny Qinghua said solemnly to Huangfu Chaoga. No, if I escape, your Passion Flower clan will not be able to escape this calamity. Huangfu Chaoga said anxiously. If it is a blessing, it is not a calamity. If it is a calamity, we cannot avoid it. My Passion Flower clan does not owe anyone anything. Hurry up. Otherwise, when Liang of Gojoseon gets serious, we will not have a chance. Granny Qinghua said anxiously. Roar, 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 roar. The skeleton army around them grew larger and larger. Huangfu Chaoga's eyes reddened. At this moment, the sound of a zither that clashed with defeating the east wind suddenly came from Dongfang. Ding, 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 ding. Passion Flower Valley east side. The skeleton army grew larger and larger. The group of tree men Long Wanqing and Mu Qinfeng were having a hard time fighting. Is it okay? Mu Qinfeng asked anxiously. Gu Hai pressed his hand on Gaochen's shoulder and transmitted the ambush from 10 sides, in his mind to Gaochen. Master, I have learned it. Is this a military composition? What an austere aura. Gaochen's eyes lit up. Try it. If it doesn't work, I will teach you General's order, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Ah, Master, you have created 2 compositions in such a short time? You are almost catching up to me. Gaochen exclaimed. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Gu Hai kicked the shameless Gaochen's butt. It's coming, it's coming. The North Star replied. Listen to my ambush from 10 sides. Ah. Gaochen said excitedly. Clink, 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 clink. With a wave of his hand, the sound of ambush from 10 sides suddenly rang out. Gu Hai did not have the essence of the Tao of the Guqin, so he could not use it effectively. However, Gaochen did. Once the powerful essence of the Tao of the Guqin was released, it immediately displayed the grandeur of a battlefield. Under the Tao of the Guqin, the void seemed to resound with the sound of war drums. Tock, 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 tock. As soon as the drum sounded, it was as if a wave of military might had gathered, and it shook the skeleton army. The skeleton army trembled as if they were afraid and hesitant. In an instant, the battle between Long Wanqing and the others suddenly became much easier. Woo 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 woo. Dong 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 dong. Along with the sound of the zither, war drums and bugles resounded throughout the world. In the distance, Granny Qinghua's expression turned solemn. She revealed a trace of surprise and said, What a majestic sound of war drums. Is this Gu Hai's song? Are they going to fight on the battlefield? As she spoke, Granny Qinghua's eyes narrowed slightly as she waved her hand. Boom. Suddenly, the great array of thorns trembled slightly. In the outside world, on Liang of Gojoseon's flying ship, Pajuan stretched out his hand and strummed the zither. Suddenly, the great bramble formation in the distance trembled. Your Highness, Granny Qinghua has removed the sound barrier from the interior. We can also hear the sounds from the interior. Pajuan's expression changed. They can't hold on any longer, right? One song to break the east wind, annihilating the vast army. Ao Shun said coldly. That's not right. There's a clash of zither sounds inside. Is it Gaochen? Or is it Gu Hai? Gu Hai's song? Pajuan's expression changed. A clash with my breaking the east wind? Liang of Gojoseon frowned slightly. Ding, 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 ding. Gaochen's zither music rang out. Immediately, the zither Dao's concept coalesced into the sound of war drums and bugles. Liang of Gojoseon closed his eyes and listened carefully. Are they setting up camp and preparing for war? The zither music contains the sound of war drums and bugles. With the sound of war drums, they are conscripting soldiers to war? What a good song. This is just the beginning and they are already displaying military might? Liang of Gojoseon felt slightly stunned. So what? My skeleton army, the vast army, is already marching toward him. Pajuan's expression turned cold, and the breaking the east wind in his hands grew sharper. Ding, 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 ding. The ambush from 10 sides zither music gradually sped up. The concept of war drums and bugles slowly faded away, replaced by shouts from the zither music. Liang of Gojoseon closed his eyes and sensed the zither music. He seemed to see the enemy army gathering in the distance, standing orderly on the training ground. The rolling army stretched as far as the eye could see, looking extremely orderly. Commander appointment? Have they entered the phase of commander appointment? Liang of Gojoseon opened his eyes. Indeed, at this moment, Gaochen was playing ambush from 10 sides in the formation. Although the skeleton army around him was rushing in wave after wave, they were suddenly affected by a strong atmosphere. A military might came from behind Gaochen. As the zither music continued, clouds swirled behind Gaochen. Vaguely, it seemed like a vast army stood orderly in a square formation behind him. Although the army did not move, they were not angry, and a tyrannical military aura rushed out. Some of the generals in this orderly formation quickly appointed commanders. Unlike the skeleton army, the Soundao army behind the North Star Emperor was well trained and organized into all sorts of neat formations. They were orderly and carried with them a surge of killing intent. Damn. This daddy's army is still the most imposing. Just by standing there, it is already more imposing than this skeleton army. Gaochen said excitedly. Gu Hai looked at the vast army behind Gaochen and heaved a sigh of relief. Ambush from 10 sides is enough. Ding, 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 ding. Gaochen's zither music continued. Ha, ha. After the generals were appointed, each of the small generals led their own troops and dispersed. They spread out in an orderly manner, forming a large net formation. It seemed as if they were going to charge and break through the enemy's lines. Outside, Liang of Gojoseon raised his brows and said in surprise, "Formation? The Soundao army can actually form formations? That shouldn't be. That's a vast army. Can Gaochen's zither music control every single Soundao soldier? Can it divide so much attention? No, that's not right. Is the appointment just now? The appointment just now pointed out a few generals. All he needed to do was control the generals. What is this song called? How can it divide the army in the Zither Dao's intent realms so clearly? And it can be controlled? Pujuan revealed a look of astonishment. Go. Gaochen shouted excitedly in the valley. Go. The army of thousands of men and horses let out a roar that soared into the sky. Finally, his Soundao army began to move. The majestic army charged toward the skeleton army amid rumbling sounds from the zither music. Chapter 234. Boom, 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 boom. The army set off and began to march forward slowly from behind Gaochen. The army marched forward in an orderly formation. Their footsteps were like the sound of war drums soaring into the sky. Loud sounds of kill rushed out, carrying boundless majestic military might as they rushed towards the army of skeletons. Kill. 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 Just these shouts alone shook the skeleton soldiers at the front, as if they were on the verge of dispersing. The army stomped on the ground, causing the entire ground to rumble. The front line began to come into contact with the skeleton army. Roar. Roar. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers roared and slashed at Gaochen's army with their swords. Gaochen's army was clad in cyan armor, so they were not afraid of the white skeleton army. Kill. The cyan army roared. Boom. The soldiers at the front line suddenly rushed out with their spears and stabbed the skeleton army in an orderly fashion. Roar. The skeleton soldiers were instantly hit, but some endured the pierced chest and continued to slash with their swords. Kill. The second row of green soldiers suddenly exerted their strength, and the second row of spears pierced through the gaps of the first row, instantly piercing through the heads of the skeleton soldiers. Bang! The skeleton soldiers instantly exploded. So powerful. Mu Chenfeng widened her eyes in surprise. The massive army, no, the million-strong green-armored army, began to charge in all directions, charging towards the skeleton army. Kill them. Just one squad can kill so many skeletons. How powerful will the next squad be? Aha, they want to fight me? Little ones, kill them. Gaochen roared excitedly. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing at the side relaxed. Looking at Gaochen's smug expression, the two were speechless. If others saw that expression, they would think that he was the one who created 10-sided ambush. Boom. 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 After the cyan soldiers were arranged, they scattered like a sheet of loose sand. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that the cyan soldiers were arranged in a very large formation. The net spread out in all directions and caught the skeleton army one after another. The skeleton army was like a sheet of loose sand, and was surrounded by a large number of skeletons. The large net covered a large area. 1/5 of the Passionflower Valley was covered by the large net. The skeleton army was driven away. Gradually, close to 100,000 skeletons were caught in the net. In the outside world, Pajuan suddenly frowned. "Oh no, we've been ambushed." At the side, Liang of Gojoseon's eyes lit up. "Good ambush, good plan, good army." Boom boom boom. The green armored army suddenly turned their spearheads and charged towards the skeleton army in the center. The 100,000 skeleton army were like rats scurrying around, fleeing in all directions. However, from all directions, the green armored army spears were constantly thrusting over. The rats scurried around, crashing into each other as they tried to kill. 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 Ambushed from all sides by the army, there was nowhere to run. Suddenly, all of them bumped into the muzzle of the guns. Roar. Kill. Roar. Kill. Ambushing from all sides, the army was quickly annihilated. Soon, the 100,000 skeleton army was wiped out. In that direction, the entire army was wiped out. What kind of song is that? Pajuan stared. Ahaha, Pajuan, continue. Is that all you've got? This is Lousy's 10-sided ambush. Your 10-sided ambush isn't that great either, is it? Ah. Gauchen's smug voice resounded in the formation. Gauchen and Pajuan both had amazing hearing. Naturally, they could hear each other. Ambush from all sides? Pajuan snorted coldly. 10-sided ambush? Liang of Gojoseon, who was at the side, had a look of appreciation. There were countless zither songs, but there were not many songs about killing on the battlefield. 10-sided ambush was one of his proudest works. Unexpectedly, there was 10-sided ambush, which was not inferior to 10-sided ambush. Jealous? Liang of Gojoseon naturally would not be jealous. Those who achieved great things did not care about trifles. Moreover, if the composer could be used by him, wouldn't that be a great addition to his strength? Guhai. Liang of Gojoseon narrowed his eyes. Not long ago, Liang of Gojoseon paid attention to Guhai with the lovers of Liang. However, after Guhai set up a formation to suppress the dragons, Liang of Gojoseon started to look forward to Guhai's talent. 10-sided ambush made Liang of Gojoseon look forward to Guhai even more. It is easy to get 1,000 pieces of gold, but hard to find a general, Liang of Gojoseon said with pride in his eyes. Pajuan looked coldly in the direction of Gauchen's army. Humph. This is just the beginning. The skeleton army in 10-sided ambush is indeed in a state of disunity. However, that is because there is no skeleton king. Continue listening. Let's see if you can still ambush the skeleton king. Pajuan snorted coldly. Ding, 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 boom. The zither music instantly rushed into the ritual array. Roar. Amid the zither music, a roar rang out. A huge skeleton that was 10 times the size of the other skeleton soldiers appeared. It was the skeleton king. The skeleton king wore a huge red cape. When it roared, the wind and clouds changed color. Roar. With the skeleton king's roar, the countless skeleton soldiers suddenly froze. Then, their might more than doubled. Slowly, they seemed to have found an organization. With the skeleton king as the center, they attacked the surrounding Traiants and the azure-armored army. Dang, 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 dang. The two armies clashed again. Amid the explosions, the sound of metal striking stone rang out. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Outside the ritual array, Pajuan sneered. With the appearance of the skeleton king, not only did the morale and strength of the skeleton army increase, but the might of the skeleton army also soared. When they clashed with the azure-armored army, they were no longer at a disadvantage. Inside the ritual array, Gauchen's face sank. A trace of irritation flashed in his eyes. Master, did the other party become stronger? Gauchen asked somewhat worriedly. Guhai's face sank. What are you worried about? Continue playing. This melody is divided into many parts. After the encampment, blow, appointment of generals, formation, walk in formation, and ambush. Right now, it's just the small battle of Chicken Crow Mountain. Later, it will be the great battle of Ninely Mountain. That will be the time for the final kill. Continue. Yes. Gauchen answered. The ambush from all sides continued. Indeed, as the soldiers clashed and were evenly matched, the azure-armored army took this opportunity to slowly spread their formation, forming an even larger formation. This time, the formation did not just cover 1/5 of the Passion Flower Valley but the entire valley. Outside, Pajuan's expression changed. Not good. This is a huge formation ambush. Ambush from all sides? Kill. 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 Once the formation was formed, the azure-armored army immediately roared and entered the final battle, the Great Battle of Ninely Mountain. Rumble. The huge formation charged in layer by layer. It was like a tiger coming down the mountain, charging forward with irresistible force. Even if the skeleton army was led by the Skeleton King, it was still useless. For a moment, the entire Passionflower Valley resounded with countless sounds of fighting, neighing of horses, clashing of swords and spears, and shouting rising and falling one after another. It was extremely shocking. When the 1,000,000 Liang of Gojoseon's army outside heard the shouts, they revealed horrified expressions. Kill, 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 kill. Like a meat grinder, the skeleton soldiers were quickly eliminated, heading for the Skeleton King in the center. That's impossible. There is an ambush from all sides? There is an ambush everywhere? The Skeleton King led the army to break out, but there is no way out? There is an ambush in the sky and on the ground? Pajuan said with an unsightly expression. Ambush from all sides, what a great ambush from all sides. The Luyang of Gojoseon stood up when he heard the surging zither music. Prince Luyang was also an expert in the Tao of zither. Naturally, he could tell that there was a scene of thousands of soldiers and horses charging at each other. This was an exciting scene, but it was a pity that the other party was the one who was exciting. However, because the Luyang of Gojoseon appreciated this song, he jumped out of his subjective opinion and naturally felt the power of this song. The 1,000,000 azure-armored army quickly killed the skeleton army. The skeleton army was defeated like a landslide. Under the ambush from all sides, the skeleton army had nowhere to run and was quickly killed. The great ambush from all sides shrunk toward the center, toward the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King led the army to break out, but he failed several times. He lost the morale of the army and lost everything. Master, what a powerful formation. Where are we now? Gao-chen said excitedly. This part is called, the defeat of the Xiangwang. Gu Hai said after a moment of silence. The ambush from all sides was an ancient song from Earth. It described how the Marquis of Huayin Han Xin led the army to set up an ambush from all sides. He defeated Xiangyu and forced Xiangyu to his death at the Wu River. At this moment, it was already at the stage of the defeat of the Xiangwang. Next was the final part, suicide at the Wu River. The zither music continued. The azure-armored army nearly wiped out the skeleton army. They slowly forced the Skeleton King into the center. There was no way out. At this moment, the zither music was even more intense. It slowly surrounded Pajuan's zither music. When Pajuan played his zither music, it felt like there were dozens or hundreds of Gao-chen's zither music wrapping around it. Pajuan's zither music was in a desperate situation. The Skeleton King was also in a desperate situation. Gao-chen's zither music became faster and faster. At this moment, Gao-chen's zither music was everywhere. It completely drowned out Pajuan's zither music and forced the Skeleton King to the brink of collapse. Gao-chen revealed a ferocious expression. However, the Skeleton King slowly picked up the saber and placed it on its neck. No, that's impossible. You can't force my Skeleton King to commit suicide. Defeating army shouted angrily with his eyes wide open. At this moment, Luyang of Gojoseon was also attracted by the dense zither music. Previously, how could the Luyang of Gojoseon have imagined that the ambush from all sides would be so violent at this moment, forcing the enemy commander to commit suicide? Even though Pajuan played with all his might, the Skeleton King gradually lost control. The saber in its hand suddenly chopped down. Bang! Under the tragic melody, the Skeleton King committed suicide. The zither music entered the final part, suicide at the Wu River. Buzz. At the most intense moment, the sound of ambush from 10 sides came to an abrupt stop. Everything was over. The skeleton army was completely annihilated. Bang! Pajuan's void zither music suddenly broke apart, causing Pajuan to reveal a look of horror. Ambush from all sides, a good piece. Luyang of Gojoseon's eyes widened as his emotions surged. At this moment, the million-strong army outside was immersed in the zither duel earlier. The urgency of the zither music made all the soldiers unable to calm down for a long time. Rumble. A series of rumbling sounds came from the array. At the largest passion flower tree, a huge root wrapped around Huangfu Chaoga and drilled into the ground, sending her away. Unfortunately, Pajuan was still immersed in the zither duel earlier and did not notice the changes there. Suddenly, a loud roar came, using metal to subdue wood, Gingjin Qi, slash. Boom. Suddenly, a beam of golden sword Qi rushed into the ground and instantly cut the roots in half. Chuchen? Granny Qinghua roared angrily. Your Highness, hurry, Huangfu Chaoga is escaping. Chu Qin shouted loudly. Instantly, everyone's immersed heart was broken. Chapter 235. Passionate Flower Valley, at Xiaoya Mountain Manor. As the ambush from 10 sides gradually came to an end, the Xiaoya Mountain Villa slowly became quiet as the skeleton army was killed with all their might. Venerable Lun Yen sighed. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound came from Granny Qinghua's direction. Ha! Venerable Lun Yen turned his head to look. Lay the ritual array. Chu Qin glared. Ha! The 2,000-odd gold division disciples shouted. The 2,000-odd swords immediately flew out, looking like a huge flower of swords pressing down on Venerable Lun Yen. Boom. The gold division disciples drove the swords with magic energy from a distance and laid a sword ritual array to suppress Venerable Lun Yen. Bastards! Venerable Lun Yen glared. However, the 2,000-odd gold division disciples already worked together to suppress the sword ritual array. Venerable Lun Yen did not care about 1, 2, 10, or even 100 gold division disciples. However, when the 2,000-odd gold division disciples worked together, they immediately formed a strong ritual array and suppressed Venerable Lun Yen. What are you doing? Chu Qin, are you really a spy? Venerable Lun Yen shouted while glaring. Ha! The gold division disciples shouted as they pressed down on the ritual array. Venerable Lun Yen extended his hand, and 18 Buddhist prayer beads flew out to block the ritual array's suppression. Chu Qin ignored Venerable Lun Yen. Instead, he stepped forward and flew towards Granny Qinghua. What are you looking at? Why are you still not attacking? Venerable Lun Yen shouted at the hundreds of Wood Division disciples around him while glaring. Oh! The group of Wood Division disciples charged over in shock. The Gold Division disciples who did not lay the ritual array immediately raised their swords and charged forward. Down, 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 down. Oh no! Oh no! Break for me! Venerable Lun Yen showed a ferocious expression as the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand enlarged. A strong force burst out, and the sword ritual array shook as if it would break at any moment. Just at this moment, Chu Chen's shout rang out from the distance. Using metal to counter wood. Golden Gung Chi Chop. Boom. Chu Chen. Granny Qinghua roared. Your Highness, quick. Huangfu Chaoga is about to escape. Chu Chen shouted. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed drastically as he suddenly shouted, Break for me! Boom. Under the powerful force, the sword array exploded, and more than 2,000 swords exploded into pieces. Ah! Venerable Lun Yen immediately sent the group of Gold Division disciples in charge of setting up the array flying. Venerable Lun Yen felt incredibly furious. However, he only glanced at the Gold Division disciple before ignoring him and charging towards the distant Chu Chen. Outside the great array of thorns. Chu Chen's shout suddenly interrupted the outside world's recollection of 10-sided ambush. Liang of Gojoseon narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at the great array of thorns in front of him. Huangfu Chaoga wants to run? Humph, unborn man, break this great array of thorns for me. Liang of Gojoseon slowly sat down with a cold expression. On the flying boat, beside the throne of the Liang of Gojoseon stood a group of people in strange clothes. One of them was a figure in a half-black and half-white robe. After the Liang of Gojoseon spoke, the half-black and half-white figure slowly walked out. This was the unborn man who rushed over from the Thousand Islands Sea. Your Highness, this is the second time I am making a move. I hope you remember this, the unborn man said indifferently. Hurry up, the Liang of Gojoseon answered. The unborn man slowly stepped forward, and the nearby Pajuan moved to the side. The unborn man walked to the bow of the ship and looked at the great array of thorns, which was even stronger than the city walls. Then he gently extended his right hand. His right hand was shriveled up, looking like a bag of bones with age spots on it. The unborn man took a deep breath as he extended his withered right hand. The heavens have bestowed you with longevity, but you are not blessed enough to enjoy it. You should return. The unborn man said softly. At this moment, the unborn man no longer had two voices. Instead, an aged voice rang out. There was a rhythm in the voice. As soon as the voice rang out, a chilly wind blew in the surroundings. The atmosphere became incomparably gloomy. It was already night. At this moment, it became even more gloomy. The unborn man stretched out his hand and made a swiping motion. Suddenly, the void seemed to be torn apart. Billowing black gas surged out of the tear and rushed toward the great array of thorns. This swiping motion was like opening a door to the netherworld. Billowing black gas gushed out and instantly reached the great array of thorns. Ka 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 ka. As soon as the great array of thorns came into contact with the black gas, it instantly withered. The heavens have bestowed you with longevity, but you should return. The heavens have bestowed you with longevity, but you should return. It was as if the unborn man's incantation was reverberating between heaven and earth, over and over again. In the distance, the great array of thorns was quickly withering. It withered and shriveled. Stealing someone's lifespan? Isn't this directly stripping away the lifespan of the great array of thorns? Ao Shun's eyelids twitched. Seizing life on behalf of the heavens is going against the harmony of the heavens. You will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Another person in strange clothing said with a frown. Walalala. The great array of thistles and thorns, which had been extremely powerful before, was now rapidly drying up and collapsing. Like dominoes, the wall formed by the Great Bramble Formation began to collapse rapidly. Boom boom boom. In the end, only rolling dust and smoke were left. Help! No! On the observation towers of the Great Bramble Formation, some of the Treants who were watching immediately let out painful cries. Following the collapse of the Great Bramble Formation, those Treants also seemed to have been affected. They withered one after another, turning into a pile of rotten wood in the blink of an eye and falling to the ground. Bang! All the Treants withered and died. When they fell to the ground, they fell apart into pieces. There were sounds of cold air being sucked in from all directions. Whether it was the million-strong army outside or the Treants inside, when they saw this scene, they were sincerely horrified. Grandma, it's over, the Great Bramble Formation is gone. The million-strong army is here, the million-strong army is here. Grandma, what should we do? In the Passion Flower Valley, there were bursts of exclamations. The unborn man suddenly withdrew his right hand. Whoosh! Countless strands of black gas were immediately sucked back into the tear in the void. The unborn man gently stroked, and immediately, the void returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. Only the Great Bramble Formation, whose lifespan had been taken away, proved what had happened. Your Highness, the formation has been broken. Your second request has been fulfilled, the unborn man said lightly. After saying that, the unborn man walked to the side and ignored them. The Liang of Gojoseon looked at the unborn man with a complicated expression. Enter the valley. The Liang of Gojoseon said in a deep voice. Yes. Shouts came from all directions. A group of flying ships quickly flew into the valley. Roar. The dragons roared and also quickly flew into the valley. Without the Great Bramble Formation, it was like entering flat ground. The powerful army attacked with a rumble. Guhai, Long Wanqing, Gaochen, Mu Qinfeng and the Treants were also shocked. Impossible, how could the Great Bramble Formation be broken? That is even stronger than the walls of Silver Moon City. This was set up by the old man Guanxi. How could the Great Bramble Formation be broken? It's over, it's over. The Liang of Gojoseon's army is coming. My Love Flower clan will not be able to escape this calamity. A group of Treants cried out in fear. Master, shall I play ambush from 10 sides again? Gaochen said anxiously. No, ambush from 10 sides can't deal with them. Gaochen set up a sound barrier. Guhai shouted. The North Star Polaris replied and waved his hand. Bus. Suddenly, everyone set up a sound barrier to prevent Pejuan from hearing anything. Guhai, what should we do now? Grandmother is in danger. Long Wanqing looked anxious. Guhai's expression turned solemn. He looked at Long Wanqing and said, Hall Master, I've already confirmed something. What? Long Wanqing was slightly taken aback. What did he have to confirm at this time? That Huangfu Chaoga was lying to us earlier. He wants to use us to deal with the Liang of Gojoseon and make us kill each other. Guhai said solemnly. Lied to us? He lied to us? My mother wasn't killed by the Liang of Gojoseon? Long Wanqing frowned and said in surprise. Yes, I'm sure. Guhai looked determined. Alright, I was wrong about him. But what should we do now? Long Wanqing was worried. Seeing that Long Wanqing believed him, Guhai sighed inwardly. Roar, 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 roar. Suddenly, a large number of giant dragons, flood dragons, and Baxia surrounded Guhai's group under the lead of the giant dragon Feng. Plop. Plop. A few giant dragons suddenly dove into the sea. However, the 1,000 Baxia and flood dragons that had barged in earlier had all turned into a pile of bones? The 5 giant dragons from before were also a pile of bones that sank to the bottom of the sea. Leader, they're all dead. They've all turned into bones. A few giant dragons roared and flew out of the sea. The giant dragons brought out a pile of bones and placed them on the ground. Looking at the eerie white bones, the dragons were horrified. Fortunately, they had run quickly earlier. That was 1,000 flood dragons and Baxia. They were gone just like that? Gone just like that? Fong was furious. He glared at Gu Hai's group. Mr. Good, what should we do now? The tree men asked in horror. The thorny formation is gone, but the formation I set up is still there. We can hide as long as we can. Let's escape to that formation together. Rory, you still want to escape? You killed my subordinates? You still want to escape? Don't even think about escaping. I want you all dead. Fong glared and roared. There were nearly 100 giant dragons, 5,000 flood dragons, and Baxia behind Fong. At this moment, their auras were extremely powerful and ferocious. The dragons attacked and immediately surrounded Gu Hai's group, not allowing them to escape. Gu Hai and the others' expressions were gloomy. At this moment, Ao Shun's voice suddenly came from afar. His Highness has ordered that Mr. Good and the others are not to be harmed. Ao Shun's voice came from afar. Huh? Your Highness, my 1,000 subordinates were all killed by them. Fong looked into the distance anxiously. You dare to disobey my orders? Fong, do you want to die? If Mr. Good is harmed at all, I'll break your dragon horns. Ao Shun's voice came again. Fong's expression stiffened, and a look of depression flashed across his eyes. He turned his head and glared hatefully at Gu Hai's group. At this moment, Gu Hai let out a long sigh and looked at Fong with a faint smile. Don't be so smug. If His Highness and the Crown Prince didn't want to protect you, I would tear you apart right now. Fong glared and roared. Gu Hai ignored him. Even though there were a large number of giant dragons surrounding them, Gu Hai was not afraid at all. Let's go to Granny Qinghua's place. Gu Hai led everyone toward the Passion Flower Valley. Chapter 236. Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, Mu Qinfeng, and Gao Chen led a group of 500 Trey ants into the depths of the Passion Flower Valley. Fong and the other dragons glared at them. They had close to 100 giant dragons, 5,000 flood dragons, and Baxia. Did they think they were invisible? If not for Crown Prince Ao Shun's voice transmission, Fong would have slapped Gu Hai and the others to death. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud sound in the distance. The ground shook violently, and the ground under Gu Hai's feet sank. The Passion Flower Divine Tree? Granny extracted all the roots of the Passion Flower Divine Tree. What happened over there? And Passion Flower Tree Demon said in fear. How dare a mere Passion Flower Tree Demon act so presumptuously in front of the Lord? The Lord gave you face, but you don't know how to cherish it. Break. Ao Shun's voice came from afar. Brr. All of a sudden, a gigantic golden dragon appeared in the distance. Boom. Ah. Granny Qinghua's scream came from afar. Capture them all. Kill anyone who dares to resist. Ao Shun said coldly. Yes. Rumble. Thick smoke rose in the distance and the ground rumbled. Countless rocks and giant trees flew into the sky. Hundreds of flying ships stopped in the air, and the million-strong army moved out. Escape? None of them could escape. Liang of Gojoseon's army was everywhere. The ground rumbled and dust flew everywhere. Gone. Did Huangfu Chaoga escape? Chu Chen's angry voice came from afar. Find her. Even if you have to turn the Passion Flower Valley upside down, you must find her. Ao Shun's angry voice came from afar. Rumble. Rumbles continued in the distance and chaos ensued. Gu Hai and the others ran to the Waning Moon Mountain Villa. At this moment, the villa was surrounded by a large number of soldiers. Apart from the Metal Division disciples, all the Wood Division disciples were tied up. Division Leader, Hall Leader, Division Leader Gu, save us. The Wood Division disciples shouted. What? Mu Qinfeng's eyes widened and she immediately rushed forward. What are you doing? Halt. A soldier glared and shouted. Get out of my way. Mu Qinfeng glared at them and immediately struck out with her palm. Immediately, the group of soldiers in front of her was knocked away. How dare you? The soldiers glared at him. All right, we're watching. Don't waste your energy. You guys go and find the other Trey ants. Fong said indifferently. The soldiers looked at Fong and finally nodded. With 100 colossal dragons, 5,000 flood dragons, and Basha guarding them, there was indeed no need for him to worry. Division leader, it was Division leader Jin who betrayed us. A group of Wood Division disciples anxiously recounted what had happened. Chuchen? Long Wanqing's face fell. Gu Hai coldly looked at the Gold Division disciples. Some of them lowered their heads, while others had arrogant expressions on their faces. Ha, a disciple of the Golden Branch? Taking Class 1 Hall's salary and doing things that went against Class 1 Hall's wishes? Good, very good. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with coldness. Let's go, Gu Hai said solemnly. He led the Wood Division disciples and rushed to the largest passion flower tree in the center. Rumbling sounds rang out in the distance. At this moment, the largest passion flower tree suddenly collapsed and fell to the ground. The Traiants were extremely anxious. Everyone quickly rushed into the smoke and dust. A group of flying boats stopped in the air, and a large number of Traiants were imprisoned. Any Traiant that resisted were all cut in half. As they got closer to the center, more and more Traiants fell to the ground. In the distance, Gu Hai saw Ao Shun walking in the air above the center of the smoke and dust, looking around coldly. Whoosh! Ao Shun swung his sleeves. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up all the smoke and dust in the surroundings. There were huge holes in the ground. Some cultivators who were skilled in digging holes had already drilled into the ground. When the largest passion flower tree fell, its countless roots broke. Nearly 2,000 Traiant corpses littered the ground. There were still 500-odd Traiant corpses under the control of a group of soldiers. As long as there was any commotion, they would immediately be torn apart. Large numbers of Traiants were transported over in the surroundings. Grandma, sop, what? Why did you kill my grandfather? Sop. Sobbing sounds rang out in the surroundings. Grandma. Long Wanqing suddenly cried out. Xiaochen saw Granny Qinghua lying in the tree hole in her residence. Her body looked like it had been pierced by hundreds of swords. She vomited blood weakly and clutched her chest as she fell to the ground. Chu Chen stepped on Granny Qinghua's chest and pointed his golden sword at her. Cough. Ah! Granny Qinghua weakly laughed bitterly and miserably. Not far away, Venerable Lun Yan also vomited blood. He clutched his chest as he fell to the ground. A large number of soldiers stood guard at the side. Pajuan Liang of Gojoseon, the unborn man, and the others stood on the flying ship looking at the scene below. Grandma. Venerable Lun Yan. Long Wanqing cried out, wanting to charge over. Stop right there. You are not allowed to get any closer. Fang glared and blocked Xiao Chen. Clack. Gu Hai grabbed Long Wanqing. Gu Hai, don't stop me. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Gu Hai held Long Wanqing back, showing a bitter expression as he shook his head. Hall Master, don't come over. Listen to Division Master Gu. Cough. Venerable Lun Yen vomited blood in the distance. It's over. The Passion Flower Valley is over. Mu Qinfeng turned her head to look around. At this moment, thick smoke rose from the surroundings of the Passion Flower Valley. Flames flashed everywhere. While capturing the Passion Flower Tree spirits, the soldiers used fire to attack. The Passion Flower Valley, which used to be as peaceful and beautiful as paradise, now turned into hell on earth. Boom. Suddenly, 3 soldiers drilled out from the ground. Your Highness, Huangfu Chaoga ran away. There are no traces. Lu Stone God should have helped her and ran away, the 3 soldiers said bitterly. She ran? Lu Yang of Gojoseon's face sank. Your Highness, Divine Foothill City. An aide reminded from the side. Ao Shun. Lu Yang of Gojoseon called out. Present. Ao Shun answered from the air. Take my orders and return to the city immediately. Attack Divine Foothill City with all your might. Huangfu Chaoga is a field mouse and will not be as fast as you. Capture Divine Foothill City before she returns. Lu Yang of Gojoseon ordered. Yes. Ao Shun answered. Dragons, transform and board the flying ship. Come back with me. Ao Shun ordered. Yes. The dragons answered. The dragons, including the Baxia and the flood dragons, immediately transformed and boarded a flying ship. Then they shot into the distance. Whoosh! The dragons vanished in the blink of an eye. The area where Gu Hai's group was now emptied. The tree men behind Gu Hai immediately charged at Granny Qinghua. Don't come over. Granny Qinghua exclaimed as she vomited blood. Ha! A large number of soldiers immediately surrounded the tree men. The tree men charging forward were chopped in half in the blink of an eye. The weaker ones immediately got suppressed, unable to move. "Don't go over," Long Wanqing said anxiously. However, half of the 500 tree men had died in an instant, and the other half were restrained. The huge commotion attracted the attention of Luyang of Gojoseon's group. "Mr. Good? And Long Wanqing? You're here too?" Luyang of Gojoseon looked at the two of them and squeezed out a faint smile on his solemn face. Luyang of Gojoseon instantly saw Gaochen and recognized Gu Hai. Luyang of Gojoseon was looking forward to seeing Gu Hai's abilities. "Long Wanqing, master of the first-class hall, greets your highness. Your highness, please let go of Granny Qinghua and these tree men. I beg you." Long Wanqing immediately pleaded. Luyang of Gojoseon stared at Long Wanqing and observed her expression. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "Granny Qinghua colluded with Long Wanqing and is an enemy of the Deqian Celestial Empire. Long Wanqing, don't get too close to this thief." No, I asked Granny Qinghua to help me find Huangfu Chaoga. I want to investigate the cause of my mother's death, so I asked Granny Qinghua for help." Long Wanqing immediately cried out. "The cause of Long Xiaoya's death? What did Huangfu Chaoga say?" Luyang of Gojoseon slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Wanqing. "Huangfu Chaoga lied to me and said that you killed my mother. How is that possible? Of course I don't believe it. But Granny Qinghua is innocent. Please forgive her, your highness." Long Wanqing looked at Luyang of Gojoseon expectantly. Luyang of Gojoseon stared at Long Wanqing. After a moment of silence, he seemed to be analyzing the authenticity of Long Wanqing's expression. After a while he smiled and shook his head. "Long Wanqing, don't plead for these thieves anymore. They colluded with the enemy and committed treason, which is a capital crime. Don't make a mistake. But it really has nothing to do with Granny Qinghua," Long Wanqing said anxiously. Gu Hai pulled Long Wanqing slightly and shook his head. Was there any use in reasoning at this moment? Reasoning was for the victor. At this moment, Luyang of Gojoseon was like the sun in the sky. His words were evidence. "Your Highness, even if Granny Qinghua is guilty, Venerable Lunyan is innocent. Please be magnanimous and let Venerable Lunyan off. Granny Qinghua tricked these ignorant tree people." Gu Hai said with a slight bow to Luyang of Gojoseon. "We will live and die with Granny." The group of passion flower tree spirits immediately glared at Gu Hai. "Shut up." Granny Qinghua called out weakly. "Mr. Good is right. I tricked you all. Stop making noise." Granny Qinghua called out weakly. "Granny? Shut up. I am not your granny." Granny Qinghua called out. "Sop, sop, sop, sop." The group of passion flower tree spirits sobbed softly. Luyang of Gojoseon looked at Gu Hai and smiled faintly. "Mr. Good, this king likes the ambush from 10 sides and the ritual array. If Mr. Good does not mind, why don't you join my residence? This king will definitely treat Mr. Good as an honored guest." Although Luyang of Gojoseon spoke politely, there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. "Many thanks for your highness's kindness. After this matter is over, I will visit your residence again." Gu Hai nodded. "Ah, good. This king's residence needs talents like Mr. Good. Release Lun Yen." These tree spirits are accomplices. They can be spared the death penalty, but they will be punished. Break their dantians, seal their cultivations, and send them to Mr. Good as slaves. Luyang of Gojoseon said with a satisfied smile. "Yes." Cries of agreement rang out in the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, ah. Countless tree spirits in the surroundings cried out in pain. Large holes appeared in their dantians. With their dantians broken, they lost nearly all of their cultivation. The tree spirits screamed miserably. Long Wanqing showed a pained expression. Mu Qinfeng clenched her fists and her eyes reddened. "Ah, good, good." Granny Qinghua suddenly started laughing. Long Wanqing and Mu Qinfeng quickly went over and helped the severely injured Venerable Lun Yen. "Many thanks, your highness," Gu Hai said after taking a deep breath. "Wait." Suddenly, a voice came from beside Luyang of Gojoseon. It was the unborn man who walked forward. "Your highness, you gave these tree spirits to Gu Hai. However, Lun Yen, I would like to ask you a question," the unborn man said sullenly. Luyang of Gojoseon looked at the unborn man in confusion. "Lun Yen, let me ask you. Who is Long Wanqing's father? 30-odd years ago, which man won the lass's heart? Who made the lass willingly give birth to a pair of daughters for him? To think that he did not even dare to show his face after all these years, the unborn man said coldly. Long Wanqing's father? Liang of Gojoseon also showed some confusion as he looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Chapter 237. Who is Long Wanqing's father? Although the unborn man's hat covered his face, he could sense a sharp aura directed at the weakened Venerable Lun Yen. Long Wanqing and Mu Qinfeng supported Venerable Lun Yen. However, the two also revealed curious expressions. Long Wanqing had always wanted to know who her father was. Mu Qinfeng had also pursued Long Xiaoye before. Naturally, she also wanted to know who won the heart of her dreams. Even Liang of Gojoseon revealed a curious expression. Everyone focused their gazes on the weakened Venerable Lun Yen. Now, only he knew who Long Wanqing's father was? Venerable Lun Yen stared at the unborn man for a while. Then he revealed a cold smile and said, "Unborn man, we have known each other for many years. You should know my character." "Ah, you have asked me this question 3 times already? You were the one who broke the bramble flower ritual array earlier, right?" The unborn man stared at Venerable Lun Yen. "Do you know what Passion Flower Valley means to Long Xiaoye? If Long Xiaoye knew that you were the one who destroyed Xiaoye Mountain Manor, ha. That's right. You do not care about what she thinks." Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly. "Let me ask you, who is Long Wanqing's father?" the unborn man asked coldly. "Ha. Ha ha, I'm not like you, unborn man. I've always kept my promise to Long Xiaoye." "Long Wanqing's father? You are not worthy to know. You are really not worthy. I will not tell you either." "Ah." Venerable Lun Yen laughed coldly. "Umph." The unborn man snorted coldly. Venerable Lun Yen extended his hand, and a golden light shot out of his fingertip. Bang! The golden light immediately knocked Venerable Lun Yen back, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. "Lun Yen, do you think that I do not dare to kill you?" the unborn man asked coldly. Oh. Venerable Lun Yen fell to the ground and vomited blood. However, he laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha." The murderous aura around the unborn man intensified. Don't kill Venerable Lun Yen." Long Wanqing immediately stood in front of Venerable Lun Yen. "Hall Master, don't come over. He has lost his mind. Don't worry about me." Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed. Bang! The unborn man waved his hand. A gust of cold wind appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, Long Wanqing was sent flying. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Under the Yin wind, she couldn't use her mana at all. Bang! Gu Hai immediately leaped up and caught Long Wanqing, but the cold wind rushed into Gu Hai's body. Boom! The heaven-suppressing divine seal between his eyebrows trembled and immediately forced the Yin wind out of his body. Gu Hai landed with Long Wanqing in his arms. Then he looked coldly at the unborn man and said, "Unborn man? Are you concerned about Long Xiaoye? After Long Xiaoye died, you hid in the innate puzzle world. If not for Long Wanqing telling me to look for you, would you have known? Now that you are out, you are very strong. You can humiliate and beat up Long Xiaoye's daughter at will? How capable. You really care about Long Xiaoye?" Umph. The unborn man snorted coldly. "My father. Sup. My mother talked about my father before. When I was young, I asked my mother about it. I always remember." Long Wanqing cried as she hid in Long Wanqing's arms. "My mother said that my father is an unparalleled hero. No one in the world can stop him. Due to some matters, he went to a very distant place. However, my father will return one day. My father will take revenge for whoever bullies us 3. No matter who that person is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances," Long Wanqing said as she cried. "Unparalleled hero? No one in the world can stop him?" Umph. The unborn man snorted coldly. "However, my father never returned. He did not protect my mother." "Why did he not return even after my mother died? When my younger sister and I were bullied, he did not return either. I don't want to look for my father anymore. I don't want him anymore." Long Wanqing sobbed in Gu Hai's arms, feeling wronged. Not far away, Venerable Lun Yen's eyes reddened as he felt bitter. He wanted to console Long Wanqing several times, looking like he had something to say. However, he endured each time. Umph. The unborn man snorted coldly. At this moment, Long Wanqing's anger seemed to have subsided significantly. He stopped asking and slowly walked to the side, ignoring Venerable Lun Yen. Mu Qinfeng supported the severely injured Venerable Lun Yen and walked to the side. Liang of Gojoseon stared at Long Wanqing for a while. Then he revealed a cold smile and said, "Unparalleled hero? No one in the world can stop him? What arrogance! What a laughable lie! Girl, stop crying. Your father will definitely return. Your mother never lies." Granny Qinghua, who was not far away, tried to console Long Wanqing weakly. Liang of Gojoseon turned his head to look at Granny Qinghua. Earlier, Ao Shun had crippled Granny Qinghua's cultivation, severely injuring her and leaving her on the brink of death. Now, with Chu Qin stepping on her, she could not move at all. Granny Wanqing is incompetent. I cannot save you. Long Wanqing released Gu Hai and looked at Granny Qinghua with reddened eyes. That's enough. How many people can survive the 10,000-year great calamity? It is already enough that our race was not exterminated. Even if these people's cultivation was crippled, it is enough that they are alive. I'm already very satisfied. Granny Qinghua said weakly. Chu Qin stepped on Granny Qinghua. Boom. Granny Qinghua vomited another mouthful of blood under Chu Chen's foot. She could no longer speak to Long Wanqing. Chu Qin, you, to think that you dare. Long Wanqing rebuked, glaring. Chu Qin looked coldly at Long Wanqing. Then he turned his head to look at Liang of Gojoseon and said, Your Highness, this Granny Qinghua is about to die. Earlier she tried to use her divine energy, but Crown Prince Ao Shun exposed her. However, she still has some divine energy in her. I beg your Highness to bestow it to me. I will dig out her divine energy. Chu Qin, how dare you? Long Wanqing roared, glaring. Long Wanqing, don't you know whether I dare or not? Chu Qin sneered. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Cough cough. Division Leader Gu, it's all my fault. You already reminded me that Chu Qin is a spy, but because of our old friendship I let him off. I didn't expect that he would betray Class 1 Hall and betray us so thoroughly. Cough, cough. Venerable Lun Yen said bitterly. Mr. Good discovered that Chu Qin was my man long ago? Liang of Gojoseon looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded and said, Chu Qin? He has a golden sword. Over the past few days I saw him tapping the sword lightly with his finger. I did not think much of it when he did it once or twice. However, he did it every day. You can guess my identity? Chu Qin looked at Gu Hai in shock. Then he took out the golden sword and tapped it lightly with his finger. Buzz. The golden long sword trembled, and at this moment, from afar, another golden beam of light suddenly shot over, instantly arriving in front of Chu Qin. Plop. Chu Qin reached out and caught it. It was a golden long sword that was one size smaller. Mother-child swords? Mother-child swords? The bramble flower ritual array has a sound barrier. Information cannot spread. That day, before you entered the bramble flower ritual array, you left the child swords outside the ritual array? Over the past few days, when you tapped the mother sword, the child sword would tremble as well. The different tremors would send different messages. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed as he turned his head to look at Pajuan. Pajuan smiled coldly, seeming to confirm Venerable Lun Yen's guess. It turns out that aside from Pajuan and Gaochen, Division Master Chu also has startling hearing. However, no one would have thought that you heard every single word that Granny Qinghua said when she invited Huangfu Chaoga here. Gu Hai's eyes darkened slightly. Humph. Chu Qin snorted coldly. Cough 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 cough, it is hard to guard against a thief in one's own home. Ah, little girl, you must be careful. That Chu Qin is not a good person. Ah. Granny Qinghua laughed bitterly. Humph. Chu Qin snorted coldly and thrust his sword. I know where Huangfu Chaoga is. Granny Qinghua suddenly said. Buzz. Chu Qin's sword stopped right before Granny Qinghua's forehead. You know? Chu Qin asked coldly. That's right. I know. I know where he is now. Ah. I know it very well. Granny Qinghua said with a sinister smile. Speak quickly. Chu Qin demanded coldly. Let go of me. Let go of me first. Granny Qinghua said coldly. Chu Qin stared at Granny Qinghua for a while. However, Granny Qinghua was already extremely weak. How could she resist? Humph. Chu Qin loosened his foot and let go of Granny Qinghua. Granny Qinghua slowly crawled to her feet, trembling. At this moment, Granny Qinghua was extremely weak. It looked like she would collapse at any moment. Granny Qinghua gently brushed the dust off her body. Then she looked at Gu Hai. Suddenly, Granny Qinghua bowed to Gu Hai. Mr. Good, many thanks. Many thanks for saving my group of underlings. There were more than 2,000 passion flower tree demons in the surroundings. All of them had red eyes and were crying. It's a pity that all of their cultivations have been destroyed. Gu Hai sighed softly. Granny Qinghua took 2 steps forward and shook her head. It's all right. As long as they are alive, it's fine. Many races were annihilated during the 10,000-year calamity of the monster race. It's enough that they are still alive. It's enough. Granny Qinghua took 2 more steps forward. At the same time she looked at the passion flower tree demons and said, all of you listen up. From today onwards, all of you passion flowers must listen to Gu Hai. Anyone who doesn't listen will become the enemy of my entire race. The enemy of my entire race. Granny. The passion flower tree demons cried as they looked at Granny Qinghua. Only Gu Hai can save all of you. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Granny Qinghua shouted at the top of her lungs. Yes. Whoa. The passion flower tree demons cried out. Granny Qinghua had already walked up to Gu Hai. Suddenly she revealed a faint smile and said, Mr. Good, I see that your cultivation is at the 3rd tier of the Golden Core realm, right? Yes. I have opened the kidney orifice. Gu Hai nodded. The kidney orifice is good. The kidney orifice is good. In the future I will leave these passion flowers to you. I will leave them to you. Granny Qinghua said with a faint smile. Don't worry. Gu Hai nodded. Since you have opened the kidney orifice, you have yet to open the liver orifice. The liver is of the wood attribute. I have a 10,000-year spirit and experienced a great calamity. Unfortunately, I don't know how to use it and can't protect it. Why don't I open the liver orifice for you? Granny Qinghua smiled as she extended her hand and patted Gu Hai's abdomen. No, bastard. Chu Qin, who was nearby, suddenly reacted and glared. Suddenly, a beam of emerald light shot out from Granny Qinghua's palm and into Gu Hai's body. The emerald light shone brightly and illuminated the entire world. Would God. Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. That's mine. Bastard. Chu Qin was shocked and furious. He stabbed his sword toward Granny Qinghua. Don't even think about it. Mu Qinfeng glared and waved her hand. A large number of roots rushed toward Chu Qin. Bang! Chu Qin's sword light was too bright. It instantly cut the roots into pieces. Mu Qinfeng was also covered in blood. She was sent flying. She was not a match for Chu Qin at all. At this moment, Granny Qinghua turned her head and looked at Chu Qin. She revealed a faint smile and said, Too late. It's all too late. Chu Qin's expression changed. He saw the emerald light around Gu Hai. Granny Qinghua had already poured the passion flower wood god into Gu Hai's body. Bastard. That's mine. No one can take it away from me. Chu Qin raised his sword and was about to slash at Gu Hai. How dare you? Liang of Gojoseon snorted coldly. Chapter 238. How presumptuous. The Liang of Gojoseon snorted coldly. The Liang of Gojoseon's cold snort was like a bell ringing in Chu Chen's mind. Chu Chen's mind immediately swayed, and he stopped stabbing his sword at Gu Hai. Cold sweat covered his face. Your Highness, this subordinate was rash. Chu Chen said, sweating profusely. The Liang of Gojoseon looked coldly at Chu Chen. Then he finally calmed down. Chu Chen? His plan was for naught. Granny Qinghua guffawed. As Granny Qinghua laughed, her entire body aged quickly. Her hair turned white, and her skin became dry and wrinkled. Her entire body shriveled up. Granny. Sop. The countless tree men immediately knelt down. As they watched Granny Qinghua change continuously, they cried. Cough. The god lives, the tree lives. If the god dies, the tree dies. The primes of the entire race handed their lives to the god. If the god dies, she dies as well. Cough. As Granny Qinghua laughed, she slowly shriveled up and slowly turned into a withered, dead passion flower tree. The passion flower tree withered and eventually shrank into a pile of rotten wood. Chu Chen snorted coldly and swung his sword. Boom. Granny Qinghua's rotten wood immediately split in half. Granny. The group of tree men cried as they stepped forward, hugging Granny Qinghua's corpse, which had already turned into a pile of rotten wood. They cried bitterly. After Chu Chen chopped Granny Qinghua's corpse in half, he looked at Gu Hai with dissatisfaction. Gu Hai's body gave off a jade-green light. After the passion flower tree god entered her body, Granny Qinghua finally gave up on life. The passion flower tree god seemed to know her end. It was very willing to sacrifice itself, doing its best to help Gu Hai open the liver aperture. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out as the liver aperture opened. The jade green wood god instantly transformed the liver and the liver aperture. In the blink of an eye, the liver aperture gave off a jade green light, forming a wood god palace. It corresponded with the blue light of the water god palace in the kidney aperture. Fourth tier of the golden core stage? Gu Hai felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Rumble. Previously, the bone saber had absorbed the energy of the 1,000 flood dragons, Wuxia, and the 5 giant dragons. Now, it no longer needed to squeeze them and it was flowing toward the kidney aperture. Buzz. As soon as it entered the kidney aperture, it was transformed into a wave of wood-type true essence that slowly rotated in the center of the kidney aperture. Activating the true dragon golden core art, Gu Hai separated a strand of his consciousness and immediately formed a green dragon of the wood element, coordinating the spherical wood element Zhen Yuan. Ong. Ong. Within his body, the purple dragon in his dantian, the blue dragon in his kidney aperture, and the green dragon in his liver aperture slowly rotated within Gu Hai's veins. The 3 true essences did not interfere with each other, even when they interacted with each other. However, at this moment, when the blue dragon's water element true essence circulated to the liver aperture, it actually transformed into some wood element true essence and entered the liver aperture. Water wood? Gu Hai's consciousness watched the transformation of quintessential essence with astonishment. Could it be that the 5 elements true essence could be transformed into each other? Gu Hai was excited, but he did not dare to be careless at this moment. When the 3 true essences circulated in his body and returned to their respective dantians and quasi-dantians, it was over. Then the 3 true essences could rotate on their own. Boom. A strand of energy surged out around Gu Hai as he opened his eyes. 5th tier of the golden core realm? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with joy. However, in the blink of an eye, Gu Hai's expression turned solemn again as he looked up at the flying ship in the sky. During this period of time, Liang of Gojoseon had been waiting for him. 5th tier of the golden core realm? Congratulations, Mr. Good. Liang of Gojoseon said with a faint smile. Thank you, Your Highness. Gu Hai nodded. At the side, Chu Chen's face was gloomy as he stared at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, since you have recovered your cultivation, why don't you leave now and follow me back to my residence? Liang of Gojoseon looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched slightly. He wanted to refuse, but at this moment he could not open his mouth. At this moment, Pajuan suddenly raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of joy. He waved his hand. Buzz. A sound barrier was formed, and no one could hear what was going on inside. Your Highness, the things have arrived at your residence. They have arrived at your residence first. Pajuan said with a look of joy. Oh. Liang of Gojoseon's eyes lit up. Your Highness, you have given me the things. I can form an invincible army. Pajuan revealed a look of excitement. Mr. Amo is back too? Liang of Gojoseon looked at Pajuan. No, I heard voices in the residence but I didn't see Mr. Amo. Wait, the escort described it. Mr. Amo only arrived after 2 days? He stayed in Silver Moon City earlier, and it seemed like he was looking for someone's whereabouts. Pajuan said with a frown. Looking for someone's whereabouts? Do you need Mr. Amo to stay here personally? Liang of Gojoseon asked in a low voice. The housekeeper also asked the escort. That person said that Mr. Amo said that this person is very important. He is a great talent. If your highness can get this person, it will be no less than getting another batch of goods to escort. Pajuan said, slightly stunned. Oh. Liang of Gojoseon's eyes lit up. But that's not very possible, right? This batch of goods is... Who can compare to them? Pajuan raised an eyebrow. Mr. Amo is looking for talents for me. Ah, great talent? Pajuan, don't underestimate a great talent. Take Mr. Amo for example. This batch of goods can never compare to Mr. Mo's. Liang of Gojoseon said with a smile. Ah yes. Pajuan nodded. Okay, let's get ready to go back to the residence. I want to see how different this batch of goods is from what I imagined. Liang of Gojoseon's eyes flashed with anticipation. The sound barrier was soundproof, so the conversation inside couldn't be heard. However, Gu Hai could tell from their expressions that they were in a good mood. Moreover, from their eyes, it seemed like they wanted to leave immediately. Buzz. The sound barrier suddenly disappeared. Before Liang of Gojoseon could speak, Gu Hai immediately spoke first. Your Highness, Gu Hai also wants to go to the residence immediately. However, Granny Qinghua helped me after all. She even gave me the wood deity and opened the wood deity palace. Gu Hai has no other request. I only hope that your highness will allow me to handle Granny Qinghua's funeral and fulfill one of my wishes. Gu Hai said. Liang of Gojoseon frowned. Although Granny Qinghua betrayed the Deqian Celestial Empire, I am still indebted to her. Please allow me to bury her body. Gu Hai said solemnly. Bury her? Is this withered piece of wood worthy of her burial? Chu Qin revealed a cold smile. Venerable Lun Yan, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, This is the difference between humans and beasts. Division Master Gu's trust is unparalleled. He will sincerely repay anyone who shows him kindness, unlike some people who betray Elite Hall despite Elite Hall treating them with sincerity. Without trust, one cannot survive. Who would dare to use a person who betrays them? Today you can betray Elite Hall. In the future, will you betray Liang of Gojoseon as well? Old thing, you are seeking death. Chu Qin shouted while glaring. Liang of Gojoseon narrowed his eyes at Chu Qin. Isn't that so? Everyone has different personalities. You can be two-faced and betray your former master, but Gu Hai will not. You will finish what he started. Once he makes a promise, he will not turn back, Venerable Lun Yan said coldly. Liang of Gojoseon looked at Gu Hai. Indeed, Venerable Lun Yan was right. Gu Hai's character was better than Chu Chen's. Although Xiao Chen's character displeased the current Xiao Chen, if he subdued this person in the future, this person would be as loyal to him. At this thought, the anger in Liang of Gojoseon's heart faded. He frowned as he looked at Chu Qin. Indeed, this person had some tricks up his sleeve. However, he could only use them as a lackey. As Venerable Lun Yan scolded Chu Qin, he observed Liang of Gojoseon's expression. Venerable Lun Yan sighed in relief when he saw Liang of Gojoseon's anger toward Gu Hai calm down. Instead, he admired Gu Hai even more. Liang of Gojoseon looked at where Gu Hai was. Gu Hai, a golden core realm cultivator. Venerable Lun Yan and Mu Qinfeng were both severely injured and weak. As for Long Wanqing's strength? Just now, the Yuanying state's strength should have been weaker than Mu Qinfeng's. The group of tree men had been crippled long ago. The close to 1,000 Wood Division disciples. They were too weak to stand up to the wind. Gaochen? Gu Hai's only reliance was Gaochen? All right. Mr. Good, this prince respects you for your loyalty. Stay behind to handle Granny Qinghua's funeral. I'll give you 1 day. Once you are done, return to the prince's residence, Liang of Gojoseon said seriously. Your Highness, rest assured. Gu Hai nodded. Chu Qin, Pejuan, stay behind and wait for Gu Hai. Show him the way. Liang of Gojoseon instructed. Yes. Pejuan nodded somewhat reluctantly. After all, Pejuan was eager to see the things that Mr. Imo had sent back. Now that he was left behind, he felt depressed. However, Pejuan also understood that the prince had left him behind to monitor Gaochen. After all, they were all having grade zither and understood each other. He would not feel at ease leaving others behind. As for Chu Qin and the group of Gold Division disciples, they were naturally used to monitor Gu Hai's group. With Chu Qin's strength, watching over Gu Hai's group was a piece of cake. Mr. Good, I'll see you at the prince's residence the day after tomorrow. This prince also wants to hear what other new works Mr. Good has. Liang of Gojoseon said with a smile. Your Highness, don't worry. I still have some songs. When the time comes, I'll invite you to enjoy them. Gu Hai said with a smile. All right. Let's return to the residence. Liang of Gojoseon said with a smile. Yes. The 1 million soldiers in the surroundings shouted and boarded the flying ships. Rumble. 100 flying ships slowly flew into the distance. Liang of Gojoseon left with his large group of subordinates. Flames burned in the Passion Flower Valley, leaving behind a pile of rubble. It looked like hell on earth. Thousands of Passion Flower Tree spirit corpses and Granny Qinghua's corpses littered the ground. They were all very miserable. Sob, 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 sob. The group of tree men cried out as they hugged the corpses. Cough, cough, cough. Venerable Lun Yan coughed out blood weakly. His injuries were not light. Long Wanqing's eyes reddened. Hall Master, my condolences. We are going to collect Granny Qinghua's corpse. Gu Hai sighed softly. Master. Mu Qinfeng was covered in blood. At this moment she cried bitterly as well. Gaochen did not say anything from the start to the end. He bit his lip, showing an extremely unsightly expression. Earlier he felt a great threat from Luyang of Gojoseon. What are you looking at, loser? Gauchen said coldly as he looked at Pajuan. Loser? You just won a song and you dare to be proud of it? I know thousands of songs. You just gained intelligence. How many songs have you heard? Ambush from 10 sides? Now, I know one as well. Do you want to give it a try? Pajuan smiled coldly. Chapter 239. Loser? What's there to be proud of after winning a song? I know hundreds of thousands of songs. How many songs have you heard since you just gained sentience? Ambush from 10 sides? Now, I know one too. Do you want to try? Pajuan sneered. Gauchen glared at him. So what if you gain sentience early? You know hundreds of thousands? I don't need to know. I can create my own songs at any time and I've created a lot of them. If my master hadn't stopped me just now, I would have used my own song. Now my song. A heaven-grade Guqin has no creativity. Songs come from the outside world and the master. You know how to create songs? Pajuan didn't believe him. Are you scared now? Gauchen said proudly. Come on then. Let me hear your song. Your song? Pajuan stared at Gauchen. Pajuan's expression was gloomy. It wasn't that he couldn't be provoked, but he wanted to test Gauchen's ability. Come on then. I'm not scared of you. Listen carefully, I'm going to sing. Gauchen was instantly enraged. Shut up. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Master. Gauchen looked at Gu Hai blankly. Don't be rude. Gu Hai shouted. Granny Qinghua had just passed away, and Gu Hai didn't want Gauchen's song to disturb everyone's mood. However, Pajuan thought that Gu Hai was trying to hide something. Mr. Good, don't stop him. This is a competition between Gauchen and me. If he wants to sing, let him sing. I also want to see how capable Gauchen is after being trained by Mr. Good. Pajuan shook his head and looked at Gu Hai. Although his words were polite, there was an unquestionable tone in defeating army's tone. That's right, master. This Pajuan is too cocky. I'll sing a song to show him how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. A loser dares to be cocky. I don't know what he's so cocky about. Gauchen immediately shouted. Gu Hai furrowed his brows. Mr. Good, please don't stop me. Pajuan said firmly. Then you guys find a place where there's no one. Don't let the sound reach us. Gu Hai said with a frown. Pajuan was slightly startled. He thought that Gauchen's sound technique would be too strong and would hurt the Trey ants. Immediately, his opinion of Gauchen increased. Don't worry. I have the hypersonic cage here. Gauchen and I will be sparring behind closed doors. We won't disturb you. Pajuan waved his hand and a huge house flew out of his sleeve. The four walls of the house were engraved with a large number of runes and formations. They emitted a faint fluorescent light. Hypersonic cage? Gu Hai was slightly startled. That's right. The hypersonic cage isolates sound from the inside and outside. As long as Gauchen and I enter, the door will be closed for 4 hours. After 4 hours, the door will open automatically. More importantly, the sound path inside will not cause any substantial harm. Only the wills will clash. I'm just competing with Gauchen in terms of wills. Pajuan said in a low voice. No substantial harm? Just like the Guqin army from before. Won't it appear? Just tune against tune, singing against singing? Gu Hai was slightly startled. That's right. At Gauchen's level, wills are enough to determine who's stronger and who's weaker. Pajuan said in a low voice. Master, just let me go. Watch me beat this loser with my singing. Gauchen rubbed his hands together. Singing? Gu Hai's face twitched slightly. All right, but don't lose. You'll have to break this hypersonic cage. Mr. Good, don't worry. This hypersonic cage can't be broken from the inside. Gauchen can't break it and neither can I. We'll have to wait for 4 hours. Don't worry, I won't bully Gauchen too much. We'll compete with our songs slowly. Pajuan's eyes flashed with a sinister smile. Gu Hai looked at Pajuan. That's not what I meant. Master. Gauchen said anxiously. Gu Hai's face twitched. He looked at Pajuan and said, Mr. Pajuan, if Gauchen can't sing well, please forgive him. Don't lower yourself to his level. You think Gauchen's song is too fierce and will hurt me? You want to plead on his behalf so that I won't pursue the matter? Mr. Good, you're too confident, aren't you? Pajuan's eyes flashed with a hint of impatience. Gu Hai was stunned again. He really didn't mean it that way. Master, Let me destroy this despicable person's arrogance. Gao Chen glared at him. Mr. Good, don't stop me. I've already taken out my hypersonic cage. It can't be taken back. Pajuan said in a deep voice. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai nodded and said, All right, Gao Chen, be careful. Don't go overboard. No, Mr. Good, I want Gao Chen to do his best. Otherwise it won't be honorable even if I win. Pajuan suddenly said in a deep voice. Gu Hai was speechless. I really didn't mean it that way. Go. Gu Hai couldn't be bothered to explain any more. Gao Chen, please. Pajuan waved his hand. Let's go. Gao Chen replied. The two stepped into the hypersonic cage. Boom. The door slammed shut. Immediately, an hourglass appeared above the door. The sand slowly flowed in. After 4 hours, the door would open. Besides Gu Hai, Venerable Lun Yan's eyelids also twitched. Is this Pajuan courting death? Is Gao Chen going to sing his divine song? At the side, the heartbroken Long Wanqing and Mu Qinfeng watched the two heaven-grade zither compete. Their faces, which were red from crying, suddenly froze as if they had foreseen something. Chu Chen revealed a cold smile. Do you really think that Gao Chen can win against Pajuan? Is this a joke? Everyone looked at Chu Chen in disgust. Gu Hai looked at Chu Chen and revealed a cold smile. What does winning or not have to do with you? After I enter the sovereign residence, you will be nothing. What did you say? Chu Chen glared coldly at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai ignored Chu Chen. Instead, he looked at the group of tree demons and said, Tidy up the corpses of all the tree demons and carefully protect Granny Qinghua's corpse. Prepare to bury her. Yes. The group of passion flower tree demons immediately answered. Although the passion flower tree demons had their dantians broken, they still quickly rushed to the surroundings to tidy up their companions' corpses. A sorrowful atmosphere spread throughout the entire passion flower valley. Gu Hai took out some medicinal pills and fed them to Venerable Lun Yan and Mu Qinfeng. However, the two were too severely injured and would not recover quickly. The group of Wood Division disciples also went to help tidy up the mess. The Wood Division disciples slowly extinguished the flames in the surroundings. They searched the ruins for the passion flower tree demons' corpses. Gu Hai brought Long Wanqing around the valley. Chu Chen kept staring at the two. Nearly 3,000 Metal Division disciples were guarding the tree demons and Wood Division disciples. However, the tree demons had their cultivations crippled, so there was not much to worry about. Bury these tree demons by the sea then. They will look at the vast sea and not have to worry about the hardships of the mortal world anymore. Gu Hai sighed softly. Right? Long Wanqing nodded. Not far from Gu Hai's ritual array, he summoned a large number of Wood Division disciples and quickly started digging. The passion flower tree demon corpses were tidied up. The group of tree demons wept as they tidied up. When they saw their friends and family turn into piles of rotten wood, grief welled up in their hearts. Chu Chen stood on a mountain peak not far away and watched coldly. Chu Chen helped Venerable Lun Yan and Mu Qinfeng over. When Gu Hai saw Venerable Lun Yan, he gave Chu Chen a look with his back to him. Venerable Lun Yan's expression changed as he looked at the ritual array that Gu Hai laid in the past. That cloudy ritual array previously suppressed the dragons and contained the 28 line pair world ritual array's items. Venerable Lun Yan immediately understood. He returned the look, pretending to be in great pain. Hall Master, go and take care of Venerable Lun Yan. The Venerable's injuries are too severe. Use your veritable essence energy to clean up his meridians and help him recover quickly, Gu Hai advised Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing nodded. Then Chu Chen walked over to Venerable Lun Yan. The pieces of rotten wood were tidied up and piled together like a small mountain. 2,000-odd crying tree demons stood at the side. A large pit was dug. Now, all the tree demons were waiting for Gu Hai's orders to be buried in it. Not far away, Chu Chen and the others did not notice anything strange. Gu Hai calculated the time. About 4 hours had passed. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and turned to the crying tree demons. Stop crying. I will take revenge for Granny Qinghua. I will remember who chopped her in half. Right now, I do not have the ability to do so. However, when I reach the royal residence, I can take revenge for Granny Qinghua. Many thanks, Master. The passion flower tree demons immediately said gratefully. In the distance, Chu Chen's eyelids twitched. He smiled coldly and said, I was the one who chopped Granny Qinghua in half. What? You can take revenge when you reach the royal residence? You want to take revenge on me? Gu Hai looked at Chu Chen and smiled coldly. What do you think, Division Master Chu? Humph? With just you? Chu Chen sneered. Indeed. My cultivation is not as good as yours, far from it. However, I have my advantages. I can compose music and lay formations. I can lead the Zither Dao army for the Lord. I can lead the Zither Dao army to conquer the world for the Lord. I can lay formations to fight against thousands of soldiers and horses. What can Division Master Chu do? Guhai smiled. Chu Chen raised his eyebrows. Division Master Chu is powerful? I think the Lord should have a large number of powerful subordinates. You are not the first, right? What can you do? Spy. Yes, you can be a spy. Ah. Guhai smiled. Chu Chen stared coldly at Guhai. Do you see? When Liang of Gojoseon saw me for the first time, he gave me the wood god instead of you who was loyal to him. Alright, do you remember the word, presumptuous, that the Lord said earlier? You are presumptuous, right? You dare to point your sword at me? You are presumptuous. Do you know why? Guhai smiled and said. Chu Chen's anger grew. Because in the Lord's eyes, I will become his right-hand man. I am a person, I am irreplaceable. You, on the other hand, are just a slightly stronger spy. You are just a lackey, and a lackey that can be replaced at any time. You dare to point your sword at me? That is an offense. Division Master Chu, let's wait and see in the Lord's mansion. Guhai smiled. Chu Chen's expression changed. Guhai's tone was filled with an unforgettable hatred. Let's wait and see in the Lord's mansion? This hatred will not end until one of them dies? Holding the sword in his hand, Chu Chen tightened his grip. Guhai saw that Chu Chen was angered by him and his eyes flashed with anticipation. Chapter 240. Division Master Chu, why are you holding your sword? Are you trying to dig out my liver and snatch the wood spirit inside? Guhai sneered. Humph. Chu Chen snorted coldly, suppressing the rage in his heart. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing that Chu Chen could endure until now, he did not want to provoke him further. Doing so would backfire. Then he turned his head and looked at the Gold Division disciples. What are you looking at? Stay away from my servants. Humph. They are poisoned by the bramble flower ritual array. It was the Treant who helped you get rid of the poison. Now you are harming them. I will remember you, Guhai said coldly. The expressions of the Gold Division disciples changed, showing anxious expressions. Many of them looked at Chu Chen. At this moment, Chu Chen's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He tightly gripped his sword, wanting to stab Xiao Chen. However, he resisted. Not far away, Venerable Lun Yen coughed. Cough, 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 cough. Division Master Gu, don't get angry with him now. If he kills you now, he will only get punished by the Liang of Gojoseon at most. When you arrive at the residence, he will no longer have a chance. That's true. Guhai's face sank as he stepped far away from Chu Chen. However, Chu Chen's eyes lit up. That's right. If I kill Guhai, the prince will only punish me at most. However, if I become the prince's trusted aide, I will never have a day of peace. Division Master. The Gold Division disciples called out anxiously. Ching. Chu Chen suddenly swung his sword at Guhai. Guhai flipped his hand and a crimson saber soared into the air. When the crimson saber appeared in his hand, surging energy filled Guhai, instantly increasing his strength significantly. Ching. Scarlet light filled the air as the saber light and sword light clashed. Boom. Guhai immediately swung his saber into the distance. Sword chi tore apart most of his clothes as they brushed past him. In the end, Guhai's strength was far from Chu Chen's. Chu Chen, you dare to kill me? Guhai glared at him. That's right. Venerable Lun Yen is right. If I kill you, His Highness will just punish me. If I don't kill you, will you let me go? Chu Chen said coldly. Everyone listen up. Surround them and kill them all. Chu Chen shouted. A group of Gold Branch disciples raised their swords and shouted. Withdraw. Venerable Lun Yen called out to Long Wanqing. Bus. With a flip of her hand, Long Wanqing stored the corpses of Granny Qinghua and the other Treants into her storage space. The Treants furiously looked at the Metal Division's disciples, and the Wood Division's disciples, who were holding their swords, looked anxious. Blood Saber? Could he increase his power to the level of the Yuanying state? Your strength just now was at the peak of the second nascent soul realm, right? That's all there is to it. Chu Chen sneered and swung his sword again. Quang. Just at this moment, 4 hours finally passed. The doors of the hypersonic cage suddenly opened in the distance. Bastard. Come out. Come out. Pujuan shouted hoarsely as he was the first to charge out of the hypersonic cage. At this moment, Pujuan's hair was disheveled, and his face was swollen. His eyes were bloodshot and his hoarse appearance was chilling. Gauchen also stepped out of the hypersonic cage. Gauchen was in a similar state. The two's hair was disheveled and their faces were swollen. Their clothes were tattered as if they had just experienced an inhumane scuffle. Pujuan? Who is afraid of you? Didn't we agree on a zither duel? You attacked me with your zither and I endured it. However, you did not follow the rules. When it was my turn, why did you not sing for me? I only sang a few lines and you could not take it anymore. Just admit it, loser. Why throw a tantrum? Gauchen shouted as he held his swollen face. I was competing with you on the state of the zither. What was that thing that you sang? What was that? It was out of tune and I don't know which country it went to. If I continue to listen to it, my zither heart will be broken by your disgust. Pujuan shouted. The songs that Pujuan admired in the past were all elegant and artistic. Who would have thought that Gauchen could sing like that? As soon as Gauchen started to sing, Pujuan could not take it anymore. He wanted to stop Gauchen, but Gauchen did not stop at all. Thus he could not take it anymore and attacked. The two of them started to fight inside the hypersonic cage. As soon as they were out of the hypersonic cage, the two of them started to fight. Suddenly they heard Gu Hai's shouts from afar. Chuchen, you want to kill me? His Royal Highness will not let you go. Gu Hai's angry roar came from afar. With Gauchen and Pujuan's hearing, they heard it immediately. What? Chuchen wants to kill my master? Gauchen's expression changed. The voice sounded again from afar. The one I want to kill is you. The wood divinity was crippled by you, but that's that, it still has some effect. If I don't kill you today, you'll definitely make things difficult for me in the future. Chu Chen's roar came from afar. Gold Division disciples, kill them all. Yes. The group of Gold Division disciples roared. Bastard. The North Star instantly shot into the distance. How dare you, Chu Chen? What are you doing? Defeating army suddenly roared. Whoosh. The North Star Alliance and the Army Destroyer Legion immediately shot towards the distance. On the beach. Go to the array, go to my array. Gu Hai shouted. Stop them, don't leave a single one alive, kill them all. Chu Chen shouted. You dare to come here? Long Wanqing roared. Immediately, Long Wanqing took out her long sword and blocked the path of the Metal Division disciples with the Wood Division disciples. There were too many Gold Division disciples. Although Long Wanqing was from the Yuanying state, blocking several hundred was her limit. The Wood Division disciples struggled bitterly. The one-sided suppression immediately injured many of the Wood Division disciples. However, this place was right beside the array that Gu Hai laid. Under Venerable Lun Yan's command, the tree men quickly rushed in. On the other side, Gu Hai held his crimson saber as he faced Chu Chen again and again. Boom. Chu Chen thrust his sword, and a huge manifested sword energy knocked back Gu Hai by more than 30 meters. The crimson saber barely blocked the manifested sword energy. However, the sword energy ferociously stabbed at Gu Hai's body as if it wanted to pierce through Gu Hai's body. Ding, 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 ding. Bones protruded from Gu Hai's skin, blocking the sword energy. How can your body block my sword energy? Are those bones? That's not right. Chu Chen looked at Gu Hai in shock. Ah, Elite Hall's strongest expert? You are only SOSO. Gu Hai sneered. Humph? Only SOSO? Wait until I kill you. You can say that then. There is something under your skin. Let's see if there is anything at your vitals. Let's see if your eyes are protected. Chu Chen swung his sword again. How bold. Chu Chen, how presumptuous. Pujuan suddenly shouted from the distance. Buzz. Suddenly zither music rang out, and a large saber rain appeared in the air, charging at Chu Chen. Xiao Chen used the zither to form a saber and charged at Chu Chen. Chu Chen's expression changed as he immediately defended. He swung his sword and clashed with the sword energy. Boom. The saber rain and sword energy cancelled each other out. Pujuan? Chu Chen raised his eyebrows. Ah. Chu Chen, you can't kill me, right? Ah. Gu Hai laughed and retreated. Gu Hai, you must die today. Chu Chen glared at him and attacked again. How dare you? Chu Chen, what are you doing? Saber Rain Lianqing. Defeating armies glared and roared. Cling, 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 cling. Along with the sound of the Guqin, a rain of swords fell from the sky and drowned Chu Chen. Go. Gu Hai jumped in front of Long Wanqing. Immediately, he pushed the surrounding Treants and jumped into the formation with the injured Wood-Helm disciples. Chase them. Don't let them get away. Chu Chen blocked Pejuan and shouted at the Gold Branch disciples. Yes. The group of Gold Division disciples immediately jumped into Gu Hai's formation. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, the screams of the Gold Division disciples came from the formation. The Gold Division disciples who wanted to follow behind froze and didn't dare to go forward. Gao Chen also came close. Looking at the formation in the distance, he jumped in without hesitation. Whoosh! Gu Hai and the others all entered the formation. Pejuan and Chu Chen's battle came to a sudden stop. Chu Chen, what are you doing? Are you going to silence me? Do you want to die? Pejuan said coldly. Pejuan, you don't know Gu Hai just now. Chu Chen glared at him. You dare to kill someone that the prince wants to silence? Let's see how you explain it to the prince when we get back. Pejuan said coldly. Pejuan turned his head and looked at the cloud formation. Mr. Good, come out. With me here, Chu Chen won't dare to do anything. Pejuan shouted. Gu Hai's voice came from the formation. Mr. Pejuan, I don't dare to enter the prince's residence. I almost died in Chu Chen's hands before I even entered. If I enter the prince's residence, I don't know how many times I will be dismembered. Mr. Pejuan, please tell the prince that it's not that I, Gu Hai, don't want to enter the prince's residence, but that I don't dare. Pejuan's face stiffened. At this time, Chu Chen calmed down and suddenly understood everything. Gu Hai, you set me up? You're the one who wants to kill me. You were so aggressive just now, but now you're pretending to be weak? Chu Chen, you really know how to play tricks. Aren't you very capable? Why don't you come in and catch me? Gu Hai sneered. Pejuan frowned slightly. Chu Chen took a step forward and was about to enter when he suddenly stopped. He remembered that the dragons had been killed in this formation. Leader, they can't escape. A Gold Division disciple shouted. Boom. Suddenly, a behemoth rushed out of the formation. It was Long Wanqing's white cloud flying ship. The flying ship carried everyone into the sky. Mr. Pejuan, I'm very sorry. A voice shouted from the flying ship. Bastard, stop. Chu Chen's face changed. Whoosh. With a flip of his hand, Chu Chen also took out a flying ship. The Gold Division disciples jumped onto the flying ship almost at the same time. Chu Chen drove the flying ship into the sky. With a flip of his hand, defeating armies also took out a flying boat and chased after them. Mr. Good, this is all a misunderstanding. Pejuan shouted anxiously. Chu Chen's flying ship followed closely behind. All the Gold Division disciples looked at the white cloud flying ship coldly. At the stern of the white cloud flying ship, Gu Hai held a head in his hand. It was the head of a snake. It was the mutated head of Li Qinghe from the Thousand Islands Sea. The two flying ships were not far from each other and looked at each other from afar. The Gold Division disciples were slightly stunned. That was a human head? Gold Division disciples, look at my hand. Who is this snake head? Gu Hai smiled and said. Buzz. Suddenly, the eyes of the snake head emitted a red light and shone at the people on Chu Chen's flying ship in the distance. The Gold Division disciples were confused. Oh no. Chu Chen's eyes widened. Buzz. Everyone instantly fell for the trick. The Gold Division disciples were quickly petrified. Because of Chu Chen's strength, his body stiffened slightly. His strong willpower immediately resisted the petrification curse. Buzz. The flying ship slowed down. Gradually it stopped. After a while, Chu Chen broke free from the curse. With a loud shout, the curse was completely removed. Chu Chen was sweating profusely. When he turned to look at Gu Hai's flying ship, it had already flown far away. All the Gold Division disciples were petrified. Only 3 of them didn't see the red light and were extremely frightened. Gu Hai, I won't let you go. Chu Chen stared into the distance and roared. Pejuan's flying ship flew for a while but couldn't catch up. He also stopped. He looked into the distance with a gloomy expression. He turned his head and glared at Chu Chen. Chapter 241. In a quiet valley. Gu Hai and the rest stood quietly in front of a huge tomb. There was no tombstone on the huge tomb. If not for the solemn bow to the huge tomb, it would be hard to imagine that this small hill was a tomb. Long Wanqing, Mu Qinfeng, and the 2,000 tree men were no longer crying, but sadness was still written all over their faces. Alright, this valley is considered quiet. The Passion Flower Valley is destroyed. Granny Qinghua can rest here, right? Gu Hai turned to the tree men and persuaded them. Thank you, master. The 2,000 tree men knelt down in front of Gu Hai. At this moment, they recognized him as their master not only because of Granny Qinghua's request, but also because of gratitude. A kind of sincere gratitude. If not for Gu Hai, their entire clan would have been wiped out. If not for Gu Hai, Granny would not be able to rest in peace. Get up. Unfortunately, your dantian is... Gu Hai sighed slightly. Master, you don't have to do this. My dantian is destroyed, but we have descendants in the future. The dantian of our descendants will be fine. A tree man shook his head. That's true. Living is the most important. Gu Hai nodded. Actually, their dantian may be able to recover. Mu Qinfeng frowned. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Mu Qinfeng in confusion. I saw it in the valley before. Senior brother, do you still remember? At that time, there was a tree man whose dantian was destroyed, but it was repaired later. However, he courted death and went out to cause trouble. He died under the weapons. Mu Qinfeng looked at a tree man, Huangfu Chaoga? The tree man's eyes lit up. Yes, back then Huangfu Chaoga used some unknown method to repair that tree man's dantian. Mu Qinfeng nodded. Huangfu Chaoga? Will he help us? The tree men frowned. Yes, Granny almost had her entire clan exterminated in order to save him. Mu Qinfeng clenched her fists. But Gu Hai, you said that Huangfu Chaoga is evil? Why did you lie to me earlier? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai sighed slightly and shook his head. Perhaps Huangfu Chaoga didn't lie to us. I told you that because I was worried that you would expose yourself in front of Liang of Gojoseon. What? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Gu Hai nodded affirmatively. Are you saying that Liang of Gojoseon killed my mother? Is he really the murderer? Long Wanqing showed a look of grief and indignation. There's a 90% chance. Gu Hai nodded. How could this be? Long Wanqing clutched her head in confusion. Alright, let's go find Huangfu Chaoga. It would be best if we could help the tree men heal their dantian. Mu Qinfeng, Granny Qinghua has just passed away. Please take care of these tree men in the future. Gu Hai looked at Mu Qinfeng. Mu Qinfeng nodded solemnly. Division Leader Gu, if you didn't say it, I was going to beg you. Granny saved my life, raised me, and took me in as her disciple. Now that the Love Flower clan is in trouble, how can I stand by and do nothing? That's good. Gu Hai nodded. Mielu City? The newly built Liang of Gojoseon residence. In the study. A group of strategists stood in 2 rows. In the middle stood Pejuan and Chu Chen. Liang of Gojoseon sat behind the desk and looked at the two coldly. Say it again. Liang of Gojoseon said coldly. Your Highness, I saw it with my own eyes. Chu Chen wanted to silence Gu Hai. He dug out his liver and gave the order to kill everyone. Pejuan said respectfully. Your Highness, it was Gu Hai who angered me. That's why I was fooled. My subordinates, there are only 3 left. The others have all turned into stone statues. Gu Hai had planned this all along. Chu Chen knelt on the ground with one knee and said remorsefully. Liang of Gojoseon tapped his fingers on the desk as if in deep thought. He looked at the two coldly. After a while, Liang of Gojoseon said in a low voice, Gu Hai must have angered you on purpose to find an excuse for his escape. Liang of Gojoseon confirmed the matter. Pejuan did not say anything else. Yes, your Highness is wise. Chu Chen said excitedly. Humph. Liang of Gojoseon snorted. Chu Chen felt as if thunder had exploded in his head. He shivered. Why did Gu Hai want to anger you? Because although Gu Hai did not want to come to the prince's mansion, he had no excuse to leave. You gave him an excuse. Liang of Gojoseon looked at Chu Chen coldly. I. Chu Chen's face darkened. If you didn't do anything, would Gu Hai dare not to come to the prince's mansion? You gave him an excuse to leave. You made me lose a great musician and a great general. Liang of Gojoseon looked at Chu Chen coldly. I know I was wrong. Chu Chen did not dare to raise his head. Liang of Gojoseon looked at him coldly. One of the strategists said, Your Highness, although Chu Chen was wrong, it was understandable. Gu Hai's threat was too scary. Chu Chen was just trying to protect himself. Yes, Your Highness. Gu Hai's heart is not in the prince's mansion. Even if he came, he would leave. Your Highness, there are thousands of generals. Without Gu Hai, we can't do anything. Although Chu Chen made a mistake this time, he has done a good job. Let's make up for it. All the strategists tried to persuade him. Liang of Gojoseon took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Indeed, Gu Hai's 2 songs were good, but that was it. Secondly, the formation. He had many strong people who could set up formations. Chu Qin had sided with him. He could not punish him and disappoint other people who wanted to side with him. Liang of Gojoseon was about to let Chu Qin make up for his mistake. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the study. "Your Highness, Mr. Mo and young master are back." A servant's voice came. "Mr. Mo is back? Summon him." "No, I will go and welcome him personally." Liang of Gojoseon's anger disappeared in an instant. He stood up. "Phew." Chu Qin exhaled. The prince's anger was finally gone. Mr. Mo came back just in time. "Your Highness, you don't have to make a fuss. I'm back." Laughter came from outside the study. It was Mo Yike leading young master and into the study. At this moment, no one stopped Mo Yike from coming back. "Greetings, Mr. Mo." The strategists immediately bowed to Mo Yike respectfully. Mo Yike entered the study and bowed to Liang of Gojoseon respectfully. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings, Grandpa Wang." Young master and also bowed to Liang of Gojoseon respectfully. However, Liang of Gojoseon didn't care about his grandson. He walked out of the study table and helped Mo Yike up. "Mr. Mo, you are too polite. I said that you can be rude to me. You can't ignore the etiquette." Mo Yike shook his head and smiled. Young Masterin, who was at the side, shrunk his head. His grandfather personally came out from behind the study table to help Mr. Mo. It was obvious that he valued him. "Sir, I saw the item. Sir, it was really easy to get it. Sir, was your trip to Silver Moon City smooth?" Liang of Gojoseon asked with concern. "It was smooth. However, Silver Moon City met an amazing talent. If your Highness can get this person's help, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. I have to recommend this person. Your Highness should do your best to get this talent." Mr. Mo said with a hint of excitement. "Oh, amazing talent? For Sir to give such an evaluation, he must be extraordinary, right? Who is he?" Liang of Gojoseon asked curiously. "His name is Gu Hai, the water division leader of Elite Hall. Recently he has been with Long Wanqing. I don't know where he is. I wanted to invite him, but I was too late. What a pity, what a pity. Your Highness, I am sure that he is still in Yingzhou. We must find him." Mo Yike said anxiously. "Gu Hai." Liang of Gojoseon was slightly stunned. In the study, the expressions of the strategists also changed. The strategists who had pleaded for Chu Qin immediately shrunk their heads and retreated to the side. Only Chu Qin's mouth was wide open. "What? Did your Highness see him?" Mo Yike asked in surprise. Liang of Gojoseon glared at Chu Qin, then took a deep breath and looked at Mo Yike. "Sir, you said that Gu Hai is an amazing talent? How amazing is he? How is he compared to Sir?" 10 times better than me," Mo Yike said with absolute certainty. Chu Qin's face darkened. However, King Luyang frowned and said, "Impossible. No one can defeat Mr. Aren't you exaggerating? 10 times better than me or even dozens of times better." Mo Yike said with certainty again. Liang of Gojoseon knew that Mo Yike was exaggerating. However, for Mr. Mo, a person who was so proud of himself, to praise an outsider so highly, this outsider must be very powerful. Gu Hai. Was he really so capable? Your Highness, have you seen Gu Hai? That's great. Your Highness, no matter what, you must get Gu Hai. With him, you will have nothing to worry about in the future. As long as you can get Gu Hai's heart, I am willing to offer my position to him. Where is he now? Mr. Mo said with joy. Chu Qin's face darkened. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Liang of Gojoseon looked at Chu Qin with hatred again and shook his head. I missed it. Alas. What happened? Mo Yike was surprised. A tactician stepped forward and respectfully described everything that had happened. Is that the 28 heavens and earth formation, ambush on all sides? Mr. Good, Gu Hai is really brilliant. Mo Yike said with a trace of surprise. When he looked at Chu Qin, Mo Yike's eyes flashed with anger. However, he did not say anything in the end. After all, Chu Qin's existence still required him to appease the other powerhouses who came to join him. Sir, could you have gone overboard? Liang of Gojoseon asked doubtfully again. Here is the information I collected on Gu Hai. I have organized it. Your Highness, please take a look. Mo Yike took out a stack of documents. The simplified Gu Hai's resume was handed to Liang of Gojoseon. Liang of Gojoseon looked at it carefully. After looking at it, he passed it around for the counselors to see. As they looked at it, everyone frowned deeply. The sound of a group of strategists inhaling cold breaths could be heard in the study. Is the song extermination plan? Liang of Gojoseon's pupils suddenly shrank. After Gu Hai's resume was passed around, the counselors were also shocked. Gu Hai almost became a member of the Prince Mansion. How could such a talent be forced away by Chu Chen? The counselor who spoke for Chu Chen immediately said, "It's all Chu Chen's fault. Otherwise it wouldn't be so irreparable." Sigh. Mo Yike sighed softly. "Your Highness, Gu Hai is very smart and has seen Huangfu Chaoga. He must have guessed a lot about your Highness's plan. That's why he refused to join the Prince Mansion." He wanted to use Chu Chen's help to apologize to you. He didn't want you to vent your anger on him and his family. How could a rejection be so polite? Sigh. This time we let Gu Hai go. It's too late now. Sigh. Mo Yike sighed softly. "Your Highness, I didn't expect this." Chu Chen shouted in horror. Bang. Liang of Gojoseon kicked Chu Chen to the ground. A ferocious look appeared on his face. As long as Gu Hai entered the king's residence, he would be on board. There would be no chance for him to disembark. However, at this moment, Chu Chen chased him away. How could King Liang not feel angry? The study fell into a dead silence. Liang of Gojoseon looked at Chu Chen with hatred. What did he mean by offsetting his faults? This time, even 100 merit points would not be enough. Chu Chen curled up on the ground and did not dare to resist. As a counselor, Mo Yike could only help to analyze. The final decision still needed the Liang of Gojoseon. After a while, the Liang of Gojoseon suppressed his anger towards Chu Chen. But he still looked at Chu Chen with hostility. Gu Hai. The plan to destroy the Song dynasty? More than a dozen plans were executed at the same time. How could he destroy a country? If he can't be used by me, he can't be used by others. Liang of Gojoseon finally said with a cold look in his eyes. Your Highness, what do you want to do? Mo Yike's expression changed. He seemed to have guessed something. Mr. Mo, I know what to do. Don't worry about it. Liang of Gojoseon said calmly. Your Highness, don't do this. Talents are hard to come by. Maybe there's still a chance. Mo Yike said anxiously. I said, Mr. Mo, don't worry about it. Liang of Gojoseon shook his head. Me, sigh. Okay. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Okay, you can go back. Ao Shun has broken into Shinlu City. There are still many things to do. Liang of Gojoseon said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone answered and slowly retreated. Liang of Gojoseon, Mr. Mo, and young Master An were all left behind. Liang of Gojoseon was the only one in the study. After a while, Liang of Gojoseon said in a low voice, Tell the unborn man to come see me. Yes. Not long after, the unborn man came to the study. Your Highness, you're looking for me? The unborn man looked at Liang of Gojoseon. I need you to kill someone for me. Liang of Gojoseon said in a low voice. Oh, this is your third request? The unborn man looked at Liang of Gojoseon. That's right. 3 requests. Are you going to fulfill your promise and return the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya to me? The unborn man said in a low voice. Chapter 242. Oh, this is your Highness' third request? The unborn man looked at the Liang of Gojoseon. That's right. 3 requests. Does your Highness intend to fulfill your promise and return the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya to me? The unborn man said in a deep voice. The study fell into silence. The unborn man looked at the Liang of Gojoseon quietly. The Liang of Gojoseon also looked at the unborn man coldly. The 3 souls of Long Xiaoya? That's right. I did promise you. In the past, when Long Xiaoya died, one of my subordinates happened to pass by and collected the 3 souls of her before her soul dispersed. The Liang of Gojoseon said calmly. I don't care how I got it now. As long as it's the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya, Your Highness, please give me the 3 souls of Long Xiaoya. With my ability, no matter who it is, I can help you kill them. The unborn man said solemnly. The Liang of Gojoseon got up and walked slowly to the inner room of the study. The unborn man waited quietly. At this moment, his hands and his sleeves were clenched into fists. He seemed to be a little excited. Soon, the Liang of Gojoseon came out with a jade box in his hand. There were a lot of runes and restrictions on the jade box. He slowly put the jade box on the desk and signaled the unborn man to do it himself. The unborn man took a deep breath and carefully opened the jade box. When the jade box was opened, there was nothing inside. However, with the unborn man's eyesight, he was able to see a faint blue clump of light in the empty box. Human soul? This is a human soul. Where are the heaven soul and earth soul? The unborn man looked at the Luyang of Gojoseon. Heaven soul? Earth soul? Haha, you haven't even fulfilled the third request and you want it already? Luyang of Gojoseon sneered. The unborn man fell silent. It's this human soul. I can give it to you first. After you help me kill that person, you can come to my residence. Luyang of Gojoseon said in a deep voice. Sure, but did you do something to this human spirit? You have other longevity masters in your residence? This human soul had all of its memories and attributes erased? The unborn man said coldly. Maybe my subordinate was careless when he brought it back. However, even if she lost her memories and attributes, wasn't she still Long Xiaoya? Aren't you infatuated? Without her memories, you don't want her anymore? Luyang of Gojoseon said with a faint smile. The unborn man clenched his fists and shook his head. No matter what this girl becomes, I will never dislike her. However, now that all of her characteristics, attributes and memories are gone, how do I know that she is Long Xiaoya? How do I know that she is Long Xiaoya's human soul? What if you are lying to me? Lying to you? Don't you longevity masters deal with Yin souls every day? How do you tell? Don't you have a way? You can prove it yourself, but I can't. Luyang of Gojoseon said with a faint smile. The unborn man fell silent for a while. Then he carefully closed the box and held it in his hand solemnly. The unborn man would verify it. Tell me, who do you want to kill? The unborn man said directly. You have seen him before, Gu Hai. Luyang of Gojoseon said in a deep voice. Gu Hai. The unborn man said in a deep voice. What? Is there a problem? Luyang of Gojoseon said calmly. Okay. The unborn man said firmly. There was no hesitation at all. You know where he is? Luyang of Gojoseon asked doubtfully. I will find him. The unborn man said in a deep voice. You can find him? Wait. Luyang of Gojoseon suddenly frowned and stopped the unborn man. If he could find Gu Hai, could he also capture Gu Hai and use him? Luyang of Gojoseon fell into deep thought. Kill. Or subdue. After a long silence, Luyang of Gojoseon sighed slightly. This kind of intelligent person, once he has made up his mind, there is no way to change it. If he stays in my mansion, we may be able to subdue him. However, if he harbors evil intentions and betrays the mansion, it is impossible to guard against him. Since he cannot enter the mansion, why force him? Forget it, kill him. The unborn man looked at Luyang of Gojoseon and finally nodded. He carried the box and slowly left the study. The unborn man received the order to kill Gu Hai. Luyang of Gojoseon sat in front of his desk and tapped his fingers lightly. He narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction the unborn man had left. 3 requests? Aha, do you really think 3 requests will be enough? Once you enter my mansion, don't even think about leaving. Half a month later, outside Lushan City. Lushan City was the capital of the Lu dynasty before it moved. Because of the war, it moved to the front line of Lushan City. At this moment, on a mountain peak in the distance outside Lushan City, Gu Hai, Long Wanqing, the weak venerable Lu Nian, and Mu Qinfeng stood on the mountain peak, looking at the distant Lushan City. Luck surged in the sky above the city, 1/3 less than at the front lines of Lushan City. Huangfu Chaoga moved the capital back to Lushan City? Venerable Lu Nian asked with a frown. Gu Hai nodded and said, Indeed. Based on the information we obtained earlier, without Huangfu Chaoga, Lushan City could not withstand the attack of Luyang of Gojoseon's army. Soon it fell. The Lushan people fled in panic with some officials and soldiers. They only managed to escape after suffering heavy casualties. Fortunately, Huangfu Chaoga had the imperial seal with her, so she moved the capital back. Unfortunately, she moved the capital in a hurry and lost 1/3 of her luck. Right now, the Lu dynasty is heavily fortified. If not for Gaochen's sharp hearing, we would have been discovered several times, Long Wanqing said with a frown. Lushan City is in front. It is even more heavily fortified. Huangfu Chaoga is here. Should we report it? Mu Qinfeng asked with a frown. Gu Hai shook his head and said, No, that would be too sensitive. It's fine if Huangfu Chaoga is willing to help the Treants. But what if? That shouldn't be the case, right? Mu Qinfeng said with a frown. At the side, Venerable Lu Nian said, That shouldn't be the case. However, there is always a what if. Right now the Traians cannot retaliate. What if something happens? We need to test them first. All masters stay behind and protect everyone. The Venerable and Mu Qinfeng have not recovered from their injuries yet. Keep an eye on them. Gao Chen, stay behind. I'll go in and take a look myself, Gu Hai said solemnly. No, you should bring along Gao Chen. If there is any danger you can be on guard, Long Wanqing immediately rejected. That's right. Division Master Gu, we are in this valley. It is very well hidden. There definitely won't be any danger. Mu Qinfeng also shook her head. Division Master Gu, if you are worried, you can lay down a ritual array around our valley. If something happens, Gao Chen should be able to hear it. It won't be too late for you to come back. Just bring Gao Chen with you, Venerable Lun Yen answered. After looking at the three, Gu Hai nodded and said, that's fine. That night, with the help of the Wood Division disciples, Gu Hai laid a large fog ritual array, enveloping the entire hidden valley. Bringing along Gao Chen, Gu Hai bade farewell to the group. Then he stepped out of the valley and headed for the distant Lushan city. Master, I remember Huang Fuchaoga's voice. Let me hear it. What is he doing now? There's a sound barrier? Is Huang Fuchaoga on guard against me? No, he's on guard against Pejuan. That tasteless person. Master, do you know? That Pejuan doesn't have any ability. He competed with me on the zither. He played a song and I persevered. When I sang a song he couldn't take it anymore. It's not worth mentioning. Gao Chen kept talking nonsense along the way. That day, I heard Pejuan say that the heaven-grade zither has no creativity? Gu Hai looked at Gao Chen in confusion. Who said that there is no creativity? I have it. He is the one who doesn't have the ability. Look at me, I have created so many songs. This journey is boring. Why don't I sing a song for Master to relax? Gao Chen looked at Gu Hai expectantly. You're not allowed to sing, Gu Hai said with a straight face. Gu Hai left with Gao Chen. In the array, Long Wanqing stood on a small hill and watched Gu Hai's back from afar. A gentle light flashed in her eyes. At this moment in the sky outside the array, there was a figure standing among the clouds. It was the unborn man who had rushed over from Mielu City. In just half a month he had found Gu Hai and his group and had even caught up with them. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai's back and did not chase after him. Instead he looked down at the array below. The array was covered by clouds, but the unborn man could clearly see where Long Wanqing was. With a flip of his hand the unborn man took out a jade box. It was the soul box that he had obtained from Luyang of Gojoseon half a month ago. There was a human soul in it. Human soul? The soul of a descendant. Little girl, if this is your human soul, then it is definitely connected to your daughter. I just need to check the soul. Little girl, I did many things that you did not like in the past few days. However, I did it all for the sake of reviving you. As long as you can be revived, I am willing to do anything. I hope that you will not blame me in the future. The unborn man sighed softly. The sky gradually darkened. Long Wanqing stood on the hill and watched until the sky turned dark. Only when she could no longer see Gu Hai's back did she look away with some reluctance. In the valley, Venerable Lun Yen and Mu Qinfeng knew what Long Wanqing was doing. They could also tell that Long Wanqing had feelings for Gu Hai. The two did not say anything, focusing on treating her injuries. Long Wanqing shook her head and slowly descended the mountain. However, halfway down the mountain, Long Wanqing frowned slightly. She seemed to sense something and quickly turned her head. She saw a black and white robed figure standing behind her. It was the unborn man. Unborn man? How did you enter the ritual array? Long Wanqing exclaimed. However, there seemed to be a sound barrier in the surroundings. Although Long Wanqing's voice was very loud, the outside world could not hear it. Come out with me. I have Long Xiaoye's human soul here. Help me test it and see if this is Long Xiaoye, the unborn man said indifferently. What? My mother? My mother's human soul? That's impossible. Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Don't let anyone else know. I'll wait for you in the valley behind. The unborn man pointed to a valley in the distance. Whoosh! The unborn man's figure flashed and he vanished. The sound barrier around Long Wanqing also vanished. Long Wanqing stood where she was, her expression uncertain. Why can't others know? Long Wanqing frowned heavily. What does the unborn man want to do? Does he want to harm us? That's not right. Given the unborn man's strength, if he wants to make a move, none of us are a match for him. What was that earlier? My mother's human soul? Is that true? Long Wanqing hesitated in her heart. However, after a moment of silence, determination flashed in her eyes. If the unborn man wants to harm me, I cannot stop him. Go. Even if there is only a trace of hope, I have to go. Chapter 243. Naturally, the ritual array that Gu Hai laid had already told Long Wanqing about the key points. Long Wanqing quietly stepped out of the ritual array and headed to the valley that the unborn man pointed to. At this moment, that valley was also enveloped by a hidden ritual array. White fog lingered on the outside, but black qi filled the inside and sinister winds blew. Come in then, the unborn man said. Long Wanqing nodded and stepped in. There was a strange ritual array in the center of the valley. The ritual array floated above a black hole, and sinister winds came from that black hole. It seemed to connect to the netherworld. This is. Long Wanqing said with a frown. The unborn man turned his head to look at Long Wanqing. There is also a sound barrier in my ritual array. If you want to ask away. My mother's human soul? How did you obtain it? Long Wanqing glared at the unborn man. Luyang of Gojoseon gave it to me. However, I am not sure yet. I need you to help me verify it. You are the girl's daughter, so you must have inherited the human soul. If it is correct, then it is the girl's human soul. If it is confirmed, then I will have to look for the heavenly soul and earthly soul. Perhaps I can really revive the girl. The unborn man sighed softly. Why is it not in my valley? Long Wanqing stared at the unborn man with some disbelief in her eyes. Your valley? That fellow Lunyan? Back then, when the girl was still alive, he went against me at every turn. I do not want him to know about this, the unborn man said coldly. The Venerable is infatuated with my mother. You are just jealous of the Venerable. Furthermore, the Venerable said that you are not worthy of knowing who my father is. This shows that you are petty. Long Wanqing said hatefully. Clearly, Venerable Lunyan had raised her up and treated her like a teacher. She could not allow the unborn man to slander him. Your father is a coward. Abandoning his wife and daughter is not a good thing. I want to know who he is. I must teach him a lesson. The unborn man said coldly. My mother said that my father is a peerless hero who is unstoppable under the heavens. He just doesn't know that my mother is dead, that's all. When my father comes back, I'll teach you all a lesson. Long Wanqing gritted her teeth and said. Although she was so sad that she didn't want to acknowledge her father that day, she still had some expectations for her father. He was also Long Wanqing's spiritual pillar all these years. Alright, cut the crap. Put your hand on this soul fusion identification array. Let me see if it's the girl's human soul. The unborn man said in a deep voice. As the unborn man spoke, he took out the soul box and carefully opened it. Then he placed the soul box on one end of the ritual array. Long Wanqing looked at the unborn man. She did not have a good impression of the unborn man. However, the person before her might be her mother's human soul. Long Wanqing did not dare to be careless. She followed the unborn man's instructions and carefully placed her hand on the other end of the ritual array. Don't move. It will hurt a little later. Bear with it. The unborn man said coldly. As he spoke, he drove the ritual array. Buzz. Boundless Yin energy instantly rushed out of the large hole under the ritual array and enveloped Long Wanqing. The bone-chilling cold penetrated deep into her soul. Long Wanqing screamed in pain. Buzz. Suddenly, a faint blue outline appeared on Long Wanqing's body. It was Long Wanqing's human soul. Above the ritual array, a trace of golden aura suddenly appeared. It grabbed the finger of Long Wanqing's human soul and gently pulled it to the center of the ritual array. In the soul box on the other end, there was also a thin golden line pulling on a faint blue light. It touched the finger of Long Wanqing's human soul. Buzz. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light bloomed from the soul box. What a warm feeling. Mother, this is Mother's aura. Mother, is it really you? Mother, I am little Wanqing. I am little Wanqing. You said that you would come back to bring gifts for me and my younger sister. Why didn't you come back? Mother, my younger sister, and I miss you so much. Mother. Long Wanqing's eyes suddenly turned red. In an instant, her entire body seemed to be trembling. Buzz. The ritual array suddenly stopped. Long Wanqing's human soul returned to its original position. In the soul box, Long Xiaoya's human soul also returned. It's the girl. It's really the girl. The unborn man's voice trembled slightly. The yin energy on Long Wanqing's body disappeared. However, at this moment, tears suddenly fell like rain. Mother, is that you? Can you hear me? Mother Wu, I am little Wanqing. I am little Wanqing. Long Wanqing immediately cried and wanted to go forward. Bang. The unborn man closed the soul box and very carefully put it away. He did not let Long Wanqing come close. That's my mother. That's my mother. You gave it to me. Give it back to me. Oh. Long Wanqing's emotions were extremely agitated. More than 20 years of grievances and longing instantly erupted. Calm down, Long Wanqing. This is only your mother's human soul. Moreover, she has lost all her memories and attributes. The unborn man immediately shouted. The shout directly rushed into Long Wanqing's mind. Immediately Long Wanqing calmed down a lot. Wiping her tears, Long Wanqing looked at the unborn man. Senior, this is my mother. You have a way to revive her, right? Right? You can definitely do it. At this moment, in order to save her mother, Long Wanqing's attitude towards the unborn man instantly changed. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing. He let out a long breath and nodded. Long Wanqing, thank you for helping me confirm the girl's human soul this time. I do have a way to save her. You just need to find the 3 souls. However, even if you save her, she will have lost all her memories. She will be blank. She will not recognize you, nor will she recognize me. As long as my mother can be saved, I will slowly tell her everything in the future. She is my mother. Please save her. Long Wanqing suddenly knelt down. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing and said in a deep voice, Then you must first get back the girl's heaven soul and earth soul. My mother's heaven soul and earth soul? Where are they? Long Wanqing looked at the unborn man and asked anxiously. They are in the hands of Liang of Gojozian. He promised me that as long as I help him do one more thing, he will give me the girl's heaven soul and earth soul. The unborn man said in a deep voice. What is it? Is it difficult? Do you need my help? What can I do? As long as you can save my mother, I will do anything. Long Wanqing said with red eyes. Kill Gu Hai. The unborn man said in a deep voice. Wah wah what? Long Wanqing looked like she was struck by lightning. She stared at the unborn man with her eyes wide open. If you want your mother to live, Gu Hai must die. The unborn man said in a deep voice. My mother, Gu Hai? Only one can live? Long Wanqing suddenly sat on the ground paralyzed. No, Gu Hai must die. The unborn man said coldly. No, no, no. You can't kill Gu Hai. You can't. Long Wanqing's whole body was trembling. If Gu Hai doesn't die, the girl can't live. Don't you want Long Xiaoya to be revived? That's right, why should I ask for your opinion? The unborn man said indifferently. To save her mother, Gu Hai had to die? If Gu Hai lived, he would not save her mother? Long Wanqing sat on the ground paralyzed. She was on the verge of breaking down. Why did it become like this? Why did it become like this? Long Wanqing showed a look of despair. On one side was the person she loved. On the other side was her mother whom she missed so much. Choose one of the two? What should I do? All right, Long Wanqing, you can go back. I will save the girl. I have to go too. The unborn man said indifferently. Go? Where are you going? Long Wanqing suddenly quivered. Of course I'm going to find Gu Hai. Before this, I wasn't sure if it was a human soul. Now that I am sure, I just need to deal with Gu Hai. The unborn man said indifferently. No, no, you can't kill Gu Hai. Long Wanqing suddenly screamed. Don't you want your mother to be revived? The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing coldly. Yes, yes. Long Wanqing showed a sad expression. That's enough. All right, let's talk about it again after we save the girl. The unborn man said indifferently. Wait, wait. Long Wanqing suddenly shouted. What's wrong? The unborn man was puzzled. How did you find Gu Hai? We have been extremely careful over the past few days. However, you still managed to find us. How did you find us? Long Wanqing asked as she looked at the unborn man expectantly. It is difficult for others to find a person, but it is not difficult for us, Master Shou. Hair is the metabolic product of the 3 souls. It is the dregs discarded by the 3 souls, but it was also a part of the 3 souls. We, Master Shou, are most sensitive to souls. Hair has breath. I paid attention to your breath. Following the breath, I can find you. The unborn man said indifferently. Hair? Did you find us because of our hair? You can accurately find Gu Hai? Long Wanqing looked at the unborn man in despair. In this way, Gu Hai could no longer escape. That's right. The unborn man said indifferently. Senior, for the sake of my mother, I beg you to wait and kill Gu Hai, okay? I beg you. Long Wanqing suddenly knelt in front of the unborn man. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing coldly. When Gu Hai comes back, let me say goodbye to him. I beg you, woo. Long Wanqing kept kowtowing to the unborn man, dong dong dong. Kowtowing again and again. Long Wanqing's forehead was bleeding. But she did not stop for a moment. The unborn man looked at Long Wanqing and his heart was still as iron. However, when he turned to look at the soul box, he suddenly calmed down. Fine, don't kowtow anymore. Although I don't like you and your father, you are still that girl's daughter. If she knew that I forced her daughter like this, she would be very sad. Forget it, no matter how powerful Gu Hai's tricks are, he can't escape from my hands. I'll give you 1 day. After Gu Hai comes back, I'll give you 1 day. After 1 day, I will break Gu Hai's formation and kill Gu Hai. The unborn man said in a deep voice. Thank you, Senior Wu. Long Wanqing said with red eyes. Long Wanqing, I don't care what you are thinking. Gu Hai will not be able to escape. Make the best use of your time and say your final goodbye. Don't make a mistake. Furthermore, you have to understand one thing clearly. Your mother Long Xiaoye can only live if Gu Hai is killed. Don't you want to see your mother? Don't you want to see that girl? The unborn man said in a deep voice. Yes, I do, I miss my mother. Long Wanqing said with red eyes. At this moment, her heart felt like it was being torn to pieces. Okay, go back. The unborn man said indifferently. Long Wanqing's eyes were red as she wiped the corners of her eyes. When she saw the soul box in the unborn man's hand, she revealed a desolate smile. To revive her mother, she had to kill her lover? As if she had lost her soul, Long Wanqing walked out of the unborn man's formation and went back. Long Wanqing was in a daze. Her eyes were empty. She didn't even know how she came back. Chapter 244. Lushan City. In the study of the palace. Only Gu Hai and Huangfu Chaoge were in the study. Mr. Good, I've heard about what happened in the Passion Flower Valley. Thank you. It's all because of me. Otherwise, Granny Qinghua wouldn't have. Huangfu Chaoge sighed. Granny Qinghua didn't blame you, so why would I? It's a pity that Lushan City at the front line. Gu Hai sighed. Lushan City? Even without what happened that day, it would have been difficult to defend the city. My men told me that it was Master Shou called the Unborn Man. Master Shou's methods are strange and unpredictable. It shouldn't be difficult for him to break into Lushan City. Huangfu Chaoge smiled bitterly. But you were lucky then. Even if the Unborn Man broke into the city, you could have caused great losses to the Liang of Gojoseon's army. Gu Hai shook his head. That's mutual destruction. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Mr. Good, thank you for secretly sending me a message. Otherwise, your identity would have been exposed. Huangfu Chaoge frowned. Your officials have so many spies from the Liang of Gojoseon? Gu Hai frowned. It's okay. I also have spies in the Liang of Gojoseon's residence. Otherwise, the news from the Passion Flower Valley wouldn't have reached me. But the spy we just caught is my relative. I entrusted him with an important task. I didn't expect him to join the Liang of Gojoseon. And he's very stubborn. No matter how we interrogate him, he won't speak. Huangfu Chaoge sighed. Don't worry. Gaochen will help you interrogate him. It should be fine. Gu Hai frowned. That's the sky-class Guqing Gaochen? Oh right, my relative isn't afraid even if he dies. How can your Gaochen interrogate my relative? Huangfu Chaoge was puzzled. At this time, a voice came from outside the study. Your Majesty, that relative of yours has confessed. Right now, an official is taking a statement for him. Confessed? No matter how much you tortured him earlier, he wouldn't confess. Why did he confess after Gaochen went for a while? How did Gaochen do that? Huangfu Chaoge looked at the door in surprise. A man wrapped in a gray robe walked in from the door. His face could not be seen clearly. That Gaochen chased away the other Xing officials and sang a song for your relative when he was alone with him. The gray-robed man explained. And then? Huangfu Chaoge was confused. There's no more after that. After that, your clan relative confessed. The gray-robed man said in a strange tone. Huangfu Chaoge was slightly dazed and didn't know how to react. Sang a song? Hypnosis? Did he hypnotize him? Huangfu Chaoge was puzzled. No, it's just that your singing is too bad. The gray-robed man said in a strange tone. Too unpleasant? How unpleasant? Huang Fuchaoga didn't know how to react. The gray-robed man trembled. Clearly he had been eavesdropping earlier. After listening to Gao Chen's heartfelt song, he still felt uncomfortable when he thought about it. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Gao Chen's singing is indeed extraordinary. However, it's fine as long as the result is good. There's no need to care about the details. Huang Fuchaoga looked at Gu Hai. She thought that Gu Hai wanted to keep it a secret and refused to tell her the reason. She nodded and stopped asking. The tree man's dantian is damaged? I need to see for myself how damaged it is. Huang Fuchaoga looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai nodded. Alright, I'll secretly transport them to Lushan City. No, I'll go with you. Huang Fuchaoga shook her head. The gray-robed man said anxiously, Your Majesty, you said that repairing the dantian is very taxing on you. Huang Fuchaoga shook her head. Granny Qinghua risked her life to save my life. She used the extermination of the Love Flower clan in exchange for my life. Now, a group of love flowers that luckily survived need my help. How can I ignore them? But, the gray-robed man said worriedly. Alright, that's enough. Lu Stone God, dig a tunnel later and let me and Mr. Good out. Don't let anyone know about this. Huang Fuchaoga said in a low voice. Yes. On the fourth day after Gu Hai left, he returned to the valley again. This time there was one more person. It was Huang Fuchaoga. The three of them returned and stood at the entrance of the array. An array that can suppress a group of dragons? It's indeed ingenious. Mr. Good, now that I'm fighting against the Luyang of Gojoseon, I need people. Mr. Good has fallen out with the Luyang of Gojoseon. Why don't you come and help me? Huang Fuchaoga looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai shook his head. The Luyang of Gojoseon is too muddy. I don't want to get involved for now. Sorry. Haha, it's fine. I spoke too much. Huang Fuchaoga laughed and shook her head. The three of them slowly stepped into the array. As they stepped into the array, the unborn man looked coldly at the three of them from another array in the valley not far away. Gu Hai is back. Long Wanqing, I'll only give you 1 day. Tomorrow at this time I'll act, the unborn man said coldly. Master, they're back. Venerable Lunyan, they're all back. Division Master, they're back. The voices of the tree men and the wood division disciples came from the valley. In a large hall in the valley, Long Wanqing sat alone in the main hall, dressed in a bright red robe. Red silk was hung all around her. There was a dressing table at the side. Long Wanqing looked at the dressing table and carefully dressed herself. Long Wanqing's eyes reddened as she looked at herself in the mirror. She held back her tears and quietly combed her hair, drew her eyebrows and put on lipstick. Looking at her incomparably beautiful face in the mirror, Long Wanqing revealed a trace of a bitter smile. She sorted out her emotions and the bitter smile slowly disappeared. She held back a smile. She tried several times before she saw a more natural smile on her face in the mirror. She sat quietly in the hall and did not go out to welcome them. Venerable Lun Yan, whose injuries were slightly better, and Mu Chenfeng went out to welcome them. Mr. Huangfu, are you willing to help the tree man recover his dantian? Mu Chenfeng asked with joy on his face. Let me take a look first. Huang Fuchaoga smiled. Good. Mu Chenfeng said happily. Where's the hall master? When Gu Hai entered the valley, he found that Long Wanqing did not come to welcome him. He felt strangely disappointed. Venerable Lun Yan smiled faintly and said, Division Master Gu, this humble monk is thick-skinned enough to invite Division Master Gu over. I have something to say. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned as he looked at Venerable Lun Yan. At the side, Mu Chenfeng's eyes also revealed a kind smile. Gu Hai did not understand, but he still followed Venerable Lun Yan to a large hall. A curtain in the center of the hall split the hall in half. Everything appeared normal on one side of the curtain. Long Wanqing sat on the other side. Huang Fuchaoga and Gao Chen followed out of curiosity. Mu Chenfeng also stepped into the main hall and closed the door behind him. The people outside could not hear the voices inside. However, Long Wanqing, who was on the other side of the curtain, could hear them clearly. Venerable, what's the matter? Why are you being so mysterious? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. Division Master Gu Hai. I have been wanting to ask this for a long time. Gu Hai, what do you think of the hall master? Venerable Lun Yan asked with a smile. Huang Fuchaoga felt slightly stunned. Then, she seemed to understand Venerable Lun Yan's intentions. She smiled faintly and walked to the side to sit down. Everyone smiled as they looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai frowned slightly. He seemed to understand Venerable Lun Yan's intentions. Then he smiled bitterly and asked, "Venerable, why did you think of asking me this? You just have to answer?" Venerable Lun Yan asked solemnly. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai nodded and said, "The Hall Master is kind-hearted and beautiful. She was willing to take revenge for her mother for decades. She is a woman of love and loyalty." Venerable Lun Yan nodded and said, "That's right. Long Wanqing is 31 years old this year. She is very gentle. I watched her grow up, so I know her character very well. If she were to become someone's wife, she would definitely be devoted to her husband. With her character, she would not be able to divert her attention to anything else. Once she gave her heart to someone, she would be completely devoted. I don't know what the Hall Master and you went through during our time on 9-5 Island. However, Mu Qinfeng and I can tell that the Hall Master's heart is already on you." Gu Hai remained silent for a while. "I can tell as well. Your thoughts are also on Long Wanqing. Today this humble monk will be the matchmaker wanting to bring the two of you together. What do you think?" Venerable Lun Yan said with a smile. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he recalled everything about Long Wanqing. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai revealed a bitter smile. "What's wrong?" Venerable Lun Yan frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. "Venerable, don't you know about me? I have a wife." Gu Hai smiled bitterly. "I know about Chen Xian'er. However, how many years has it been since your wife died? Even if Chen Xian'er is still alive and knows about your current situation, I believe she will support you, right?" Venerable Lun Yan said with a frown. "As for the Hall Master, Venerable, I do not want to harm her." Gu Hai smiled bitterly. "What?" Venerable Lun Yan frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. "That's right. Gu Hai, the Hall Master is deeply in love with you." "What do you mean by this?" Mu Qinfeng asked with a frown. "I want to take revenge for Chen Xian'er. The grudge of killing my wife is absolutely irreconcilable. I might die at any moment. I do not want the Hall Master to take the risk with me," Gu Hai said, shaking his head. "That means to say that you like Long Wanqing as well. However, you have a grudge and do not want to implicate her? What kind of grudge makes you so worried and unconfident?" Venerable Lun Yan frowned. "That person is very strong, very strong, very strong." Gu Hai shook his head, refusing to say more. Mu Qinfeng showed an anxious expression. "Gu Hai, are you still a man? You have a grudge. Why do you want Long Wanqing to bear the pain for you?" Long Wanqing also knows about this, but she does not care. She even asked the Venerable to act as a matchmaker for you. A girl has already done so much. If you reject her, do you know how sad she will be? Long Wanqing asked the Venerable to act as a matchmaker? Huang Fuchaoge felt slightly stunned. "That's right. Master, I can tell that you like the Hall Master. Since you like each other, why can't you be together?" I heard some of the Wood Division's disciples whispering earlier. "Venerable Lun Yan already prepared the wedding hall for you. The Hall Master should be dressing up now, just waiting for you to agree," Gao Chen said, feeling confused. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. "Wedding hall?" Gu Hai looked at the curtain in the middle of the hall. "Gu Hai, you should face any difficulties together with Long Wanqing in the future. She does not care about your danger. What are you worried about? While love is easy to say, it is not easy to obtain. I hope you cherish it well," Huang Fuchaoge advised from the side. Gu Hai remained silent for a while. Then he showed a pained expression and said, "I'm sorry. I still insist on my way of thinking." "Your way of thinking? Gu Hai, why are you so pedantic?" Venerable Lun Yan glared, appearing very angry. Just at this moment, Long Wanqing's slightly hoarse voice came from behind the curtain. "Venerable, don't try to persuade me. I'm not good enough for him." Whoosh! The curtain immediately fell to the ground, revealing the wedding hall behind. Long Wanqing stood in a corner of the wedding hall, wearing the red makeup of a bride. She showed a mournful expression, and 2 streams of heartbroken tears rolled down her cheeks. Chapter 245. The curtains immediately fell to the ground, revealing a wedding hall behind. Long Wanqing stood in a corner of the wedding hall, wearing the red makeup of a bride. She showed a mournful expression, and 2 streams of heartbroken tears rolled down her cheeks. The hall descended into a deathly silence. Gao Chen stood at the side, appearing confused. Huang Fuchaoge, Venerable Lun Yan, and Mu Qinfeng looked at Gu Hai angrily. Gu Hai, am I, Long Wanqing, so unworthy of you? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with tears streaming down her cheeks. When Gu Hai saw Long Wanqing's heartbroken appearance, he felt very upset as well. Over the past year or so of knowing Long Wanqing, Gu Hai had gradually changed. Slowly, Xiaoqun discovered that Long Wanqing hid a fragile heart under her strong appearance. Unknowingly, Xiaoqun had gotten used to having Long Wanqing by his side. Venerable Lun Yan said that once Long Wanqing acknowledged him, she would love him wholeheartedly. Gu Hai believed that. However, this was also why Gu Hai did not dare to accept this love easily. Gu Hai also knew that he liked Long Wanqing more and more. However, that was only his instinct. Logically, Gu Hai did not want to offend Long Wanqing. Now, Long Wanqing asked Venerable Lun Yan to be the matchmaker. For a girl to do this, it was only because her love was too deep that she would do this. She is so shameless as to ask someone to be the matchmaker? When Xiaoqun saw Long Wanqing's 2 streams of tears, his heart softened. Gu Hai's heart softened, and he almost stepped forward to embrace her. However, the past flashed before his eyes. Gu Hai did not want Long Wanqing to follow in Qin Xianer's footsteps, so he endured it. Xiaoqun smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry, Hall Master. Perhaps I only feel gratitude towards you." Gu Hai spoke very slowly, pausing here and there. He did not even know how he managed to say it. Grateful? Only gratitude? I understand now. I was thinking too much. You can only be grateful. Grateful that I brought you into the world of cultivation. You can only be grateful. Long Wanqing said sadly. Sigh. Mu Qinfeng turned her head, opened the door and walked out of the main hall. She felt uncomfortable and didn't know what to say. She couldn't bear to watch this anymore. Venerable Lun Yan looked at Long Wanqing and said gently, "Hall Master, never mind. Don't be so stubborn. Division Master Gu is not of his own volition." Gu Hai, why are you so conflicted? Do you think you can protect Long Wanqing like this? One day you'll realize how wrong you were. Huang Fuchaoga glared at Gu Hai. Gaochen didn't say anything. Gu Hai felt sad for a while. In the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, it's gratitude. Hall Master, many thanks for your love. Gu Hai is not worthy of you. Ha. Long Wanqing laughed bitterly. After looking at Gu Hai for a while, she seemed to want to remember Gu Hai deeply in her heart. Gu Hai pretended to be calm. However, he did not dare to look at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing smiled bitterly for a while. Then she bit her lip and hatred flashed in her eyes. Gu Hai, I want to ask you again. Aside from me, if you meet a woman you like in the future, will you be as heartless as this? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. After a moment of silence, he smiled bitterly. Yes, that is the case. Then aren't you the same as Venerable Lun Yan? Did you cut off your relationship? Since you cut off your relationship, why do you still want this thread of worry? Why don't you be like Venerable Lun Yan and cut off your relationship? Long Wanqing stared at Gu Hai. Huang Fuchaoga, who was at the side, looked at Venerable Lun Yan. For Long Xiaoye, Venerable Lun Yan cut off his relationship with worry and shaved his head to become a monk. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing, feeling sad. Never mind. You are just grateful to me. I understand now. Gu Hai, I thought too highly of myself today. I am the one who is shameless. I won't force you anymore. Since you cut off your relationship, just do as you please. I won't force you either. I only have one last request. I hope that you can agree to it. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing with heartache. I want your hair as a tribute to my blindness as well as my insensibility. I want your hair as a tribute. All of it. Long Wanqing said hatefully as she stared at Gu Hai. Master. Gaochen showed a complicated expression as he looked at Gu Hai. Venerable Lun Yan and Huang Fuchaoga looked at Gu Hai before looking at Long Wanqing. The two sighed softly and walked out of the wedding hall. This scene was too hurtful. Give it to me. Long Wanqing stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at Long Wanqing. Then he closed his eyes slightly and remained silent for a while. Finally he showed some bitterness. Then he reached out and touched his head. Slowly, his veritable essence energy flowed to his scalp and shaved off his beautiful hair. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with reddened eyes. Then she carefully put away Gu Hai's beautiful hair. Very carefully she put all of it into a box. From the start to the end, Gu Hai and Long Wanqing did not say a word. Soon Gu Hai's head turned bright. Long Wanqing collected all of his hair. After shaving his head, Gu Hai turned around and walked out of the hall. When he walked out of the hall, Gu Hai's eyes turned red as well. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. Master! Master! Gao Chen chased after Xiao Qin. However, Gu Hai ignored him. Instead, he quickly walked to a palace on the other side of the valley. Gu Hai locked himself in the room and leaned his back against the door. His mind filled with Long Wanqing's tears of despair. Gu Hai immediately felt very sorrowful. The North Star Polaris knocked on the door and stopped. Gao Chen sighed softly and left. In the main hall of the wedding hall, Long Wanqing closed the door and carefully took out Gu Hai's hair. Then she took out a huge bamboo hat and carefully stuck Gu Hai's hair on the bamboo hat. Looking at the hair on the bamboo hat, Long Wanqing's face revealed a smile of relief. Her tears still flowed uncontrollably. Then very carefully Long Wanqing shaved off her beautiful hair and shaved it clean. She slowly placed it in the empty jade box. She placed her beautiful hair on the table of the wedding hall. Long Wanqing looked at her hair and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. A sad smile appeared on her face. Long Wanqing quickly changed into a new set of clothes. Gu Hai changed out of his red clothes and into a set of black clothes. The style of the black clothes was identical to Gu Hai's. Then she wore the bamboo hat with Gu Hai's hair stuck inside. The bamboo hat covered her face, making it impossible to see her face clearly. Gao Chen, come here for a moment. Long Wanqing suddenly said. Outside, Gao Chen, who was depressed, was slightly startled when he heard Long Wanqing's voice. He returned to the entrance of the wedding hall in doubt. Long Wanqing opened the door. Hallmaster, what's wrong? Gao Chen looked at Long Wanqing blankly. Give this letter to Gu Hai after half an incense's time. Please. Long Wanqing said solemnly to Gao Chen. Give it to my master? Well, Hallmaster, don't worry. Master has gone too far this time. I will help you. Gao Chen nodded. Long Wanqing handed over the letter and closed the door of the wedding hall. I'll go out to relax immediately. If they ask, just say that I'm going out to relax and will be back in 2 days. Long Wanqing instructed again. Whoosh. With a flip of her hand, Long Wanqing took out a flying ship. Long Wanqing immediately boarded the flying ship. Boom. The flying ship soared into the sky, breaking through the ritual array and shooting into the distance. The huge commotion immediately attracted Venerable Lun Yan and the others. Hallmaster said that she is going out to relax, Gao Chen said. Venerable Lun Yan, Mu Qinfeng, and Huangfu Chaoga exchanged glances and sighed. After all, girls were thin-skinned. Indeed, they could not accept the earlier rejection. Relax, 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 relax. Boom. Long Wanqing steered the flying ship and suddenly soared into the sky. At the same time, in a nearby valley, the unborn man was checking Long Xiaoya's soul box in the ritual array when the unborn man suddenly looked up. Gu Hai, you want to flee? Humph. The unborn man suddenly stepped forward. Whoosh. With a flip of his hand, the unborn man took out a flying ship as well. Then he boarded the flying ship and quickly chased after Long Wanqing's flying ship. Whoosh. Whoosh. The two flying ships flew into the distance, one after the other. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. In the valley, Gao Chen had just persuaded Venerable Lun Yan and the others to leave. He held Long Wanqing's letter and calculated the time. 15 minutes? 15 minutes should be up soon, right? Gao Chen's expression suddenly changed. That sound? Why is there another explosion not far away? It sounds like a flying ship? As Gao Chen frowned, he walked to the hall where Gu Hai was. As he held the letter, he frowned and calculated the time. In the distance, Venerable Lun Yan and Huangfu Chaoga had just left when their expressions suddenly changed. Something's wrong? Creak. The doors to the hall where Gu Hai was suddenly opened. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Gu Hai frowned as he stepped out of the hall. Then his expression changed. At this moment, Gao Chen suddenly saw Gu Hai and felt slightly stunned. Then he hesitated for a while before saying, Master, the hall master just left. Before she left, she told me to hand this letter to you in 15 minutes. A letter? That's not right. Gu Hai snatched the letter. The 15 minutes is not up yet, Gao Chen said, feeling troubled. Gu Hai ignored Gao Chen as he opened the letter with a flustered expression. When Gu Hai opened the letter and saw the first line, his expression changed dramatically. Gu Hai, run quickly. The unborn man received orders from Luyang of Gojozian to chase after you. He can find you by your hair. Run quickly. Run quickly. Run quickly. There was no time to read the rest. Venerable. Venerable. Give me your flying ship. Quick, quick. Wanqing is in danger. Gu Hai exclaimed, his expression changing dramatically. Whoosh. Venerable Lun Yen, Huangfu Chaoga, and Mu Qinfeng rushed over. Whoosh. Venerable Lun Yen took out a flying ship without hesitation. Everyone quickly jumped onto the flying ship. What's going on? Mu Qinfeng asked, feeling confused. Gaochen listened to the sound. Find it, find it, find it, find it. Where did Wanqing go? Quick, quick, quick. Gu Hai felt like he was going crazy from anxiety. Over there. She went that way. Gaochen pointed in a direction. Gu Hai quickly ran to the flying ship's controls and started operating it. Whoosh. The flying ship quickly flew into the air, giving chase. Wanqing is in danger? What danger? Gu Hai, what's going on? Venerable Lun Yen shouted angrily. Chapter 246. Whoosh, whoosh. The two flying ships chased each other, one in front and one behind. The conical bamboo hat-wearing Long Wanqing was in front, and the unborn man was behind. The unborn man steered the flying ship, lowering his head as he radiated a surging murderous aura. Gu Hai, you can't run. On account of you finding me in the innate puzzle world, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. The unborn man said coldly. The flying ship was some distance away. However, the unborn man's voice strangely reached the ears of the person in front. Long Wanqing wore a conical bamboo hat. However, Gu Hai's hair stuck to the conical bamboo hat. Hence, the unborn man mistook her for Gu Hai. Long Wanqing had already made up her mind. Naturally, she would not reply. She steered the flying ship with all her might. Gu Hai should be able to see that letter by now. Let's go, let's escape. I'll help you buy some more time. Just a little more time. Long Wanqing clenched her fists and bit her lip as she drove the flying boat with all her might. Long Wanqing clenched her fist and bit her lip. Whoosh. The flying ship picked up speed again. Flee? You won't be able to escape. No one can escape from the people I want to kill. The unborn man said coldly. As the unborn man spoke, surging black energy suddenly came out from behind him. The black energy connected to his back and soared into the sky, stretching towards the flying ship in front. De, 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 de. Sinister ghostly cries came from the black energy. The black energy coalesced into a 300-meter-tall ghost head in the air. The ghost head showed a ferocious expression as it extended black energy tentacles towards the flying ship in front. The two flying ships were very far from each other. However, the black energy tentacles seemed to connect the two flying ships. Whoosh! A black energy tentacle suddenly grabbed Long Wanqing's flying ship. Long Wanqing turned her head to look and immediately saw the terrifying and eerie ghost head. The ghost head seemed to have a soul-stirring power. Long Wanqing felt goosebumps all over her body. Quick, quick, quick. Long Wanqing trembled in fear. However, his powerful will supported him and he quickly fled in fear. He wanted to buy some time for Gu Hai. Phew. Oh. Two more black tentacles wrapped around the flying boat. The two flying boats were getting closer and closer. Gu Hai, stop right now. Otherwise, I'll beat you until your soul disperses and your corpse disappears. The unborn man's sinister voice rang out again. Long Wanqing's soul was shaken by the ghost head. At this moment, she was trembling in fear, and her eyes were filled with tears. Father, Mother said that you would come and protect us. Why haven't you come yet? Father, where are you? In the midst of Long Wanqing's panic, the mental pillar in her heart once again cried out. But now he had a feeling that he couldn't call out to the heavens and the earth. Mother, why do my cousins have a father, but I don't? Where's my father? Today my sister and I were laughed at by my cousins again. They said that we were fatherless children. They said that Mother had stolen a wild man. My sister and I said no, and then they beat us together. Sob, sob, Mother, am I a fatherless child? Little Wanqing, don't cry. You have a father. Your father is a peerless hero. No one in the world can stop him. Because he has something to do, he has gone to a faraway place. But one day he will come back. If anyone bullies us three, he will avenge us. No matter who he is, he will protect us and not let us suffer the slightest grievance. My father is a peerless hero. No one can stop him? Memories of the past flashed in her heart. Long Wanqing was lonely and helpless at this moment. After the regret, she trembled. Her mother's words kept echoing in her mind. Father? Where are you? Mother is dead. My sister and I are often bullied. Where are you? Mother said that you will protect us. Don't let us suffer any grievances. But father, where are you? I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Long Wanqing cried in horror. Stop, this is the last time. If you don't stop, you will be reduced to ashes. The unborn man's cold voice sounded from behind. As he spoke, above the black ghost head, a huge black tentacle stretched out again. That tentacle was like a Tong Tian black whip, and suddenly swung towards Long Wanqing. It was a tentacle of death. Wherever it went, the void seemed to tremble. The unborn man made a move to kill. Long Wanqing was about to be hit. The threat of death rushed into her heart. Long Wanqing suddenly had goosebumps all over her body. At this moment she suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Death and despair filled her body in an instant. Long Wanqing shuddered in fear. Boom! The tentacle of death smashed onto Long Wanqing's back. Long Wanqing's eyes revealed a trace of sadness the moment she was hit on the back. My father is a peerless hero. No one in the world can stop him. Because of some matters he went to a faraway place. However, there will be a day when my father will return. If anyone bullies us, my father will avenge us. No matter who that person is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer the slightest bit of grievance. Bang! Long Wanqing was smashed out. The tentacle of death went straight to her soul. In an instant, Long Wanqing was surrounded by black gas and fell to the ground. The bamboo hat burst open, revealing Long Wanqing's bald head. Buzz! The airship suddenly stopped. Long Wanqing fell on the deck of the airship. Waves of light green gas suddenly emerged from her body. Buzz! Against the background of the black gas, there seemed to be 3 souls. The 3 souls were swaying like 3 transparent Long Wanqing. One of the souls suddenly exploded, turning into countless fragments. They drifted in all directions. The other soul disappeared slightly. Only one soul was still connected to the body. However, at this moment, his body also seemed to be changing between illusion and reality. It's you? You're not Gu Hai? The unborn man shouted coldly. My father is a hero of the world. No one can stop him in the world. The last soul seemed to be slightly dazed and kept muttering. Humph, stubborn. In order to save Gu Hai, you don't even care about your mother's resurrection? The unborn man said coldly. No. Gu Hai's desperate roar suddenly came from afar. Whoosh! A flying boat was flying over from afar. You dare to come here? The unborn man was slightly stunned. Wanqing, no, no. Gu Hai shouted in horror. The unborn man flipped his hand and threw a palm strike at the flying ship. A huge black palm aura condensed in the void. Boom! The flying ship of Gu Hai's group suddenly exploded, and the North Star instantly fell. However, Gu Hai didn't care at all. A pair of bone wings suddenly appeared on his back and flew toward Long Wanqing. Wanqing, don't die. Gu Hai's eyes were red in horror. Gu Hai, you still dare to come? Long Wanqing's death is her own fault. Long Wanqing is already dead. No one can save the people I kill, the unborn man said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, he stretched out his hand to grab Gu Hai. Unborn man, you are not human. You are not a thing. Venerable Lun Yen suddenly roared in grief and indignation. Venerable Lun Yen stretched out his hand, and 18 Buddhist prayer beads flew out. Huangfu Chaoga and Mu Qinfeng also stretched out their hands to attack the unborn man. You are seeking death, the unborn man snorted coldly. Gu Hai's hand that was grabbing Gu Hai suddenly turned and faced the other 3. Boom! A loud sound rang out and space trembled. The unborn man's palm strike neutralized the might of the 3 Yuanying state beads. The remaining force severely injured the 3. Pfft. The 3 vomited blood and went flying back. Since you are the girl's friends, I will not kill you. However, if you continue to be so stubborn, you will end up like Long Wanqing next time. Not even your corpses will be left behind and your souls will scatter, the unborn man said with a sinister murderous tone. She is the old hall master's daughter. Mu Qinfeng said in despair as she vomited blood. She is Xiaoya's daughter. Xiaoya's daughter. You beat her until her soul scattered and her corpses disappeared. Huangfu Chaoga roared in grief and indignation as she clutched her chest. I only recognize the girl. I don't recognize anyone else. The unborn man roared. Gu Hai gave off a sinister murderous aura. Unborn man, you are not human. You are not a thing. Why did Xiaoya fancy you back then? Why did she fancy you? Long Wanqing is your daughter. She is your daughter. She is your daughter. You beat her until her corpses are gone, And her soul scattered? You are not fit to be her father. Indeed you are not fit. No wonder Xiaoya did not let you know. She is your daughter. Venerable Lun Yen roared in despair. Buzz. The unborn man suddenly shuddered. What did you say? Lun Yen, what did you say? That's impossible. Our master Shou is envied by heaven. He is a widower, a widow, and a cripple. He cannot have any children in his lifetime. Furthermore, Long Wanqing is only 31 years old. I have not seen the girl for several hundred years. The unborn man said coldly. She is your daughter. Aren't you the master Shou? Can't you see for yourself? When Gu Hai came to find you, Xiaoya kept that hairpin for several hundred years because you gave it to her. You are not human. You are not a thing. Long Wanqing is your daughter. Venerable Lun Yen cried out in despair. Buzz. The unborn man suddenly shivered. That's impossible. That's impossible. The unborn man muttered repeatedly. However, he still extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. The shattered soul in the void was completely pulled over. This is Long Wanqing's mortal soul. It is shattered. It cannot be my daughter's. The unborn man trembled slightly, and a strange ritual array appeared in his palm. Buzz. A strand of Long Wanqing's shattered soul floated above the ritual array. The unborn man touched it with his right hand. Buzz. 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 Suddenly the ritual array lit up. Long Wanqing's shattered soul also lit up. My daughter? How can it be my daughter? My daughter? The unborn man froze in the air in a daze. Wanqing. Wanqing. Don't die. We are not husband and wife yet. Wanqing. Gu Hai cried out in despair as he hugged Long Wanqing, who was shrouded in black energy. Go away. Go away. The unborn man suddenly appeared in front of Gu Hai and waved his hand. Boom. Gu Hai was sent flying. Long Wanqing? Long Wanqing? You are my daughter? My daughter? No, how can this be? The unborn man grabbed Long Wanqing's hand in despair. Long Wanqing's soul was scattered. However, there was still a soul connected to her body. In a daze, she looked at the unborn man in a daze. Long Wanqing, my daughter, my daughter? The unborn man grabbed Long Wanqing's hand and shouted in horror. Phew. In a daze, Long Wanqing shook off the unborn man's hand. She made a weak sound. You are not my father. My father is a peerless hero, there is no one in the world who can stop him. Because of some matters he went to a very far place, but one day my father will come back. If anyone bullies us three, my father will avenge us. No matter who he is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances. Chapter 247. The capital of the Deqian Celestial Empire. In a large hall in the Imperial Palace. A group of palace maids and attendants stood outside the hall. Is the princess asleep? An attendant looked at the palace maid beside her and asked. Yes, the princess is too tired after coming back from hunting this time. Sigh, she is too tired. Our subordinates have been whipped by her many times. It hurts. Serves you right. Who asked you to not follow the princess's instructions? It's not that we didn't, but the princess's expectations were too high. We tried our best, but the princess hit us when she was angry. She didn't even look at the situation. Be content. The princess has such a temper. Even if you are the crown prince, the princess won't give you face. Why would she care about you? Sigh, that's right. Who asked the princess to be favored by the emperor? His Holiness dotes on her. The princess can do whatever she wants. No one can stop her. No, her elder sister can. That's right. The princess doesn't listen to anyone, not even His Holiness. She only listens to her elder sister, Long Wanqing. In today's world, perhaps only Long Wanqing can control the young princess. If only the young princess could have such a good personality like her elder sister. Her elder sister treats people very well. Not only is she kind and beautiful, but she is also gentle and virtuous. She never puts on airs in front of us servants. When the young princess is in trouble, her elder sister always helps us out. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud boom in the hall. What's wrong? The young princess is awake? A group of palace maids and attendants were at a loss. Woo woo woo, elder sister is dead, elder sister is dead, woo 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 woo, elder sister is dead. A girl's cries suddenly came from the room. Did the young princess have a nightmare? A group of palace maids and attendants were in a panic. Elder sister was killed by someone, woo woo woo, elder sister don't die, woo 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 woo. The cries in the room were continuous. Above a wilderness in the Xinlu dynasty. On the white cloud flying boat. Long Wanqing's soul dissipated, but there was still a soul connected to her body. She looked at the unborn man in a daze. Long Wanqing, my daughter, my daughter? The unborn man grabbed Long Wanqing's hand and screamed in horror. Who? In a daze, Long Wanqing shook off the unborn man's hand. He made a weak sound. You're not my father. My father is a peerless hero, there is no one in the world who can stop him. Because of some matters he went to a very far place, but one day my father will come back. If anyone bullies us three, my father will avenge us. No matter who he is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances. The unborn man's hand was flung away by Long Wanqing. He stood there in a daze, listening to Long Wanqing's desperate voice. His entire body seemed to have lost all strength in an instant. My father is a peerless hero, there is no one in the world who can stop him. Because of some matters he went to a very far place, but one day my father will come back. If anyone dares to bully the three of us, my father will avenge us. No matter who he is, my father will protect us and not let us suffer any grievances. Long Wanqing's words were like sharp knives stabbing into his heart. She doesn't recognize me? Yes, it is impossible for her to recognize me. I was the one who beat her to death. Her father is a peerless hero, there is no one in the world who can stop him. I am a peerless hero, there is no one in the world who can stop me? Is that so? Is that so? Am I? The unborn man sat on the ground, paralyzed. Not far away, Venerable Lun Yen, Huangfu Chaoga, and Mu Qinfeng vomited blood and flew over while covering their wounds. Venerable, you said that the unborn man is Long Wanqing's father? How is that possible? How is he worthy? Was Xiaoya blind back then? Why would she fancy him? Huangfu Chaoga frowned. The old hall master was killed? Yet he is guarding the door for someone else? He is not worthy, he is not worthy. Mu Qinfeng said anxiously. That hairpin I remember. I remember every zither recital. Xiaoya would take out that hairpin and look at it again and again. I've asked her many times. Why do you like that hairpin so much? It's very ordinary. If you like it, why don't you wear it? But every time, Xiaoya would shake her head and smile before carefully placing the hairpin in the box. Huangfu Chaoga recalled. Unborn man? He is not worthy. Xiaoya devoted all her attention to him, but he left her for some stupid dream. He made her go to the southern sea purple bamboo forest alone and kneel for 3 whole months before begging for the heavenly sacred pregnancy-protecting water. Master Shou did not have any descendants, and even if he did, he would not be able to live. Xiaoya spent so much effort, begged so many people and kneeled so many people. Although she waited for hundreds of years, she was finally born. Because Xiaoya said that it was his daughter, Xiaoya begged me again and again not to tell the unborn man about his daughter if I met him. She said that she did not want to affect the unborn man's stupid dream because of his daughter. She would tell him when he achieved great things. However, Xiaoya did not wait. She did not wait. Xiaoya gave birth to 2 daughters for him, but she did not tell him until her death. How could I go against Xiaoya's wishes? How could I tell her? The first time on 9-5 Island, Long Wanqing's life was hanging by a thread in the life and death game. The unborn man stood in the crowd outside the death puzzle. However, he did not make a move to save Long Wanqing. If not for him, Long Wanqing would have died already. The second time, in Passion Flower Valley, Long Wanqing wanted to protect me, but the unborn man wanted to kill her as well. The third time he finally made a move. He killed Long Wanqing. He is not worthy of knowing who Long Wanqing's father is. He is not worthy at all. Venerable Lun Yen said sorrowfully. On the flying ship, the unborn man sat paralyzed on the ground. As he looked at the black energy surrounding Long Wanqing before him and listened to Venerable Lun Yen's voice, he felt completely drained of energy. Indeed, I am not worthy. The unborn man said in despair. Gu Hai, who had been pushed aside by the unborn man earlier, flew over again. Then he flew over, carrying the dazed Long Wanqing. Wanqing, you will be fine. You will be fine. Gu Hai cried. Then he grabbed Long Wanqing's arm. Whoosh, whoosh. Long Wanqing's left arm seemed to turn into black energy as it slowly dissipated. Her flesh dissipated, and her corpse disappeared. Unborn man. Senior unborn man, please save Wanqing. Please save Wanqing. Gu Hai screamed in horror. No one can save the people I killed. No one can save them. The unborn man cried out in despair. Whoosh, Venerable Lun Yen, Mu Qinfeng, and Huang Fuchaoga stepped onto the flying ship together and looked anxiously at Long Wanqing. That's impossible. Aren't you Master Shou? What about Master Shou's methods? She's your daughter. Can't you save her? Huang Fuchaoga roared while glaring. 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Her 7 physical souls are already destroyed. Her corpse is gone. She cannot return. Her earthly soul just entered the cycle of reincarnation. It did not enter the netherworld but the cycle of reincarnation. The human soul is already shattered. Only the heavenly soul is left. Only this heavenly soul is left. The unborn man said in agony. If the human soul is already shattered, then put it back together. If the earthly soul is reincarnated, then find the earthly soul. No matter who she reincarnates into, you must find her. The heavenly soul is here. The 3 spiritual souls are here. That is enough. The 7 physical souls are gone. Can you reconstruct the 7 physical souls? She is your daughter. Your daughter. Can you? Gu Hai glared at the unborn man and roared. The unborn man trembled. That's right. My daughter. My daughter. So what if she reincarnates? I must find her. I must find her. Whoosh. The unborn man suddenly stood up. He waved his hand and a jade box appeared in front of him. He opened the jade box and carefully put Long Wanqing's human soul into it. Gu Hai. Long Wanqing, who only had the heavenly soul left, said weakly. I'm here. I'm here. Gu Hai carefully hugged Long Wanqing, whose body was emitting black energy. Long Wanqing opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw the blurry Gu Hai, she revealed a sad smile. Then she gently caressed Gu Hai's face with her right hand. Wanqing, you will come back to life. Don't worry. I will save you. One day you will come back to life. Gu Hai cried as he hugged Long Wanqing. I can't do it anymore. Gu Hai, I beg you. Long Wanqing said weakly. Big. Gu Hai said in a trembling voice. Venerable Lun Yen wiped his tears. Mu Qinfeng and Huang Fuchaoga showed sorrowful expressions. The unborn man stood at the side, his earlier aura gone. He cowered, not daring to look at Long Wanqing. I have a little sister. She is very insensible. In the past, I always protected her so she did not get bullied. Now, I can no longer protect her. She will cause trouble again. I am her only relative in this world. With me gone, there is no one to take care of her. Can you help me take care of her? Long Wanqing said weakly as she looked at Gu Hai. I will take care of her. No one can bully her. Don't worry. With me around, no one can bully her. Gu Hai said as he cried. She is very willful and has a temper. However, she is kind at heart. You have to be more tolerant. Long Wanqing said weakly. I will. I will protect her. I will wait for you to come back. She is still waiting for you to come back. Gu Hai said in a choked voice. Long Wanqing seemed to have settled one of her worries. She revealed a smile on her face. She gently caressed Gu Hai's face and said gently, Don't torture yourself anymore. I'm leaving. Take good care of yourself. Even if Chen Xianna finds out about you being like that, she will not be happy. My heart aches for you. With reddened eyes, Gu Hai grabbed Long Wanqing's right hand. Then he said solemnly in a choked voice, Heaven is our witness. Today, I, Gu Hai, and Long Wanqing are husband and wife. We will be husband and wife for life. Husband and wife? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in a daze. Gu Hai held back his tears as he pressed his lips against Long Wanqing's. Their lips met, parting in life and death. Gu Hai's tears fell on Long Wanqing's cheeks. Long Wanqing smiled happily. Wanqing, I will find you and bring you back. I will. Gu Hai said in tears. Walalala. Long Wanqing's body dissipated in a large area. In the blink of an eye, there was not much left of her body. Husband, don't torture yourself anymore. I'm leaving. If someone can love you on my behalf, don't reject it. Cherish it. She will love you on my behalf. She will love you on behalf of Chen Xian. Don't reject it anymore. Don't. Walalala. Long Wanqing's body completely turned into a cloud of black gas and disappeared completely. Wanqing. Gu Hai grabbed empty air. There was nothing around him. Long Wanqing turned into black gas and disappeared. The unborn man at the side reached for a jade box and closed it. It contained Long Wanqing's heavenly soul. Gu Hai sat on the ground, paralyzed. His hands were empty. No matter how hard he tried to grab, Long Wanqing's body disappeared completely. Ah! Gu Hai screamed in pain. His voice spread to the horizon. Chapter 248. On the white cloud-flying ship, Gu Hai watched as Long Wanqing's corpse disappeared, her soul scattered, and she turned into ashes. After Gu Hai cried out in grief, he sat on the ground, paralyzed. He watched as Long Wanqing turned into ashes in his arms. No one could understand the sorrow in his heart. The unborn man stood at the side. His earlier arrogance and murderous intent were gone. He was listless. I killed my daughter with my own hands. Killed her with my own hands? Earlier, when I tested Long Xiaoya's human soul, I even exhausted my daughter mentally and physically. Before the life and death game on 9-5 Island, I watched as my daughter nearly died. At that time, I was jealous that my daughter's father won Long Xiaoya's heart, so I hardened my heart and prepared to watch my daughter get killed. In the Passion Flower Valley, when my daughter protected Lunyan, I nearly killed her as well. Today I killed her with my own hands. Before my daughter died, she said, "You are not my father. My father is the hero of the world. No one can stop him. Indeed, I am not worthy. How can I be worthy? Xiaoya is dead and my daughter is being bullied. Where am I? My daughter's life is on the line and I am watching a joke. My daughter protected someone else and I want to kill her? Am I still worthy of being her father? Master Show never has a good ending. Because of you, Xiaoya and Long Wanqing suffered retribution. The unborn man is innocent but you implicated them. Furthermore, Long Wanqing died at your hands. Master Show is a widower, a widow, and a cripple. You are destined to be alone for the rest of your life. Why did you provoke Xiaoya? You even gave birth to Long Wanqing? Why did you provoke her? Huangfu Chaoga looked at the unborn man with reddened eyes. If not for the unborn man, Long Xiaoya would not have waited foolishly. Perhaps I would have been together with Long Xiaoya. Perhaps Long Xiaoya would not have to die. Huangfu Chaoga looked hatefully at the unborn man. She wished she could go up and strangle him to death. Master Show, you're a widower, lonely and crippled person. Hall Master has a younger sister. You won't jinx her to death, will you? That's Long Wanqing's lifeblood. Mu Qinfeng glared at the unborn man. I have a daughter? I still have a daughter. The unborn man shuddered. Do you want to jinx her to death as well? Venerable Lun Yen roared while glaring. The unborn man's body suddenly trembled, and he immediately became listless again. Venerable Lun Yen glared at the unborn man. Unborn man, do you know why I went against you in the past? I'm not jealous of you being with Xiaoyu. I like Xiaoyu. As long as she can live a happy life, I will respect her. But your Master Show. Sooner or later you'll hurt her. That's why I'm always against you. Do you really think I'm jealous of you? Are you worthy? That day before you became like this, you said that you were envious of Xiaoyu when you saw the father and daughter pair. You envied them for having a daughter. Do you know what Xiaoyu did for you? Who is the person in the southern sea purple bamboo forest? Back then, when that person came to the Deqian celestial dynasty to cause trouble, how much did Xiaoyu ridicule him? As the Deqian princess, Xiaoyu is like fire and water with him. For the sake of having a daughter, Xiaoyu knelt before him for 3 months. Do you know that? Why did you kill Gu Hai? Why did you kill Long Wanqing? Liang of Gojoseon? Do you know? The result of our investigation is that Liang of Gojoseon is the biggest suspect in Xiaoyu's death. He killed Xiaoyu, but you helped him kill Xiaoyu's daughter and son-in-law? I don't know if Xiaoyu can be revived. However, how are you going to answer to Xiaoyu after she revives? What will you say? Will you still have the face to see Xiaoyu? The unborn man said in a trembling voice, Liang of Gojoseon has Xiaoyu's 3 spiritual souls. With Xiaoyu's 3 spiritual souls I will revive her. Are you sure you have Xiaoyu's 3 spiritual souls? Are you sure? Venerable Lun Yen stared at the unborn man. There is always a possibility. For the sake of Xiaoyu, I am willing to try. The unborn man said bitterly. Go ahead and try. Come, Gu Hai is here. Why don't you take Gu Hai's head and go to him? Go and claim credit for killing Xiaoyu's enemy. Go ahead and kill him. Alright. In the future, kill Long Wanqing's younger sister as well. In any case, you are capable of doing anything, Venerable Lun Yen roared. The unborn man took a deep breath but did not dare to move. Venerable, that's enough. Gu Hai, who had been sitting paralyzed on the ground, stood up slowly, expressionlessly. At this moment, Gu Hai's expression was incredibly calm, so calm that it was somewhat scary. Gu Hai looked at the unborn man but did not blame him. Instead he said calmly, Senior unborn man, the most important thing now is Wanqing's revival. Of the 3 spiritual souls, the heavenly soul is with you. Please do your best to find the location of the earthly soul. I Gu Hai do not have the ability to do so now. When I become stronger in the future and have the ability, I will help you search for it. Now I can only trouble you. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai in silence. As for whether Long Xiaoya's heavenly soul and earthly soul are with Liang of Gojoseon, I will investigate. Don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this. Liang of Gojoseon? Liang of Gojoseon. Gu Hai's voice was cold. But. The unborn man showed a trace of worry. No buts. Even if you go to Liang of Gojoseon's residence now, you may not get Long Xiaoya's 2 spiritual souls. Whether he has them or not, you won't get them. On the contrary, if you don't appear, Long Xiaoya's 2 spiritual souls will be Liang of Gojoseon's bargaining chip. If he has them, her 2 spiritual souls will definitely be the safest. If you go, you will destroy Long Xiaoya. If you don't go, Long Xiaoya may be revived. Are you still going? Gu Hai looked at the unborn man calmly. I am going to find the reincarnated Long Wanqing. The unborn man gritted his teeth and said with certainty. I'll leave Wanqing to you. Long Xiaoya, I will do my best. Gu Hai nodded after taking a deep breath. The unborn man revealed a mournful smile. There is no need for you to beg me. If I cannot find Wanqing, I am not qualified to revive that girl. I am also not qualified to see her again. After saying that, the unborn man flipped his hand and took out a black jade talisman with a faint black aura on it. This jade talisman is an enchanted treasure. I'll have to trouble you to hand it to Long Wanqing's younger sister to protect herself. If anything happens, just crush it. No matter where I am, I will rush over immediately. The unborn man handed the jade talisman to Venerable Lun Yen very carefully. Do you think that you have not harmed Xiaoya and her daughter enough? Venerable Lun Yen asked coldly. The unborn man held the jade talisman in silence for a while. Venerable, help Wanqing's younger sister catch it. No matter what, the unborn man is her father. Let her make the decision herself, Gu Hai said calmly from the side. Venerable Lun Yen looked at the unborn man with hatred as he reached out and received the jade talisman. However, the unborn man suddenly bowed to Venerable Lun Yen. Why are you bowing to me? Venerable Lun Yen demanded hatefully. The unborn man did not say anything. Instead, he bowed deeply to Venerable Lun Yen. He was an irresponsible father. All these years, it was Venerable Lun Yen who took care of Long Wanqing. I'm sorry. Thank you. The unborn man said sorrowfully. After saying that, the unborn man's figure flashed, vanishing from everyone's sight. Although the unborn man left, everyone's pained heart still could not calm down. Venerable Lun Yen looked at the jade talisman in his hand. Then he looked at the spot where Long Wanqing had turned to ashes. Suddenly he smiled bitterly, a sad and frustrated smile. All these years I watched Wanqing and her sister grow up. I thought that I was watching my own daughter grow up. Unexpectedly. Venerable Lun Yen said bitterly. Venerable, Wanqing will definitely revive. Gu Hai said as he clenched his fists. Wanqing is dead. Gu Hai, I'll return first. I have to meet His Holiness and report everything. I don't know how to explain everything to the young county lord. Before she left, she wanted me to protect her elder sister. If her elder sister loses even a strand of hair, she will teach me a lesson. Venerable Lun Yen said miserably. Daqianxing is going? Long Xiaoya's father and Wanqing's maternal grandfather? Since he can establish a heavenly dynasty, how can he ignore his daughter's death? There is no way to investigate. In such a short time, we managed to find Liang of Gojoseon and point the finger at Liang of Gojoseon. Does Daqianxing not have any capable subordinates? Gu Hai showed some disbelief in his eyes. Yes. Perhaps he already knows about Liang of Gojoseon. However, Daqianxing might not be willing to make a move on Liang of Gojoseon. Perhaps he has other plans? Venerable Lun Yen sighed softly. Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen. I know about this. Huangfu Chaoga sighed softly at the side. What? Liang of Gojoseon and Daqianxing are sworn brothers. Huangfu Chaoga said. Even so, he cannot ignore it. Long Xiaoya is his daughter, Gu Hai said, feeling confused. Back then there was no Deqian celestial dynasty, only the Ying imperial dynasty. The emperor of that dynasty was Liang of Gojoseon's father. However, Liang of Gojoseon's father reached the end of his lifespan. The surrounding dynasties wanted to use this opportunity to destroy the Ying imperial dynasty and replace it. At that moment, Daqianxing obtained Liang of Gojoseon's help and monopolized the Ying imperial dynasty, becoming sworn brothers. There were rumors that back then Dai Qianxing promised Liang of Gojosian that when the world was at peace, the two would rule together. However, you saw the result. Liang of Gojosian was made a vassal and ruled Yingzhou. They did not rule together, so perhaps Dai Qianxing felt guilty towards Liang of Gojosian. Huangfu Chaoga sighed softly. There can't be two suns in the sky and two rulers in the people. How can there be two emperors in a country? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, perhaps that's why the Deqian celestial dynasty hasn't done anything yet. Huangfu Chaoga sighed softly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and hatred flashed through his eyes. Huangfu Chaoga, I accept your previous invitation and will fight against Liang of Gojosian with you. Huangfu Chaoga looked at Gu Hai. Wanqing can't die in vain. The unborn man is Wanqing's father and accidentally killed Wanqing. I can't do anything to him and can only wait for Wanqing to be revived. However, the Liang of Gojosian? I only refused to join the Wang residence and they sent the unborn man to kill me and kill Wanqing? Ha 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 ha, I can't run anymore. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Fine, join my dynasty and I'll give you power. Huangfu Chaoga said in a low voice. No, I'm the ruler of the Han dynasty. I'm only cooperating with your Xinlu dynasty. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Chapter 249. Mielu City, Liang of Gojosian's residence. In the study room. Mo Yike and young master and were standing in the study room. Liang of Gojosian sat on his throne and looked at young master and coldly. Luan, look at what you've done. Liang of Gojosian said coldly. Grandfather, it's not my fault. It's all Gu Hai's plan to frame me. That's why Silver Moon City fell into his trap again and again. It's not my fault that Jiang Tianyi and the rest were chased back. Young master and said anxiously. Silver Moon City, do you know how much Silver Moon City has lost? Do you think it's just money? Liang of Gojosian said coldly. I know my mistake. Young master and lowered his head and said. But grandfather, what's the big deal about the #1 music pavilion that Gu Hai opened? As long as grandfather says the word, I'll bring my men and smash the #1 music pavilion. The money and property there should belong to the prince's residence. Young master and raised his head and shouted. Don't you think you've caused enough trouble? Liang of Gojosian said coldly. I wouldn't dare. Young master and lowered his head and said. Mo Yike smiled bitterly and said, Young master, and you're oversimplifying things. Now, Silver Moon City has been taken over by Sima Changkong. Our men will be cleaned up soon. Jiang Tianyi and the rest's return shows that Silver Moon City is no longer under our control. No longer under our control? Young master and was slightly stunned. Yes, He Shikang's death has attracted His Holiness's attention. His Holiness has always left Yingzhou under the prince's jurisdiction and never interfered. But this time, His Holiness is obviously going to be angry. There's news from the capital that Sima Changkong is Jianghu of Silla's man. Mo Yike frowned. Jianghu of Silla? The third prince of the Deqian Celestial Empire, Takeshi Ryushin? Grandfather, the third prince has always been your political enemy. His people took over Silver Moon City in Ying province, and the first thing they did was to clean up the people in the Wang residence. Could it be that Dai Qianxing sent them to deal with you? Lu An's expression changed. Mo Yike nodded. Controlling the Castellan may have really angered Dai Qianxing. Jianghu of Silla's hand has reached out to my Yingzhou. Perhaps His Holiness wants to knock some sense into you. Liang of Gojosian narrowed his eyes. Takeshi Ryushin? When his father and I were conquering the world, he was still a brat who was still wet behind the ears. After the Deqian established the Celestial Empire, he went against me in every way. You want to go against me this time? He's not qualified. Your Highness, prevention is the most important. I saw that the unborn man wasn't in the residence these days. Did Your Highness send him to kill Gu Hai? Mo Yike said with a serious expression. Kill Gu Hai? Young Master An's eyes lit up. Mo Yike guessed the general idea from the clues. That's right. Liang of Gojosian nodded. Mo Yike's face twitched and he sighed slightly. Sigh. Your Highness, such a talent, but he and Long Wanqing are together. If I can't use him, sooner or later he will become my enemy. Rather than trouble in the future, it's better to solve it early. Liang of Gojosian shook his head. Mo Yike sighed slightly and nodded. Since Your Highness has made up your mind, it's useless for me to say anything. However, what if the unborn man can't kill Guhai this time? Then what we'll be waiting for is Guhai's crazy revenge. Mr. Mo, you're exaggerating too much. I recently heard that the unborn man is a powerful longevity master. In the past, even old man Guanxi was treated as a guest of honor. What's Guhai's cultivation level? Young Master An said disdainfully. Mo Yike looked at young Master An and didn't explain too much. Instead, he looked at Luyang of Gojoseon. Luyang of Gojoseon saw Mo Yike's solemnly expression and seemed to have thought of something. He nodded. Indeed, we have to be careful. I'll send people to investigate again. However, Guhai is most likely dead by now. Mo Yike frowned slightly. In the end, he sighed softly and did not say anything more. In the end, Venerable Lun Yen left Guhai's group in sorrow and headed north to the Deqian Celestial Dynasty's capital. 2 months later, Venerable Lun Yen arrived at the capital. Using his past connections, he entered the Imperial Palace to meet Daqian Sheng. Outside a large hall in the Imperial Palace, a large number of guards were waiting outside the hall. A palace maid ran into the hall in a fluster. Cluster Lord! Cluster Lord! Venerable Lun Yen is back. Venerable Lun Yen is back. That palace maid called out anxiously. Whoosh! A red-clad young woman immediately jumped out of the hall. This young woman looked very similar to Long Wanqing. However, she was much more impatient than Long Wanqing. That baldy Lun Yen is back? Alone? The young woman asked anxiously. Yes, alone. The palace maid lowered her head. The young woman bit her lip and said, I knew it. Something happened to elder sister. I even dreamed about it. A bad person killed elder sister in Elite Hall. Elder sister's soul tablet also shattered. Something happened to elder sister. No, I have to go and meet that baldy Lun Yen. Old baldy, how did you protect my elder sister? The young woman rushed out of the hall. Whoosh! Suddenly, a group of guards rushed out from the surroundings and blocked the young woman. Cluster Lord, His Holiness has decreed that you are not to go out, a guard said respectfully. Pa! The young woman appeared out of nowhere and instantly whipped that guard with a fiery red whip. Scram! Something happened to my elder sister. If you continue to block me, I will whip you to death. The young woman lashed out with bloodshot eyes. Whoosh! Another guard ran over and blocked the young woman. Crack! Crack! The young woman whipped the guard again and again. However, the guard did not dare to retaliate. Cluster Lord, His Holiness has decreed that you are not to go out, the guard emphasized while enduring the pain. I want to go. I want to go. The young woman soared into the air. Pa! A guard stretched out his hand and pressed down, immediately knocking the young woman back. Bastard! Bastard! Move aside! Move aside! The young woman cried as she whipped the guards. The faces of the guards turned red from the whipping. However, they still did not allow the young woman to leave. Go and report this to the old man. If he still does not let me go, I will merge with the spirit of the fiend spirit in my body. I promised elder sister. However, something happened to elder sister. I want to see that old baldy. I want to know the situation. The red-clad young woman roared. Old man? The group of guards was flabbergasted. In this world, only this young woman dared to call His Holiness old man. Yes, Cluster Lord, please wait. A guard said softly. The guard left, but the young woman continued glaring at the group of guards with bloodshot eyes. After a while that guard returned. His Holiness said to tell the Cluster Lord to calm down. He will get Venerable Lun Yen to come and see you soon. That guard said respectfully. The young woman swung the whip in her hand, suppressing her rage. After Venerable Lun Yen met with Daqiansheng, he was asked to meet the Cluster Lord. Feeling bitter, Venerable Lun Yen walked to the Cluster Lord's hall. As the sun set in the west, a red-clad young woman held a whip in the distance. She looked at Venerable Lun Yen coldly with bloodshot eyes. Cluster Lord. Venerable Lun Yen said bitterly. Old baldy, what did I tell you before we left? Where is my elder sister? Where is my elder sister? Return my elder sister. The red-clad young woman demanded with bloodshot eyes. Hall Master's corpse is already gone. Her soul has scattered, Venerable Lun Yen said bitterly. Pa! The young woman whipped Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen did not use his energy shield, allowing the whip to tear his clothes apart. Blood appeared. Sob. Sob. Elder sister did not let me whip you, but I insisted. I insisted. You caused my elder sister's death. You caused my elder sister's death. You said that you would protect my elder sister with your life. However, my elder sister still died. She still died. The young woman whipped Venerable Lun Yen 10 odd times in a row. After she was done, she tossed the whip aside and started wailing, "Wah! Elder sister." The young woman cried sorrowfully. Venerable Lun Yen was covered in blood. Despite being whipped, he did not get angry. Instead, he felt much more at ease. The palace maids at the side supported the young woman and consoled her. After a long time, the young woman's wailing turned into sobs. "Old Baldy, how did my elder sister die? Who did it? Who killed my elder sister? Tell me. Tell me clearly." The young woman roared as she glared at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen felt sorrowful. However, he did not hide anything, explaining everything to the young woman in detail. "Unborn man? What is he? I don't have a father like him. He is not my father. I want to kill him." The young woman roared with bloodshot eyes. The unborn man went to the netherworld to search for Hall Master's earthly soul. What's the point of searching? The unborn man is a good-for-nothing. Elder sister always thought that her father was an unparalleled hero. I told elder sister long ago that that person abandoned his wife and daughter and was not worthy of being my father. I was right. However, elder sister died. The young woman said hatefully. Also, I want to kill that Guhai as well. If not for him, elder sister would not have died. It is all his fault. It is all his fault. Hatred filled the young woman's eyes. Long Wanyu, remember this clearly. Guhai is Long Wanqing's husband. He is your brother-in-law. Venerable Lun Yen said seriously. I don't admit it. He is not my brother-in-law. He killed my elder sister. He killed her. Long Wanyu shouted stubbornly. Guhai is the man that Long Wanqing protected with her life. Whether you admit it or not, please respect your elder sister's choice. Venerable Lun Yen said seriously. Long Wanyu glared at Venerable Lun Yen with reddened eyes. I don't need you to interfere in my matters. Long Wanyu roared with reddened eyes. Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly. What did the old man say? Did he want to take revenge for my elder sister? Did he say anything about taking revenge for my elder sister? Long Wanyu shouted as she looked at Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen remained silent for a while. Speak. Long Wanyu roared. His Holiness only said that he understood. Furthermore, he gave me an imperial edict. Open it when I see Guhai. Venerable Lun Yen took out the imperial edict. Whoosh. Long Wanyu snatched the imperial edict. Long Wanyu, don't. Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed. Long Wanyu ignored him and opened the imperial edict. The group of palace maids and guards at the side turned around, pretending not to see anything. What? My elder sister died, and you did not say anything about taking revenge for my elder sister. Instead, you made Guhai the new elite hall master? My elder sister died for nothing? She was replaced just like that? Long Wanyu exclaimed in shock and anger. Whoosh. Venerable Lun Yen snatched the imperial edict and carefully put it away. Clearly, Venerable Lun Yen took it out on purpose. Venerable Lun Yen did not have the qualifications to check it. However, the little witch before him was different. If she snatched it to check, no one would blame him. Is my elder sister not the old man's granddaughter? My elder sister died, and you only said that you understood? You only said that you understood? Old man, if you don't take revenge for my elder sister, I'll go by myself. Who dares to stop me? Long Wanyu shouted as she grabbed her whip. Chapter 250. Silver Moon City. Sima Changkong accompanied a middle-aged man as they walked out of the No. 1 zither pavilion. The middle-aged man was dressed in plain clothes. His face was broad and his eyes were as deep as a pool of water. As he walked, he gave off a powerful aura. Even if Sima Changkong stood beside him, his aura was far from comparable. The No. 1 zither pavilion? It's indeed extraordinary. The Thousand Islands Sea actually produced such a wise person. The middle-aged man sighed as he walked. Your Highness, our spies have sent us news. Guhai and Long Wanqing went to the Passion Flower Valley and fought a great battle with Luyang of Gojoseon's army. He defeated the shattering east wind with his song ambush from 10 sides. He's a genius. Not only is he good at chess, but he's also very good at the zither. To be able to do this at the age of 71, He's a rare talent. Sima Changkong exclaimed. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and nodded. The most amazing thing is that plan to destroy the Song dynasty. I sent many people to search for talents, but I still missed this person. What a pity. That's right. Sima Changkong sighed lightly. The people in charge of the Thousand Islands Sea region have failed in their duties. Dismiss them all. The middle-aged man said in a low voice. Yes. Sima Changkong answered. Long Wanqing has been looking for the murderer of her mother all these years, but she hasn't found anything. This time there's Gu Hai. Gu Hai went straight to Yingzhou. According to my information, he went to find the former city lord He Shi Kong and went to South Korea. He met with Huangfu Chaoga at the Passion Flower Valley. Gu Hai must have found something. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. The two boarded a crane carriage. The middle-aged man nodded and narrowed his eyes. You said that Mo Yike also wanted to invite Gu Hai? Yes, I was busy at the time and sent someone. Unfortunately, it was too late. Mo Yike was the same. That Gu Hai is extremely shrewd. Sima Changkong said with a wry smile. It doesn't matter. This means that Gu Hai also doesn't want to enter the Luyang of Gojosian residence. Moreover, he planned to escape from the Passion Flower Valley. It is impossible for the Luyang of Gojosian to subdue him. Perhaps he has already found out the cause of my little sister's death. The middle-aged man said with a frown. Your Highness, we still have a chance. Try your best to get Gu Hai to join the Jianghu of Silla. Sima Changkong looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in front of him was the third prince of the Deqian Celestial Empire, Jianghu of Silla. The chances are slim. The elite hall belongs to the Foreign Affairs Department of the Deqian Celestial Empire. To be more precise, they belong to His Holiness's personal army. Look at His Holiness, he doesn't care about many things. His Holiness sees things clearly. The information that we have found, His Holiness's desk must be 10 times more detailed than yours. Gu Hai's background is too clean. How can His Holiness let such a talent go? Jianghu of Silla shook his head. Sima Changkong frowned slightly. His Holiness's personal army. Unless His Holiness doesn't want it, we can only fight for it as his subjects. Just like you angered His Holiness in the past. That's why I have the right to invite you to my residence. Jianghu of Silla smiled bitterly. Your Highness, did you mean that Long Xiaoya's death might have something to do with Luyang of Gojosian? Sima Changkong asked in a low voice. Jianghu of Silla nodded. 99%. Then His Holiness knows about it too? Long Xiaoya is the princess of the Deqian. When Luyang of Gojosian killed Long Xiaoya, His Holiness did nothing. Sima Changkong frowned. It's not that he did nothing. His Holiness felt guilty towards Luyang of Gojosian. No, it's not that he felt guilty, but he needed to be gentle towards Luyang of Gojosian. He wasn't just a subject, he was a benchmark. So as long as Luyang of Gojosian didn't rebel, His Holiness would tolerate it, even if my sister. Jianghu of Silla frowned. The way of balance? His Holiness didn't do anything to Luyang of Gojosian because he wanted to calm the hearts of the tyrants in the imperial court? After all, there were many people like Luyang of Gojosian who sought refuge with Deqian. If His Holiness acted boldly and decisively against Luyang of Gojosian, would it cause a backlash in the imperial court? Sima Changkong understood immediately. That's right. However, Luyang of Gojosian went too far this time. My sister's death was too unjust. Although His Holiness didn't say anything on the surface, he had already started making arrangements. At the very least, Yingzhou's Silver Moon City has already left Luyang of Gojosian's control, right? Jianghu of Silla smiled faintly. Moreover, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has also been mobilized. Li Xinji has already led the Xinji battalion to the south. As for Luyang of Gojosian, if he knows his place, His Holiness won't do anything to him. However, if he really dares to rebel, His Holiness won't suppress him either. I can only be the bad guy. Jianghu of Silla smiled bitterly. The 1,000,000 figurines should have been snatched away by Luyang of Gojosian. Moreover, according to my observations, Yingzhou has almost become Luyang of Gojosian's country. However, he has been tolerating it all this time. Sima Changkong frowned. Accumulate grain and slowly proclaim himself emperor. Luyang of Gojosian has a good strategist, Mo Yike? Jianghu of Silla frowned. I've sent people to investigate, but this Mo Yike seems to have come out of nowhere. We can't find out anything. Sima Changkong frowned. If we can't find out, then so be it. We'll find out sooner or later. Jianghu of Silla nodded. Xinlu Dynasty. In the valley outside Lushan City. It had been 2 months. The Tree People's Dantian had not recovered yet. Gu Hai had already tidied up the wedding hall. Long Wanqing's hair had become Gu Hai's most precious possession, so he carefully put it away. Mu Chenfeng's injuries were all healed. Gao Chen went to compose alone. Is it difficult to recover the Tree People's Dantian? Gu Hai looked at Huangfu Chaoga. It can be recovered. Didn't I just recover one? But it's too difficult to recover all of them. I don't have enough things for 2,000 Tree People. Huangfu Chaoga frowned. You used the divine water of Gung metal earlier? Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yes. Outside Xinlu Dynasty, there's a lower sect called the Gung metal sect. Former elite hall leader Chu Qin came from the Gung metal sect. Of course, this lower sect is not like the sects in Thousand Islands Sea. The Gung metal sect's strength is not inferior to Xinlu Dynasty's. They also control 18 large cities. Huangfu Chaoga explained. Gung metal sect? The foundation of the Gung metal sect is a dead god of metal. He has been refined to protect the Gung metal sect. Metal begets water, and the god of metal begets the divine water of Gung metal. Water begets wood. The divine water of Gung metal can repair the Tree People's Dantian. Huangfu Chaoga said. God of metal? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Whoosh. Suddenly the earth trembled. A gray-robed man emerged from the ground. It was Lu Stone God. Your Majesty, news has come from the front lines. Liang of Gojoseon's army is too strong. Our dynasty has lost another 3 large cities. Now we only have 17 left. Lu Stone God lamented. Xinlu Dynasty has 25 large cities in total. Now we've lost 8? Liang of Gojoseon's army is indeed fierce. Gu Hai sneered. His idea is that when we lose all our cities, Xinlu Dynasty's destiny will be over. At that time I won't have the strength to resist. Huangfu Chaoga smiled bitterly. Surrounded by enemies? Not necessarily. I'll let him be surrounded by enemies too. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Mr. Good, according to your request, more than 200 Lu Stone men have already gone to various cities in Yingzhou. There are at least 2 Lu Stone men in each of the hundreds of large cities in Yingzhou. But is it useful for them to go? There are only 2 Lu Stone men in each city. They can't break into the city, let alone deal with the army inside. Lu Stone God said in a low voice. It's fine. I didn't ask them to fight. Let's wait for another 2 days. I've told them that we'll officially attack the day after tomorrow. Gu Hai said in a low voice. If they attack, will they be able to solve the current crisis? Lu Stone God asked doubtfully. Not solve it. I'm sure that Liang of Gojoseon will withdraw his army soon. Gu Hai said with certainty. He has no choice but to withdraw. I just added fuel to the fire in Ying province. If he does not return to put out the fire when his backyard is on fire, all his schemes will be for naught. I will burn him to the ground. A ruthless look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. But there are only 2 Lu Stone men in each city. What can they do? Lu Stone God said in disbelief. They're only there to start the fire, so they don't have to do much. Gu Hai said with certainty. Lu Stone God looked at Huangfu Chaoga. All right, let's do as Mr. Good says. You control the Lu Stone men and keep an eye on them. If anything unexpected happens, let them know. Huangfu Chaoga said in a low voice. All right. Lu Stone God nodded. Everything depends on the day after tomorrow. Gu Hai looked to the north and narrowed his eyes. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Destroy Lu City? In Liang of Gojoseon's study. Reports of victory came in one after another. The strategists in the study smiled. Your Highness, the Xinlu Dynasty has a total of 25 cities. We've already lost 8. At this rate, it won't be long before we reach Xinlu City. That's not all. Your Highness, the army is defeated like a landslide. When we capture the 8 cities of the Divine Foothill Dynasty, I believe that the other cities of the Divine Foothill Dynasty might take the initiative to surrender. The strategists and generals talked excitedly. Liang of Gojoseon nodded and smiled. Only Mo Yike, who was standing aside, frowned deeply. He didn't say a word. What's wrong, Mr. Mo? Liang of Gojoseon looked at Mo Yike in confusion. Something's not right. Mo Yike smiled wryly. Mr. Mo, what are you worried about? The Xinlu Dynasty is now an isolated island. The surrounding sects and countries won't help them. They can only wait for us to take them down bit by bit. Liang of Gojoseon said with a smile. Another strategist nodded and said, That's right, Mr. Mo. When the Divine Foothill dynasty loses all of its cities, its fate will crumble. At that time, there will be no need for His Highness to personally take action to break into the Divine Foothill city. Those who oppose the Lord won't have a good ending. Mo Yike shook his head. Your Highness, I'm worried about Gu Hai. Liang of Gojoseon's expression turned serious. The unborn man hasn't returned yet. I'm worried that he's already seen Gu Hai. If Gu Hai joins forces with the Xinlu dynasty, that'll be bad. Mo Yike said worriedly. One of the strategists said doubtfully, Mr. Mo, you worry too much. Gu Hai is only one person. What can he do? Mo Yike shook his head. I have a bad feeling about this. Chapter 251. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Silver Moon City. In the morning, the first ray of sunlight shone down. In the south of the city, a bunch of city guards were changing shifts. The city guards who had been busy the entire night stretched and were about to leave. Suddenly the city guard rubbed his eyes. Like he was annoyed that his eyes weren't clean enough, he rubbed them once more. That city guard shuddered and instantly came to his senses. Men, where did those few words come from? That city guard stared and shouted. Sir, what happened? The other city guards around looked over in confusion. Then he saw that on a mountain wall in the distance, there were 8 giant words that were drawn in bold strokes. Although Ing has 3 households, when Chen dies, it will definitely be Ing. A cultivator who passed by the city read out. Seat. The city gate was filled with the sound of people sucking in cold breaths. What happened? Who wrote that? How bold? The city guard exclaimed. Ing? Was it the great Ing Empire in the past? When Chen dies, it will definitely be Ing. Isn't that disgraceful? The people all around started to whisper to one another. Quick, men, destroy those few words for me. No, you can't destroy them. Quick, report to the sir, quick. The city guard leader instantly shouted. Yes. The group of guards immediately panicked. At the same time, in the east of Silver Moon City, the same thing happened. However, the words were different. The city guards and commoners who passed by all opened their eyes wide. Gantian is dead, Ing Tian will be Ing Tian's successor. In 60 years the world will be blessed. Some commoners read out with their mouths agape. Gantian is dead? Ing Tian will be Ing Tian's successor? This is rebellion, no, this is... The commoners exclaimed in shock. The city guards were so shocked that they were covered in sweat. Quick, inform the sir, inform the sir. The rest of you follow me. Investigate who wrote those few words. The city guard leader shouted in shock and rage. The news quickly spread to the city lord manor. Sima Changkong was in the middle of a conversation with King Shenwu when they suddenly heard the report from their subordinates. Both of their expressions changed. Let's go and take a look. Jianghu of Silla said solemnly. Rumble. A huge airship carrying Jianghu of Silla, Sima Changkong, and some other officials and soldiers quickly flew out of the city. However, no one dared to stop the Jianghu of Silla's flying boat. It flew out of the city unimpeded. Soon they arrived at the stone wall in the east of the city. Gantian is already dead, Ing Tian is about to take over. In the 60-year cycle the world will be blessed? Jianghu of Silla said with a dark expression. The flying boat soon arrived at the south. Even though there are only 3 households, they will still be able to win if Chen dies. Sima Changkong's face was also gloomy. Your Highness, my lord, we also found stone inscriptions in the west of the city. An official immediately ran over in panic. Let's go and take a look. Jianghu of Silla said in a low voice. Swish. The flying boat soon arrived at the western part of the city. On the stone wall in the distance, there were 6 large words carved into it. Great Ingxing Luyang Emperor. Great Ingxing Luyang Emperor? Liang of Gojoseon wants to proclaim himself an emperor? Great Ing Imperial Dynasty? Jianghu of Silla's brows raised. Your Highness, my lord, the words Rebel Chen revives Ing have appeared in the north of the city. Many people are looking at it. Many commoners have gathered over and are pointing at it. Another official ran over. Jianghu of Silla, Sima Changkong, and the others' faces were dark. Liang of Gojoseon, can't he wait? Jianghu of Silla took in a deep breath and said solemnly. Sima Changkong shook his head and said, that shouldn't be the case. Liang of Gojoseon can't possibly start a rebellion at such a time, right? But why would such disgraceful words be released with such fanfare? That's right. It's unwise for Liang of Gojoseon to start a rebellion now. Moreover, Mo Yike can't possibly allow Liang of Gojoseon to start a rebellion now. But if it's not Liang of Gojoseon, who could it be? Jianghu of Silla said with a frown. Sima Changkong, who was at the side, suddenly raised his brows and said, Your Highness, this style is a bit. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Why are you stuttering? Just say what you have to say. Jianghu of Silla said with a frown. No, Your Highness, I have a feeling that this is a bit like Gu Hai's style. Maybe I'm thinking too much. How can I be sure based on this? Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai? Jianghu of Silla asked doubtfully. Yes, it's a bit like that. These 4 disgraceful words, although simple, are not so easy to write. Sima Changkong said with narrowed eyes. There are countless slogans for rebellion, but there aren't many that can be easily recited and engraved in one's heart. Although these 4 words don't have any profound literary meaning, they can penetrate one's subconscious in an instant. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Jianghu of Silla frowned and nodded. Your Highness, what should we do with these words? An official asked doubtfully. Destroy them all and use all our strength to track down the person who carved these words. Jianghu of Silla said in a low voice. Yes, Your Highness. The officials replied. If it's really Gu Hai's doing, then perhaps this is just the beginning. Sima Changkong said with a frown. It wasn't just Silver Moon City. At this moment, this strange scene appeared in hundreds of cities in Ying Province at the same time. Outside the cities, disgraceful words appeared everywhere. Although there are 3 households in Ying Province, the fallen Qian will definitely be Ying Province. Qian Tian is dead, Ying Tian will rise. In 60 years the world will be blessed. Great Ying will prosper, Liu Yang will be emperor. Reverse Qian and reviving. In an instant the Ying province was in chaos. All the city lords were in a panic. They quickly erased the words in all directions and began to investigate with all their might. However, these rebellious words eventually spread to the various cities. Although most people scoffed at them, a small portion of people started to discuss them. At the same time, Mielu City. It was a newly built city specifically to deal with Mielu City. Countless soldiers outside the city were attracted by these 4 words. Qian Tian is dead, Ying Tian will rise. In 60 years the world will be blessed? Mo Yike read the words from the east of the city. Beside him stood Liang of Gojoseon and a group of strategists. Who wrote this? Liang of Gojoseon stared at his subordinates. Liang of Gojoseon gathered troops and was preparing to rebel. Some of his trusted aides were very clear about this. Not all of them had great foresight, but they all knew that once the great Ying imperial dynasty was established, they would immediately be in a high position and rightfully so. Hence, many of them had said that Liang of Gojoseon would become the emperor. However, they were always suppressed by Mr. Mo and Liang of Gojoseon. Now, could it be that one of his trusted aides was desperate? Destroy the stone wall and investigate. Whoever dares to mess with the prince's plan will be sentenced to death. Mo Yike stared at the officials and said coldly. Yes, the subordinates replied. Prince, many of the generals in the army have started to discuss this matter. Pajuan said in a low voice. Oh. Liang of Gojoseon frowned slightly. Prince, this is the will of the heavens. The heavens are telling you that the time has come. An official said excitedly. Liang of Gojoseon turned his head and stared at him. Nonsense. Flog him to death. Your Highness, I am innocent. The official cried out in alarm. The officials behind him who wanted to support him immediately shut their mouths. Whoever speaks of rebellion again will have their entire family wiped out. Liang of Gojoseon stared coldly at the crowd. Yes, the subordinates replied. He dismissed the crowd, leaving only Pajuan and Mo Yike behind. Prince, only some of the soldiers are talking about it. Most of them scoffed and didn't care. Pajuan said with a smile. Liang of Gojoseon nodded. Mo Yike frowned slightly and said, maybe we were wrong. None of the people just now had the guts to mess around. Maybe these words weren't carved by our people. Mr. Mo said with a frown. Not my people? Liang of Gojoseon suddenly narrowed his eyes. Yes, maybe they came from my enemies. Mo Yike said with a frown. God Foothill Dynasty? Liang of Gojoseon asked in confusion. Mo Yike shook his head and said, if it was just a rumor made up by God Foothill Dynasty, then it's not a big deal. What I'm worried about is that His Holiness deliberately sent someone to write it. Liang of Gojoseon's pupils suddenly contracted. His Holiness wrote it? That's impossible, right? Liang of Gojoseon frowned. I don't know, but the possibility isn't high. Moreover, the people only talk about it for a while. They can't talk about it for too long. Now that the world is peaceful, these rebellious slogans won't have much effect. If it's chaotic times, these 4 slogans will be fatal. Mo Yike said in a low voice. That's right. The rebellious slogans are concise and comprehensive. The person who wrote these 4 rebellious slogans is not someone easy to deal with. Liang of Gojoseon nodded and said, Your Highness, immediately send people to the surrounding cities to investigate if the other cities have this news. If there is, investigate with all your might. You must investigate thoroughly. At this time there can't be any trouble. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Yes. Liang of Gojoseon nodded. As expected, the news came not long after. News came from one city after another. Rebellious slogans appeared outside the cities. 10 days later, in the Liang of Gojoseon's residence. Liang of Gojoseon's face was gloomy. A bunch of useless people. Still can't find the person who carved these words? Every day there's a rebellious slogan carved on a mountain wall. Now it's the talk of the town. Your Highness, we tried our best. We almost caught it once. Who would have thought that it could burrow underground? A general said with a bitter smile. It's the Lu Rock Man. Your Highness, I heard it right. It's the Lu Rock Man. Bajuan said with certainty. It's good that it's the Lu Rock Man. At least it's not Daiqianxing. Liang of Gojoseon nodded. Mo Yike, who was at the side, said with a bitter smile, Your Highness, perhaps what I'm most worried about has come. It's Gu Hai. Huangfu Chaoga couldn't think of such a despicable method. It must be Gu Hai. They're working together. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Mr. Mo, although news is coming from the 4 cities and the stone carvings keep appearing, isn't it as you predicted? The world is peaceful now. It's not a chaotic time. Isn't the rebellious slogan effective? In the 4 cities, it's just a topic of conversation. Most people just scoff at it and laugh it off. Most people don't know about such a small matter? Liang of Gojoseon shook his head. No, if it's Gu Hai then it's dangerous. Your Highness, have you forgotten Gu Hai's abilities? If it's really Gu Hai's plan, then this is just the beginning. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. But the people don't believe it. What's the use of the rebellious slogan? Who did he write it for? Pajuan was confused. Mo Yike was deep in thought. Chapter 252. Silver Moon City. Within a tea house. At this moment, a group of commoners were drinking tea and chatting. Although Ying has 3 households, Chen must die. You know that, right? I personally saw the words on the stone tablet dripping with blood. A yellow-clothed man said. Is that true? Words dripping with blood? It must be man-made. It doesn't matter if it was man-made or not. Anyway, during this period of time, stone carvings have appeared every day, right? Also, things like Gandian is dead, Ying Tian will rise, and in the 60-year cycle, the world will be blessed. 60-year cycle? Isn't this the 60-year cycle? The authorities have been investigating, but it has been half a month and there is no news at all. A clown trying to start a chaotic world? That's too simple. Yeah, who started it? What a joke, who would start a rebellion? Hey, you don't believe me. This rebellion isn't just empty talk. You might not know about the Great Ying Imperial Dynasty. That is the dynasty of Liang of Gojoseon's father. At that time there was no Deqian Celestial Dynasty. Oh. In the past, Yingzhou was the territory of the Great Ying Imperial Dynasty. Back then, His Holiness had just started and was far from Liang of Gojoseon. Liang of Gojoseon was the only crown prince of the Great Ying Imperial Dynasty. At that time, His Holiness and Liang of Gojoseon became brothers and promised to rule the world with Liang of Gojoseon in the future. That was why Liang of Gojoseon gave up the Great Ying Imperial Dynasty. However, after so many years, the Deqian Celestial Dynasty became stronger and stronger. Liang of Gojoseon was only given the title of vassal king. Moreover, this title can't be passed down to future generations. Oh? You're saying that Liang of Gojoseon wants to take back what he deserves? If it were you, wouldn't you be angry? If the Liang of Gojoseon didn't become sworn brothers with Daiqianxing back then, he would have an imperial dynasty by now. Now, not only did Dai Qianxing not agree to rule the world with the Liang of Gozhouzian, he only gave him a title, even worse than an imperial dynasty. You're saying that the slogan of the rebellion is Liang of Gozhouzian. The tea house suddenly quieted down. The people who had been chatting enthusiastically just now suddenly stopped talking and looked at the person who had just spoken. After all, if this guess was true, wouldn't it mean that Liang of Gozhouzian was really going to rebel? Liang of Gozhouzian? The words outside were written by Liang of Gozhouzian. He wanted to rebel? But why is the city lord trying to track down the person who wrote this? Thief calling out thief? The discussion in the tea house suddenly stopped. Many people thought that they had guessed something and suddenly became worried. Chaos was coming? The news spread to the city lord's mansion. Sima Changkong and Jianghu of Silla listened to the news that their subordinates had gathered. The people are pointing the finger at Liang of Gozhouzian? Jianghu of Silla frowned. Yes, although it's only a guess of some people, the general direction is that Liang of Gozhouzian is going to rebel. The subordinate said respectfully. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly and said, I forgot, Your Highness, I forgot that the people's thinking is different from ours. When we received this news, our first reaction was that someone was framing Liang of Gozhouzian. Liang of Gozhouzian couldn't have written these rebel slogans. Even if he wanted to, he would have shouted it after the rebellion. He couldn't have shouted it at the beginning. So we immediately ruled out Liang of Gozhouzian. However, the people were different. Indeed, many of them could guess that it wasn't Liang of Gozhouzian, but more of them didn't have the intelligence to do so. In other words, it didn't matter to them, so there was no need to spend more time thinking about it. It was enough to have a mainstream explanation. It was enough to guess that it was Liang of Gozhouzian. Why should they think about more complicated things? Moreover, even if they thought about it, they couldn't think of a reason. Following that, the crowd followed the crowd, and the crowd's opinions could distort the truth. When everyone around him guessed that it was King Liang, he also believed that it was King Liang. Only a small number of people thought further, but they were buried by the mainstream thinking. If that's all, it's useless. The people's guesses are only the guesses of a small number of people. Most people don't take it seriously. It's impossible to shake Liang of Gozhouzian with these rumors. Baseless rumors can't be used as evidence. Jianghu of Silla said in a low voice. If it were me, I would have a plan. I would send people to all the cities in Yingzhou to secretly build momentum and continue to slander Liang of Gozhouzian. But that would require a lot of manpower and resources. Moreover, the city masters are very strict. If we continue to build momentum, we will definitely be caught. There will be countless casualties and we will have to pay a huge price. But what does Guhai have now? He has nothing. What can he do? Sima Changkong said with a frown. Let's wait and see. Jianghu of Silla said with a slight smile. Mielu City. News from all around gathered at the residence of Liang of Gozhouzian. In the study of the residence, a group of strategists analyzed the reports from all around. It's the Lucia person, but we can't catch him. It's been half a month. That bunch of trash still hasn't cleared my name? Liang of Gozhouzian said in a low voice. Pejuan's hearing could tell that it was the Lucia person, but the people didn't know. If they didn't know, they would make wild guesses and take the blame. Your Highness, we've already sent people to send a message. All the city masters will do their best to catch the person who started the rumor. We must clear your name, solemnly, one of the strategists said to Liang. Liang of Gozhouzian's face darkened. He was very unhappy. A smart person would have seen through this kind of low-level framing. But the rumor was successful? Liang of Gozhouzian turned to look at Mo Yike. Mo Yike frowned in deep thought. Mr. Mo, do you have an idea? Liang of Gozhouzian asked curiously. All the strategists looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike shook his head and said, Actually, I don't really care about these rebellious slogans. Everyone was confused. It's a peaceful time. Most of them don't believe that Your Highness will rebel. Only a small number of them think that Your Highness will rebel. As long as Your Highness doesn't admit it, this trend will pass quickly. Mo Yike said casually. All the strategists opened their mouths. We've been anxious to find the person who started the rumor every day. Hundreds of cities and soldiers have been searching for the person who started the rumor for half a month. We've spent a lot of effort but to no avail. You're saying that this isn't a big deal? Liang of Gozhouzian's expression changed. His gloomy face also relaxed. Indeed. How long do you want the people to remember something that they don't care about? If I don't admit it, what can the Luxia people do? After a long time, the people will slowly see through it. When they see the rumor makers again, they're just clowns. Liang of Gojoseon laughed. After thinking through everything, Liang of Gojoseon was no longer worried. Why bother with these unimportant rumors? Mo Yike was still frowning. Mr. Mo, what else are you worried about? Liang of Gojoseon looked at Mo Yike with a smile. Mo Yike shook his head lightly and said, according to the current situation, this is the limit. We've been spreading rumors for half a month. If we continue to spread rumors, it will backfire. I'm thinking, what will Guhai do next? According to his information, if he plans something, it won't be so simple. Mr. Mo, have you thought of something? Liang of Gojoseon was puzzled. Mo Yike shook his head and said, I have a way to continue spreading rumors. However, what does Guhai have now? He doesn't have enough manpower and resources. All the city lords are guarding it with all their might. This requires countless men of sacrifice, but Guhai has nothing. What will he do? Grandpa, I found it. Young Master An's excited voice came from outside the study. Liang of Gojoseon's eyes turned cold. Umph. The cold snort made young Master An, who was excited outside the study, quiver. His excitement disappeared and was replaced by fear and trepidation. I said that no one is allowed to disturb me when I'm in the meeting. Luan, how dare you? Liang of Gojoseon said coldly. Grandpa, I won't do it again. It's just that there's great news and I got carried away. I wanted to report it to you as soon as possible. Grandpa, please forgive me. Luan said in fear and trepidation. Great news? Come in and talk. Liang of Gojoseon said in a low voice. Luan immediately entered the study in fear and trepidation. Grandpa Lu Rockman appeared again just now. When he was writing the words of rebellion, everyone in the city saw it. Now everyone knows that it was Huang Fuchaoga who started the rumor. Liang of Gojoseon was slightly startled. The tallest mountain outside the city, the one that the entire city can see, heard a loud noise. Mr. Pajuan heard it and pointed his finger. Rays of magic light shone in that direction, and he happened to see a stone man carving words on the mountain wall. He just carved it to the age of 60. Under the illumination of magic, everyone saw it. Luan said excitedly. So, it doesn't matter if we catch him or not. Did the Lu Rockman reveal his identity? A strategist said excitedly. Liang of Gojoseon smiled slightly. Mo Yike frowned slightly as if he was talking to himself. Is this a coincidence? What? Young Master and didn't understand. Mo Yike was silent for a moment. Send people to investigate. Apart from us destroying Lu City, did the other cities also find traces of the Lu Rockman? It can't be that coincidental, right? This is just a coincidence. Young Master and said with a smile. Sir's words are my words. Liang of Gojoseon said solemnly. Just as Mo Yike had guessed, almost at the same time hundreds of cities in Ing province saw the Lu Rockman in the most obvious places. They all saw the Lu Rockman carving words and spreading rumors. He was writing words of rebellion. The various cities were in an uproar. Silver Moon City. It's the Lu Rockman. Look on that huge mountain. Illuminate that place with magic. Quick. This Lu Rockman is really courting death. He found a place with the most people to carve words? Ah. So, it's not the Liang of Gojoseon rebelling. It's the Lu Rockman of the Xinlu dynasty? The Xinlu dynasty is framing the Liang of Gojoseon? This is all a rumor? The Liang of Gojoseon never thought of rebelling. Is the Xinlu dynasty trying to drive a wedge between them? Haha, this is going to be a joke. Is Huang Fuchaoga crazy? Why would the Liang of Gojoseon rebel? Yeah, the Deqian Celestial Dynasty will always be the Deqian Celestial Dynasty. How can it be replaced by an Imperial Dynasty? Everywhere, countless people were discussing. Although the Lu Rockman was not caught, countless people were enlightened. The various city lords quickly organized propaganda to clear the name of the Liang of Gojoseon. City Lord's announcement. The Liang of Gojoseon led troops to fight the Xinlu dynasty. The Xinlu dynasty felt that they were no match for him and committed despicable acts. They entered Ing province and slandered the Liang of Gojoseon to drive a wedge between them. We hope that the people will not be fooled by the enemy's schemes. Almost at the same time, the various cities released the announcement. At the same time, they kept clearing the name of the Liang of Gojoseon. The people's discussion instantly changed direction. Silver Moon City in a former tea house. Huang Fuchaoga is too sinister. I almost thought that the Liang of Gojoseon was rebelling. Yeah, it's all a scheme of the Xinlu dynasty. How could the Lord rebel? The Lord gave up being the Lord Taiping and decided to rebel? How is that possible? Who dares to offend His Holiness? What a joke. Huang Fuchaoga actually sent people to spread rumors? Haha, how could the Deqian celestial dynasty have internal strife? Yeah, the celestial dynasty is the celestial dynasty. It will never be destroyed by an imperial dynasty that hasn't been established yet. Isn't that a joke? I am from the Deqian celestial dynasty, the Grading dynasty. How many years ago was that? What does it have to do with me? The people's discussion spread to the Castellan manor. Jimu of Silla and Sima Changkong listened to their subordinates' report. Was it Lu Shiren's mistake? Jimu of Silla frowned. Yeah, since he framed Liang of Gojoseon, there's no reason for him to expose himself. Was it a mistake? Or did Gu Hai do it on purpose? Sima Changkong was also deep in thought. Lord, Lu Shiren accidentally exposed himself and has become the laughingstock of the entire city. All the people are mocking Huang Fuchaoga for overestimating himself. The subordinate who reported laughed. Wait, what did you just say? Say it again? Sima Changkong's eyes suddenly lit up. I said that Lu Shiren accidentally exposed himself and has become the laughingstock of the entire city. All the people are mocking Huang Fuchaoga for overestimating himself. The subordinate repeated. The laughingstock of the entire city? All the people? Sima Changkong's pupils suddenly shrank. Jinmu of Silla's face suddenly darkened. Investigate all the cities. I want to know if Lu Shiren has exposed himself in the other cities. Ah, yes. The subordinate answered and left. Lord, according to the plan to destroy the Song dynasty, this Gu Hai is a powerful person who can mobilize the people. People? Previously he only attracted some people's attention. Now he has attracted all the people's attention. Everyone? I don't know what else Gu Hai wants to do, but since it has attracted all the people's attention, it means that Gu Hai's knife is already at Liang of Gojoseon's throat. He's just short of stabbing it in. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. But Gu Hai has exposed his own shortcomings. Lu Shiren's exposure has cleared Liang of Gojoseon of all suspicion. What else can he do? Can he still pass the knife forward? Jinmu of Silla frowned. Sima Changkong was deep in thought. In the outside world, hundreds of cities exposed Lu Shiren's tracks at the same time. All the city lords immediately cleared Liang of Gojoseon of suspicion. They continuously cleared his suspicion, causing all the people to treat the Xinlu dynasty as a joke. Just like that, Lu Shiren exposed himself to prove Liang of Gojoseon's innocence while secretly writing words of rebellion, causing more and more people to laugh at him. Until 10 days later. Silver Moon City, City Lord's residence. Yes, I understand now. What a sinister Gu Hai. Sima Changkong's pupils suddenly shrank. Xinlu City. Liang of Gojoseon's residence. Mo Yike's expression also changed abruptly. Oh no, we fell into a trap. Zhonggu Hai's vicious trap. What a vicious trap. Chapter 253. Silvermoon City, Castellan Mansion. Yes, I understand now. What a sinister Gu Hai. Sima Changkong's pupils suddenly shrank. Jinmu of Silla sat beside him. She squinted her eyes and tapped her fingers on the table. Yeah, what a simple setup, what a deep scheme. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. The two of them turned their heads and looked at their subordinates. It's been 10 days. What's the reaction of the people in the city? Jinmu of Silla looked at her subordinate. Liang of Gojoseon has completely cleared his name. Not only Silvermoon City but also the cities around us. All the Castellans have tried their best to clear Liang of Gojoseon's name. All the people believe that Liang of Gojoseon will not rebel. The rumor created by Godfoot dynasty is just a joke. No one believes it and no one supports it. The subordinate said in a low voice. Ha ha ha. This is forcing Liang of Gojoseon. This time Liang of Gojoseon is anxious. Gu Hai's scheme, no, it should be an overt scheme. An overt scheme that Liang of Gojoseon can't refuse. Forcing Liang of Gojoseon into a trap? An overt scheme? It's as secretive as a scheme. I rarely see such things. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Liang of Gojoseon has no choice but to fall into the trap. Godfoot dynasty's crisis is going to be resolved soon. At the same time, we are going to be in trouble. Jianghu of Silla frowned. Yeah, although it's not a big scheme, it has dragged us into it. Not only did Liang of Gojoseon fall into the trap, we had no choice but to follow suit. We had no choice. Sima Changkong sighed. I think Liang of Gojoseon's residence should understand now. I wonder what kind of mess his residence is in now. Jianghu of Silla smiled. Mielu City. Liang of Gojoseon residence. Following Mo Yike's request, Liang of Gojoseon summoned all of his advisors, important generals and trusted aides. Your Highness, this subordinate is incompetent. I did not see through this earlier. Gu Hai's vicious plan has caused your Highness to be in such a passive position. Mo Yike said bitterly. Mr. Mo, you don't have to blame yourself. Even if you had figured it out earlier, it would have been useless. Gu Hai's plan this time was completely unfathomable. Liang of Gojoseon said in a low voice. What's wrong? Grandpa, what's wrong? Isn't everything fine now? You are already innocent. The common people are all mocking Shinlu Imperial Court. Everything is in our favor. Those rumors are just a joke. Young Master said in puzzlement. The group of advisors also frowned in deep thought. Some of their expressions changed, while others still could not figure out what was wrong. Mo Yike sighed slightly. Bad. The bad thing is that your Highness is completely innocent. The rumors are just a joke. Also, all the common people are mocking Shinlu Imperial Court. That's all. What's wrong? Young Master did not understand. If your Highness does not want to be a hegemon, then it is indeed a joke. Your Highness's position is unshakable. The common people's hearts are with your Highness. Shinlu Imperial Court is just a jumping clown, the laughingstock of the world. However, what if your Highness wants to be a hegemon? Mo Yike's expression was troubled. Gu Hai used 2 steps. First, he framed your Highness. This caused a portion of the common people to question him. Second, he took the initiative to expose Lu Shiren. This way he cleared your Highness's name. At the same time, he mobilized all the city lords to be used by Gu Hai. He took the initiative to spread that everything was fake and that your Highness could not have the heart to be a hegemon. It was all rumors spread by the enemy countries, causing all the common people to pay attention to this matter. The public opinion was used by Gu Hai, but it became his mouth. The city lords of 100 cities also became Gu Hai's accomplices, mobilizing the enemy for his own use. This Gu Hai is very scary. Mo Yike said in a low voice. But what's wrong? Young Master still did not understand. Mo Yike looked at him and was too lazy to continue explaining. A advisor at the side said in horror, No, Young Master, you are wrong. Although everything seems to be in your Highness's favor on the surface, there is a hidden killing intent. Do you know the consequences? Consequences? First, Liang of Gojoseon is innocent and will never rebel. The common people have formed a pattern in their hearts. If he had mobilized before, it would have been to take back what belonged to him. The great Ying imperial dynasty and Ying province belong to your Highness. Taking back what belongs to you, no one can say anything. However, if your Highness mobilizes now, it will be a rebellion. One was legitimate and the other was treacherous. Mobilizing requires Tao. Standing on the highest point of morality, even if war is chaotic, it is the will of the people. However, mobilizing without Tao is the will of the people. Do you think it is still the same? Second, in this half a month, the common people have been mocking the Shinlu imperial dynasty. They put the rumor monger on the opposite side of them. That is why they mocked and ridiculed. Similarly, the rumor monger's words put them on the opposite side in their hearts. For your Highness to rebel, this is a joke. This is something that should be mocked and ridiculed. They are the people of the Dechen celestial dynasty. Rebellion is something that is on the opposite side of them. The common people have already put rebellion on the opposite side. Do you understand? In the past, although the common people did not want rebellion, they did not completely deviate from rebellion. If your Highness wants to rebel, then so be it. Although we are unwilling, forget it. This matter does not concern us. We do not have the power to stop it. However, it is different now. The common people now think that whoever rebels should be mocked and ridiculed. The common people want peace. Originally, there was a balance in the common people's hearts between your Highness and the Dechen celestial dynasty. The common people's hearts were in the middle of the balance. Now, the common people are slowly leaning toward the Dechen celestial dynasty. It is not just a small group of people. Under the propaganda of the various city lords, all the common people want peace. At the same time they are leaning toward the Deqian celestial dynasty. Common people? Young Masterin opened his mouth in shock. Mr. Mo said with a gloomy expression, without using a single soldier, he manipulated the common people of a province? This Guhai is still too dangerous. All the city lords and soldiers of Ing province are under his control. They are helping him spread propaganda and put your highness in an awkward position. But what is the use? What can the common people decide? Young Masterin did not understand. Mr. Mo looked at young Masterin and was speechless for a while. A strategist at the side said with a bitter smile, "Young Masterin, the common people are the will of heaven. Think about it. Where does the providence of a dynasty come from? It is formed by the accumulation of providence. What is providence? 1 yuan of providence is 129,600 portions of merit. Each portion of merit is the sentiments of a common person. When grandfather established the country, the common people were not grateful to the emperor, so there was no accumulation of merit. There was no providence. There was no providence." Young Master An's expression changed drastically. That's right. What kind of country is a country without providence? The Xinlu dynasty is just a small dynasty. Why is it so difficult to attack? It is because the dynasty's providence is huge. As long as the providence is not used up, the dynasty will not be destroyed. It has an endless supply of providence. The common people's hearts are leaning toward the Xinlu dynasty. Therefore, the Xinlu dynasty has a reason to exist. Now, if the Lord starts a rebellion and re-establishes the great Ing imperial dynasty, the common people will not accept it. Without providence, how can there be a dynasty? A strategist said in a low voice. Guhai is so ruthless. Is he cutting off the Lord's providence? Another strategist said with an ugly expression. Mo Yike once again bowed bitterly to the Luyang of Gojoseon and said, "Lord, we are useless. Please forgive us, Lord." The group of strategists also bowed. The Luyang of Gojoseon took a deep breath and looked to the south. Is it Guhai? A cold look flashed in the Luyang of Gojoseon's eyes. It should be. Now the common people are at peace. Of course we cannot say that all of them are at peace. However, after this battle, the effect of the Lord establishing the country will be greatly reduced. Originally, if the Lord had established the country, he might have had the providence of an imperial dynasty. However, now he might only have the providence of a dynasty, Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Guhai just made up a rumor, and the Daing dynasty is going to be downgraded to the Daing dynasty? Young Master An's expression changed. Yes. Furthermore, the Lord must immediately raise the flag. Otherwise, if this drags on, Guhai will spread more conspiracies, and the common people will become more and more divided from the Lord. This will make the Daing dynasty's providence even more uncertain. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Yes, Lord. Now, we can only establish the country as soon as possible and hold on to the current providence. In the future, we can slowly change the common people's minds. Another strategist said. The Luyang of Gojoseon took a deep breath and was silent for a while. Lord, this time, Guhai's conspiracy not only destroyed a large portion of our providence. More importantly, once the Lord establishes the country, there will definitely be a commotion in the various cities. The Lord has subdued most of the city lords, but there are a few that you have not completely subdued. Once the country is established, they will definitely cause chaos. The Lord needs to suppress them as soon as possible. Yingzhou will be in chaos soon. Yes, there is also the Deqian Celestial Empire. Once the Lord establishes the country, the Deqian Celestial Empire will immediately take action. The Deqianxing can tolerate the Lord's actions, but he will definitely not tolerate the Lord's rebellion. Rebellion cannot be tolerated. Very soon, there will be a great army from the Deqian Celestial Empire attacking. The group of strategists saw through Guhai's conspiracy and immediately drew inferences and found all the problems. At the side, Ao Shun took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Back then Long Xiaoya guessed that the Lord wanted to establish the country, but there was no evidence and she could do nothing to the Lord. Huang Fu Chaoga guessed that the Lord wanted to establish the country, but there was no evidence and she could do nothing to the Lord. This time, Guhai actually didn't need evidence and forced the Lord to admit it himself? The common people are the foundation of the country. If the common people don't support the Lord's establishment, then the effect of establishing the country will be greatly reduced. Guhai's methods are straight to the point. Then what should we do now? Should we continue to attack the Divine Foothill Dynasty? Young Masterin asked, confused. Inform the front lines to withdraw all the legions. Return to Ying province's various cities to prevent riots. Liang of Gojoseon said with some reluctance. Yes. The group of generals answered. Everyone follow me back to Ying City. We will establish the capital as Ying City. We will choose a day to restore the great Ying imperial dynasty. Liang of Gojoseon said. Yes, long live the emperor. The group of officials immediately bowed respectfully. If it were before the establishment of the country, it would have been a wonderful feeling for the officials to call him long live. However, today Liang of Gojoseon could not feel happy at all. This was because someone forced him to take the position of emperor. An enemy forced him to take the position. Just thinking about being forced to take the position of emperor made him unhappy. Guhai, do you think that I will let you off just like that? This prince has been accumulating for so many years. How can you and that brat Huangfu Chaoga see through me? Liang of Gojoseon's eyes flashed with killing intent. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.